Chapter 531. Hearing about Shui Rui's marriage for the first time, Yushu was not in the mood to hold a grudge. She dismissed Rui Zizhu with a few words and walked to the bridge with her heart full of worries. At this time, there were people standing everywhere on the bridge. Xi and Lu and the others grabbed a good position with a good view. When they saw Yushu, they waved her over. The lanterns on the surface of the lake were not as bright as they were at the beginning, but they still clearly illuminated the figures on the surface of the lake. There were about a dozen wooden rafts floating on the water. There were people on the rafts holding poles, rowing across the surface of the water and scattering the lotus lanterns. Looking carefully, some of the rafts were empty. In the distant lake, there seemed to be a few unlucky people who fell into the water and were swimming to the shore. The first person Yushu saw was not Shui Rui, but Jing Chun, who was dressed in white and passing by on the water. She saw the people on the rafts waving their poles to stop him, but he easily dodged them, causing a group of girls on the bridge to scream. After that, they began to talk about him, and he had a few more admirers. Yushu's eyes stopped on the white figure for a moment, and then moved away. Then she saw Shui Rui and others. She almost laughed when she saw him. On this lake, other people laboriously paddled with a pole, stopping and walking, bending over to pick up the lanterns to examine them. But he had found a coolie to paddle in front of him, and he leisurely sat on the back of the green raft, with 7 or 8 lanterns by his side that had been examined, and in one hand he held a lantern that had just been fished out of the water. His leisurely look was not like someone who came to rob, but a refined scholar who came to visit the lake. "Look, Cousin Shui is over there." Xi and Lu pointed in the direction of Shui Rui and pulled Yushu's sleeve. "Yes, I see him." Just as the female guests were displaying her skills, the men on the lake had also gone through a fight. There were more than 30 male guests. Excluding those who had fallen into the water, those who had retreated, and those who had given up, there were only 7 or 8 people who were still searching for the pure gold wick. "Lotus Room. Who do you think will find the lamp first?" Situ Qinglan suddenly turned around and asked Yushu. "Big brother Shui," Yushu said without thinking. Unexpectedly, she was in the limelight tonight, and the girls around her were paying attention to her all the time. Hearing that she was so sure, someone asked timidly, "Was the operator remainder calculated by divination?" Yushu turned her head and glanced at the girl who spoke. She smiled and shook her head. "I guessed. Then I hope you're right. Otherwise, Shui Rui is going to be a villain tonight." A sarcastic remark floated into Yushu's ears. Several girls turned around and saw Lu Yi in a black robe with gold on his forehead. He was standing a few steps away from them, staring at Yushu with a pair of slightly gloomy eyes. They didn't know where this person came from. Looking at his clean clothes, it was obvious that he had not been in the water. The 11th prince. All the girls hurriedly saluted, and Yushu also curtsied hastily, trying to ignore Lu Yi's uncomfortable eyes. But she wanted to ignore Lu Yi, but Lu Yi didn't want to ignore her. He stared at Yushu for a while, and suddenly laughed. "You look a bit beautiful when you're dressed up." Yushu frowned. It was obvious that this guy was flirting with her. Yushu didn't hear wrongly. Lu Yi was indeed flirting with her. As early as during the Shuangyang sect, when he broke into the guest room and tried to defile her, he had already had some thoughts about her. Later, he learned from Jixing Xuan that Yushu didn't have a Taoist master as a background, which made him even angrier. Thus, he deliberately found an actress who looked like Yushu to fool around with. When he was tired of playing with her, he took a break for a while. Tonight, seeing Yushu's unusual cold and elegant appearance, evil thoughts rose in his mind. It was also because he didn't stay outside the waterside pavilion to watch the fun and missed a wonderful show. He still didn't know that Yushu had obtained the golden jade hibiscus with the help of the death-severing strange art. Otherwise, even if his heart was itching, he would have to restrain himself. Lu Yi teased Yushu. Seeing that she didn't respond with a cold expression, he was a little displeased. He took a step forward and walked to Yushu's side. Looking at the lake, he said, "This group of people searched for half the night and still couldn't find anything. Really useless." Finishing, he turned to look at Yushu. Still, he ignored him. Lu Yi stared at her slender and well-proportioned figure as his eyes spun about. And then he said, "I can see that you're very confident in that big brother of yours." Then do you want to make a bet with me as well? If Shui Rue doesn't find that lamp in the end, then I want something from you. And if Shui Rue finds that lamp, then you can take whatever you want from me. Yushu originally didn't want to pay attention to Lu Yi. However, seeing him shamelessly approaching her, her heart was itching. She wanted to teach this bastard a lesson. Thus, her eyes flashed, and she said, I can't take what your highness has on you. Why don't you change it? If my big brother finds the lotus lantern with a real gold wick, you will listen to one of my instructions. How about it? Lu Yi hesitated. He still remembered the beating he received from Yushu at the Double Suns gathering. He was afraid that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. It's fine if you're afraid of losing. Lu Yi was a person who cared about his face the most. How could he admit that he was afraid? He stubbornly said, What am I afraid of? You better not go back on your words later. Humph, if I win, I will make her take off her doo-doo and give it to me. Lu Yi's eyes flashed, and he reached out to Yushu. Come, let's make a deal by high-fiving. Yushu smiled. No need. With so many people as witnesses, your highness will not go back on your words. I'm a man of my words. Lu Yi put down his hand resentfully. Seeing that the two had made a deal, everyone began to whisper. Xi and Lu leaned over to Yushu's ear and whispered, Are you sure that Cousin Shui can snatch it? I think the 11th prince is up to no good. He will definitely make things difficult for you later. Yushu patted her head. Don't worry, he won't. She stared fixedly at the figure sitting cross-legged on the bamboo raft on the lake. She didn't know where her confidence came from, but she was absolutely certain that the other golden jade hibiscus tonight would definitely be his. Official Shui, have you found it? Shui Rue placed a lantern in his hand. Hearing a call from behind him, he turned to see Zhu Qingjue paddling over. Shaking his head, he picked up another lantern. Zhu Qingjue glanced at the scattered lanterns around him and asked suspiciously, Why did you pick up so many lanterns? Shui Rue smiled and said, I'll bring it to my sister when we reach the shore. Girls all like such exquisite things. Zhu Qingjue scoffed. Official Shui is indeed a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. You live up to your reputation as a playboy. Shui Rue glanced at him while seeming to be lost in thought, and then he placed his attention back onto the lantern in his hand. He first looked at the ordinary lantern wick that was covered by oiled paper, and then he stretched his hand to the base of the lantern and touched it imperceptibly. Zhu Qingjue paddled to the other side with the bamboo pole and missed the flash of joy on Shui Rue's face. Only when he was far away did Shui Rue flip the lantern in his hand over, and on the round base, a faint word could be vaguely seen. It was embroidered with a needle and thread, and if one didn't look carefully, they would really not be able to distinguish it. There were 6,000 lanterns on the lake. Not all of them had words embroidered on them, and not all of them had the same word. Noble consort Shui had set a trap and used a limited number of wooden rafts to attract people's attention. She wanted them to wholeheartedly search for the real gold wick and ignore the ordinary lanterns. Only Shui Rue was meticulous and had guessed noble consort Shui's intentions from the start. He did not fall for it. Like the others, he mistook this battle of intelligence as a battle of luck. Deep, Shui Rue softly recited the words on it. His gaze swept over the 11 lanterns beside him. He brought them up to his eyes and looked at them one by one, piecing together the words. Steady waves, seek, see, and difficult, seek true, heart, tread all over, steady waves, hard, to find true, and seek the deepest. Tread all steady waves, difficult to find, true, and seek the deepest. These 12 words clearly pointed out the direction in which the lantern was hidden. Shui Rue's eyes suddenly brightened. He put down the lantern in his hand and stood up from the bamboo raft. Looking around, he quickly found the place he was looking for. Brother, I'll have to trouble you to go over there, he said to the unlucky youth who had become his coolie, pointing at the small pavilion in the middle of the lake. That person accepted his fate and paddled in the direction he was pointing. The moment Shui Rue moved, many people noticed. Not only those floating on the lake, but also those watching from the bridge. Yushu saw that Shui Rue suddenly stood up and the raft under his feet flew in a direction, ignoring the scattered lanterns on both sides. She was puzzled. Where is he going? Zhu Qingjue turned her head and saw Shui Rui's movement. Without saying anything, she changed the direction of the raft and chased after him. The other people who were wandering on the lake saw them, running one after another. They also felt that something was wrong and cleverly followed behind them. In a short while, the 4 or 5 people who were still on the lake followed behind Shui Rui. Seeing that everyone was heading in that direction, Jing Chen hesitated whether he should follow them or not. At this moment, Shui Rui's raft stopped beside the small pavilion in the middle of the lake. Shui Rui stood on the raft and looked around. Strangely, there was not a single lantern within 10 feet of the pavilion. Tread on the steady waves and find it hard to find. Sincerely seek the deepest. He repeated these words again, and then slowly lowered his head to look at the pitch-black, bottomless lake beneath his feet. The steady waves lake was 10 feet deep. His swimming ability was average. In just a short while, Zhu Qingjue caught up and stopped beside Shui Rui. He looked around, but did not see anything special. Only Shui Rui was staring at the lake. He teased, "What is Lord Shui doing here? Did the lantern fall into the lake?" Unexpectedly, Shui Rui raised his head and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He said, "So you also have a brain? If I said that the lantern was hidden under this pavilion, would you believe me? Under the lake? What kind of joke was this? You have a brain, but you are still lacking in courage." Shui Rui shook his head at Zhu Qingjue and showed a look of pity. He ignored Zhu Qingjue's rolling eyes and cupped his hands towards the young man who had been supporting him. He said, "Brother, I have one last favor to ask of you." "Well, what?" "You counted to 200. If you still don't see me coming up, then call for help." Shui Rui tossed down the fan in his hand and tied up the hem of his clothes. Then he fiercely plunged forward into the water. Plop! Seeing this scene, Zhu Qingjue was stunned. The people who followed behind were also stunned. The people who were watching from the bridge were all stunned. Chapter 532. The deepest part of Dingbo Lake was the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The entire pavilion was supported by 3 stone pillars buried deep in the water. The only way to get to the shore was by boat. Yushu was shocked when she saw Shui Rui jump into the water. There were many men who accidentally fell into the water tonight, but none of them jumped into the water on their own like this. The people standing under the bridge were already discussing, was it young Master Shui who jumped into the water? It seems so. What's going on? The pavilion is so deep and I didn't see any lanterns. Why did he jump into the water? Haha, Shui Rui must be crazy. He joked. Yushu puckered her lips as she stared fixedly at the place Shui Rui entered the water. On one hand, she was worried, and on the other, she swiftly racked her brain. That lotus lantern with a true gold wick hasn't been found after so long. Looks like this test of Imperial Consort Shui isn't so simple. Could it be that it's hidden at the bottom of the water? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She could not help but grimace. She did not know if she should admire Shui Rui's intelligence or be angry at him for risking his life. If she had known that he would take the risk, she would not have asked him to snatch the golden jade hibiscus for exchange. When Yushu saw that Shui Rui did not float up after jumping into the water for a while, she was extremely flustered. Just when she was about to call the nearby sailors to go and fish him out, a white flash appeared in her vision, followed by the sound of someone falling into the water from afar. Splash! Daozi jumped in too. Everyone exclaimed. Yushu was stunned. In the distance, Zhu Qingjue looked at the splashes on the surface of the water and blinked twice. Just now, Jing Chun had landed on his wooden raft and asked him what had happened. Because he was unhappy with Shui Rui's slightly disdainful words before he went into the water, he did not hide anything when he saw that Jing Chun had come. He told Jing Chun the truth that the lamp might be at the bottom of the lake. He even wanted to ask Jing Chun to accompany him and mock Shui Rui's recklessness, so as to prove that it was not him, Zhu, who did not have the guts. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, there would be no one in front of him? What are all of you up to? Bullying him for not daring to jump down. The veins on Zhu Qingjue's forehead bulged. He looked at the pitch-black lake water, took a deep breath, and plunged his head into it. Plop! Cries of surprise rang out on the bridge again. The people who arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake looked at each other in dismay. They could roughly guess what was under the water, but they hesitated. No one dared to jump down. When Yushu saw the three men entering the water one after another, she calmed down after a moment of surprise. She felt a little relieved when she saw someone accompanying Shui Rue. Could it be that the hibiscus lantern that Imperial Consort wants people to find is in the lake? Young Miss Ning guessed. She was not the only one. Many people present had the same thought. Otherwise, why would Shui Rue, Jing Chun, and the others jump into the lake? At the bottom of the lake? Then how do we find it? Xin Lu let out a strange cry. Looking at the faint light of the lake under the curtain of night, he shrunk his neck and muttered, "If it were me, I wouldn't go into the water even if you beat me to death." Everyone says that there's a man-eating fish hidden in the lake of Dingbo Pavilion. Every year, there are servants who lose their lives because of it. Normally, Yushu would not believe half a word of this kind of rumor. But at this time, she couldn't help but ask Xin Lu, "Is it true?" It's the heir who said it. He also said that he saw that big fish with his own eyes. It had a mouth full of sharp teeth and could jump 10 feet in one leap. Xin Lu heartlessly gestured. Young Miss Ning was more perceptive than her. Seeing that Yushu's expression was not good, she hurriedly pulled on Xin Lu's hand and said, "The heir must be joking with you. If there really was such a fierce big fish, it would have been caught and killed long ago. How could it be allowed to do evil here?" Yushu's eyelids twitched. Looking at the water under the pavilion in the center of the lake, she felt that after a long time, Shui Rue still hadn't come up. Her worry turned into anxiety. Lu Yi still had to make sarcastic remarks. Shui Rue's swimming ability is average. One year, he followed Imperial Father out of the palace to observe the people. Feng Xiaomiao, that non-swimmer, fell into Jade Lion Lake. He was the first to jump in, but in the end, he was pulled ashore by the Imperial bodyguards. He hasn't come up for so long. Could it be that he didn't find the lantern and lost his life? Hearing this, Yushu wanted to kick him into the water. At this time, there was finally some movement on the surface of the lake. Crash! Someone broke through the water. Yushu's eyes widened as she tried to discern who it was. However, someone had sharper eyes than her and called out first. It's second young Master Zhu. Zhu Qingjue was imitating Wei Shi tonight. His clothes were loose, and his hair was disheveled as he climbed onto the wooden raft. He looked like a duckweed in the rain. Even if it was wet, it was still easy to recognize. Quickly look and see if he has a lantern in his hands. Someone shouted, "I don't see him. He's empty-handed." Yushu had already completely tossed the matter about the lamp to the back of her mind. She held onto the railing as she looked towards the distance with fear, and she only hoped that Shui Rue would come out of the water safely. Miss Ning quietly looked at Yushu's nervous expression. Then, she looked at the lake again. Her heart was filled with a layer of hesitation. Crash! There was another sound of water breaking. A second person's head emerged from the water. Someone on the shore shouted, "It's Daozi. Quickly look." Daozi seems to be holding something in his hand. Did he find the lantern? Mr. Shui hasn't come up yet. Could something have happened? Don't talk nonsense. They were too far away. No one could clearly see what Jing Chan was holding in his hand. Yushu didn't care who had snatched the lantern. However, Shui Rue, who had entered the water first, still hadn't come out. This caused her heart to sink. Several sailors nearby were gathering at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. They created ripples on the surface of the lake. Even the nobles at the waterside pavilion were alarmed. It looks like Daozi has snatched the lantern. You're going to lose. Lu Yi rubbed his chin and revealed a malicious smile. Yushu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She turned her gaze and saw the empty wooden raft pushed up by the sailors. She stuffed the sandalwood box with the golden jade hibiscus in her hand into Xin Lu's arms. She turned around and walked towards the other side of the bridge. Her steps were so fast that Xin Lu couldn't stop her. The long bridge led to the other side. As Yushu walked, she began to jog. The wind blew across the bridge and blew her light skirt. The crystal beads on her head swayed and made a messy sound. Ding-lang, ding-lang. In that instant, her heart surged. She turned her head as if she sensed something and looked at the center of the lake. At the foot of the white pavilion, circles of ripples swayed. She slowed down her footsteps, her eyes unblinking. Hualala! The surface of the water broke, and a dazzling white light floated to the surface. It illuminated the wet side of that person's face. She could even hear his violent panting. For a moment, she couldn't control herself. She stopped and stood still. She held the railing with both hands and shouted toward the center of the lake, "Big brother!" A familiar voice entered Shui Rui's ears as he climbed onto the raft and took a deep breath of fresh air. He swiftly turned around and wiped his face before narrowing his eyes that were covered in mist, and he was slightly dazzled as he searched for the figure of his beloved on the brightly lit corridor. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up high as he raised his left arm up high, and he revealed a warm light. "Ashu, I didn't fail you." Jingchen looked away from the bridge and looked down at Shui Rui, who was floating on the water. He felt lost. Zhu Qingjue looked at the lotus lantern inlaid with luminous pearls in Shui Rui's hand. She recalled what happened in the water just now. In fact, the first person to find this lantern was not Shui Rui, who entered the water, but him who jumped into the water last. He was a good swimmer. After entering the water, he climbed a stone pillar under the pavilion and sank. When he was halfway down, he found a luminous pearl lantern fixed on the pillar and the iron cage that locked the lantern. He tried several times, but couldn't open it with brute force. He gave up and planned to think of a way when he was above the water. Who would have imagined that even though Shui Rui found the stone pillar a step later than him, Shui Rui had used some unknown method to open the iron cage that had a lock. Hey, Zhu Qingjue couldn't hold back his curiosity. He squatted on the raft and called out to Shui Rui, "How did you open the lock on the cage?" Shui Rui raised his head and smiled at him. He seemed to be in a good mood. "Don't you know there's a thing called a key?" "Nonsense. Where did you find the key? Why didn't he touch it?" Shui Rui squinted his eyes slightly. "I'm probably lucky. I got lost when I went into the water, and there was a string of things hanging on the pillar that I found first. I picked it up casually, but I didn't expect it to be a key. There were 3 stone pillars under the water. Zhu Qingjue found the one with the lantern hidden. Shui Rui found the one with the key. As for the 3rd pillar, Zhu Qingjue turned his head and looked at the dim lantern in Jing Chen's hand. He immediately felt better. A few wooden rafts were docked at the center of the lake. When the few men who didn't dare enter the water saw Shui Rui obtaining the lantern, some of them were disappointed and some of them were regretful, and they congratulated him before pushing their rafts up the shore dejectedly. "Brother Shui, I'll pull you up." The man who held the raft for Shui Rui for the whole night smiled and reached out to Shui Rui. A trace of calculation flashed in his eyes. Shui Rui moved and held his hand. The man was delighted. He planned to pretend to slip and fall into the water so that he could squeeze the luminous pearl in Shui Rui's hand into the water. When that happened, it would be difficult for them to fish it out. However, before he could move his feet, a strong force came from his arm and dragged him forward. Splash! The water splashed high and splashed on Zhu Qingjue's face. Shui Rui waved his hand and supported himself with the raft as he flipped over nimbly. He placed the luminous pearl in his bosom before he turned around to look at the struggling man who had fallen into the water. He apologized helplessly. "I'm sorry my hand slipped." The man drank a few mouthfuls of water and struggled with his hands and feet. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Shui Rui showed a grateful look. "Brother, thank you for your help tonight. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. You must do me the honor." After that, regardless of whether that person was crying or laughing, Shui Rui straightened his open lapel and stood up with his entire body drenched. Facing the refreshing breeze on the lake, he looked at the 2 men who were similarly in disheveled clothes who were standing on the wooden raft on the opposite side. He held up the genuine gold lamp wick hibiscus flower that was surrounded by night pearls in his hand and grinned. His brows and eyes were filled with indescribable joy. This is mine. The lantern was his. Chapter 533. Shui Rui, Zhu Qingjue, and Jing Chun went ashore. A servant was already waiting for them on the shore. He took them to a room at the back of the garden to change their soaked clothes so that they wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of the nobles. The few people who went ashore earlier had already spread the news that Shui Rui had found the gold core, night-luminescent pearl lamp. The girls who were watching from the bridge's veranda side. No one had expected that the lamp would be hidden under the water at the center of the lake. Hearing this news, the one with the worst expression was Lu Yi. Xian Lu was standing close to him and heard him curse. Useless thing. He didn't know who he was talking about. Yushu saw that Shui Rui had come ashore safely and turned back. She was in a good mood and wanted to find Lu Yi to settle the score. But when she reached the place where he had been standing, she found that he had disappeared. "Where's the 11th prince?" she asked Xian Lu. "He went that way." Xian Lu pointed to the direction under the bridge. Yushu looked at the end of the bridge. "Let's go down and wait." The group of girls walked back and forth down the bridge and came to the waterside pavilion again. Yushu looked around but didn't see Lu Yi. She knew that he was afraid of being taken advantage of and had slipped away. She laughed. He ran fast. If he stayed, she would make him jump into the lake to take a bath and practice dog paddling. A palace servant came to report that the nobles in the waterside pavilion had different expressions when they heard about the three men jumping into the water to find the lamp. Concubine Shu smiled faintly and said to Imperial Concubine Shui, "Sister is so clever. I admit that I am inferior to you. It's hard for the Shui family's eldest son to understand. People often say that your nephew is Aunt Xiao. It seems that there is some truth to it." Imperial Concubine Shui frowned and said helplessly, "Chengbai has been smart since he was young. To be honest, I knew that he wasn't a good swimmer. That's why I thought of hiding the luminous pearl lamp under the water to give others more opportunities. Who would have thought that he would still find it?" Her words were clearly distressed, but there was also a bit of pride. The Shui family didn't have many children, but they had one young master. There were many handsome men in the capital, but no one could compare. Empress Shu encountered a soft rebuff, and her expression became colder and colder. Duchess Foreign teased, "Tonight, the two golden and jade hibiscus both have owners. First, I must congratulate Gui Fein Yang Yang for hastening the two marriages. I just don't know who those two children have their eyes on." The bystanders were also curious, but no one pointed out their names and made wild guesses. After all, it was a matter between a man and a woman. Tongue, misunderstanding. Thinking about it, it has already been 3 years. Empress Shu took advantage of their discussion and muttered to herself, "Even His Majesty values a young man like Shui Rui, who is both brave and intelligent. It's a pity that our 10th princess doesn't have that fortune." Noble consort Shui drank her tea, and a sneer flashed across the corner of her mouth. It was as if she hadn't heard Mo Tianga's words, and her eyes drifted away. "Lotus Room, who do you plan to give the golden jade hibiscus to?" Xian Lu looked at the wooden box in Yushu's hand and thought of the beautiful purple jade flower with a regretful look in his eyes. It would be a waste to give it to anyone. If I were you, I would keep it for myself. Yushu smiled and didn't speak. Young Miss Ning pulled Xian Lu and moved closer to her ear to ask, "Does Lotus Room Miss have someone she admires?" Xian Lu stupidly replied, "I haven't heard her mention it." Half an hour later, Shui Rui and the others had changed into clean clothes and were walking back and forth on the bridge. When they neared, the people waiting outside the waterside pavilion finally saw the flower lantern that had tormented the men. They saw that the luminous pearl in Shui Rui's hand was glowing, the true gold wick glistening. It really was different from the masses, and one look was enough to tell whether it was real or fake. "They're coming, they're coming. Look, it's the lantern in Sir Shui's hand. That's a luminous pearl on top. No wonder it can shine even when hidden underwater. TSK, TSK, it's really beautiful." Shui Rui saw Yushu's figure in the crowd. Not bothering the others, he generously gave her a bright smile, causing the young girls behind her to blush. Yushu had originally been a bit angry at him for seeking victory in the face of danger, but seeing him return in one piece, she couldn't help but feel happy. She was also worried that it would fall into the eyes of others, so she could only bitterly purse her lips. Jing Chun indifferently walked at the back. He also saw Yushu, but seeing that she didn't even glance at him, he lowered his eyes in disappointment. Noble consort Shui saw the people standing outside the waterside pavilion, then opened her mouth to ask, "Who found the lantern?" Everyone knew it was Shui Rue, but they still had to go through the formalities. Shui Rue thus came forward with the lantern and replied, "It was this subject. Your Highness, please inspect to see if this is the lantern you were looking for." The palace maid brought the luminous pearl lantern in. Noble consort Shui took it in her hand and glanced at it, nodding in acknowledgement. She immediately opened the slightly long wooden box on the tea table and took out another golden jade hibiscus. Only now did the crowd see the appearance of the golden jade hibiscus. It was actually very different from the one Yushu had previously obtained. It was a complicated purple jade hairpin, the workmanship excelling the heavens. With one glance, it was obvious that it was something worn by a woman. Noble consort Shui had another explanation. "I had people hide the luminous pearl lantern underwater. The flower lantern on the lake has its origin embroidered on its base. As long as someone finds the answer to the riddle, they will naturally know its whereabouts. However, only knowing its whereabouts requires extraordinary courage to dare to enter the water to search. In addition, one must find a key at the bottom of the water in order to retrieve the lantern. There's another fake lantern at the bottom of the water as a diversion. Only luck can one obtain the lantern." Hearing her explanation, the crowd was shocked at the difficulty of finding the lantern. They also sighed in admiration at Shui Rue, the victor who possessed both courage, strategy, and luck. "Chung Bai, this golden jade hibiscus should be yours." Shui Rue accepted it. Then he saw noble consort Shui wave her hand and say, "Since the two of you have obtained the golden jade hibiscus, you should know that this is a heaven-sent marriage. His Majesty has ordered that tonight you can take the token in your hands and express your feelings to the person you like. If the other party agrees, then you can find an auspicious day to get married. No one will dare to obstruct you." Hearing this, Shui Rue's expression changed. He had come in joy, but he didn't know who among the female guests had obtained the golden jade hibiscus. If it was she one, then he would have to deal with her later. As he was thinking, a person walked up from behind and stood beside him. It was clearly the woman who had obtained the golden jade hibiscus. Shui Rue's gaze shifted and his heart suddenly jumped. He never would have thought that it would be her. Seeing the surprise in Shui Rue's eyes, Yushu proudly raised the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, "Who asked you to scare me just now? Now you've been scared by me." The two of them stood side by side. Others didn't know what they were thinking. They only saw that the man was handsome and charming, while the woman was aloof and elegant. One was intelligent and brave, exploring the lake to retrieve the lantern, while the other was loyal and filial, and was good at deciding life and death. They were the most outstanding couple at the banquet, attracting much envy and jealousy. Who didn't want to hear what would happen next? Who was the person they liked that made them give the golden jade hibiscus? How about it? Do the two of you have someone in mind? There's no harm in saying it. Perhaps that person is here and can fulfill your wish, or perhaps he's somewhere else. I will send someone to find him and help you decide." As noble consort Shui spoke, her gaze slowly moved between the two of them. Yushu and Shui Rue briefly looked at each other. The former stepped forward first, bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." However, Yushu's victory tonight wasn't for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage, but for the man she liked and not to let others covet him. Everyone was speechless. Thinking about how she had been reprimanded by the three women before, they all revealed a look of understanding. If it wasn't for the sake of marriage, then it must be for the sake of pride. Noble consort Shui raised her eyebrows slightly. Her expression unexpectedly became somewhat cheerful. She turned to ask Shui Rui, "What about you?" Shui Rui also took half a step forward, once again standing shoulder to shoulder with Yushu. He held up the purple jade hairpin in his hand and said in a clear voice, "I was fortunate enough to win tonight, but I don't want to give this golden jade hibiscus to anyone." He didn't want to give it to anyone, but wanted to exchange it with the woman he liked as a sign of love. Everyone looked at each other, then at Zhu Qingjue, who had an expression of "I'm not happy" on his face. They immediately understood. He didn't want to give it to anyone because of the bet with second young Master Zhu. Noble consort Shui laughed this time. She leaned back on the soft pillow, feeling very amused. "Hee hee, you two are really interesting. This is an opportunity that others yearn for but can't get, yet you two are throwing it away. What a waste, what a waste." She laughed and scolded them for being wasteful, but those with eyes could see that noble consort Shui wasn't angry because of this. Instead, for some reason, she seemed very happy. Consort Shu, who was at the side, frowned. Looking at the man and woman below, she said, "Have you two thought it through? There's no need for it now. After tonight, you won't be able to regret it." Yushu and Shui Rui said in unison, "I've made up my mind. I've made up my mind. There's no need to look back." The two's minds were connected. They knew that this wasn't in response to Consort Shu's question, but for the sake of this relationship. In the crowd, Feng Zhaomiao looked at the two's backs with a perplexed expression. He thought to himself, aren't the two of them a couple? Why don't they look so good? Could it be that he was wrong? Miss Ning, on the other hand, stared unblinkingly at the pair of figures that she thought were very compatible with. She thought to herself, I can't be wrong. These two people are obviously a pair. The two golden jade hibiscus flowers had found a home. It was already late at night. Consort Shu covered her mouth and yawned, reminding noble Consort Shui that it was getting late and that it was time for the two to return to the palace. Thus, noble Consort Shui gave the order and went ahead with Consort Shu. The other noble women followed them and left in a crowd. As soon as they left, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They didn't need to raise their spirits to face the situation. It was unknown who brought up the bet between Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue, but they wanted the two to fulfill it, especially Feng Zhaomiao, who took the opportunity to mock Zhu Qingjue. Zhu Qingjue wasn't someone who reneged on a debt. He looked coldly at the complacent Shui Rui and said, If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. If you have anything to ask me, just say it. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. The surrounding people pricked up their ears. However, Shui Rui wasn't one to let others watch a good show. He glanced at Yu Shu, who was waiting by the flower pond, and said to Zhu Qingjue, Tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for Brother Zhu at the Forgotten Opportunity Tower. We'll talk then. After saying this, he brought Feng Zhaomiao and walked towards Yu Shu. Chapter 534. Yu Shu sat in the carriage and ordered Lu Zhong, go to the south of the city, Huaixing Street. Jing Chun followed closely on horseback. After passing Qinyuan Street and heading south, he gradually became familiar with the road. Only then did he realize that this was the direction to the small courtyard on Huaixing Street. At dusk, the restaurants and taverns along the street were open for business. The smell of cooking wafted in the air, and the smell of alcohol and oil accompanied the hawkers' calls. Ordinary people came and went. The streets in the south of the city had always been noisier than those in the north. The carriage came to a residential area. Because the road was narrow, they stopped at the intersection. Yu Shu left Yindo in the carriage and got off alone. Seeing this, Jing Chun also tied the horse and quickly followed behind her. Yu Shu did not look back at him. She walked into the alley and arrived at her first place in the capital. The door of the small courtyard was tightly locked. There was a layer of dust on the lock, and there were some scratches. It had been unguarded for a long time and had been targeted by thieves. Yu Shu tiptoed and found a key in the corner of the door. She opened the door, patted the dust on her hands, and lifted her foot to push open the door. The two entered the small courtyard. Yu Shu asked Jing Chun to close the door and immediately asked, Is there anyone following you outside? Jing Chun hesitated for a moment and nodded honestly. Ever since he came back from worshipping the ancestors, there had been many spies nearby. It was said that they were sent by the emperor to protect his safety. But with his martial arts, there was no need for others to protect him. He only acquiesced to them to make them feel at ease. Can they hear us if we speak here? Jing Chun gathered his internal energy and pricked up his ears to listen outside the door. He said to her, "They are far away. They can't hear us." "That's good." Yushu looked around the small courtyard that had a beautiful memory. It was evening. The setting sun peeked through the gray eaves and elongated the shadows of the two people in the courtyard. There was a faint smell of firewood and rice from the house next door. Once in this small courtyard, it was also full of people. He remembered the beginning, the shy Xiaoxiao, the naive Mingming, and the fool who lost his memory and trusted him wholeheartedly. But now it was all gone. A trace of disappointment appeared in Yushu's eyes. She turned her head. Facing Jing Chun, she slowly said, "There are some things that I haven't had the chance to tell you before. Today, I'll make them clear." That night, after the two of them severed their friendship, they spent a period of time as strangers. Then, Jing Chun confessed to Yushu about the fate breaker. Every time the two of them met, Yushu would either frown at him coldly or ridicule him. She was never willing to give him face. However, for some reason, Jing Chun was more afraid of seeing her indifferent and alienated attitude than seeing her angry look. "Xiao Yu, if you have any resentment or dissatisfaction towards me, just say it all out. As long as it can help you vent your anger, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you want." Yushu listened to Jing Chen's aggrieved words, but she was not moved at all. Looking at his handsome face, she said calmly, "We first met in Yang. Xiaoxiao and I were kidnapped by a group of bandits, and you rescued us. I owe you once. Later, my godmother was seriously injured. I asked you for help, and you accompanied me to raise money. That was how she was safe. I owe you twice. After I entered the capital, I was discovered by the two bandits who hijacked the ship. They sent killers to silence me, and you took the knife from me. I owe you 3 times. She carefully counted again and again. Although she was talking about Jing Chen's benefits, her clear calculation made Jing Chun panic. When I owed you the first time, I thought you were a trustworthy person, so I thought of ways to get close to you and became friend with you. When I owed you the second time, I thought you were a trustworthy person. Then you confessed to me about the disaster on Kidu planet. Only then did I truly see you as a friend. When I owed you the third time, I thought you were a trustworthy person. You saved my life, and then you risked your life to protect me. Only then did I fall in love with you. Taking advantage of your amnesia, I coaxed you to be my so-called boyfriend and girlfriend." At this point, she could not help but chuckle, thinking that she was smart at the beginning. Jing Chun, however, had a different feeling. Recently, he often dreamed that in the small forest in the south of the city, she blinked her bright eyes and asked him seriously, "Do you like me?" That bright and vivid little fish had always been buried in the depths of his heart. It was like the small bag of candy that fifth uncle brought back when he was a child. No matter how sad he was, as long as he secretly took one, he would not have to worry. "Jing Chun, do you remember what you promised me?" Yushu was silent for a moment. Then she suddenly asked. Jing Chun was absent-minded and could not answer for a moment. Yushu turned to the side and raised her hand to point at the central room facing south. It was the place where they used to eat. "Here, you and I will make a promise. You will swear that one day, when you recover your memory, you will not leave me." She turned her hand and pointed at the room facing east. It was the room Jing Chun used to live in. "Here, you will personally promise me. When you remember everything, you will still remember the promise with me. You will not regret it." She turned back, took back her finger, pointed at her heart, and poked it hard. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Her voice was hoarse. "And here, I remember everything you promised me. I remember how good you were to me. So at that time, I was willing to go through water and tread on fire for you. I knew that your fate was Ji Du Xing, but I still kept you by my side and carefully protected you. From the mouth of the Yangtze River to Anling City. Later, I was plotted against by the Ji family and was taken to the Celestial Commissioner. They forced me to ask about your whereabouts. I was kept in the dark and did not know your identity. I was afraid that they would harm you, so I gritted my teeth and did not say a word about your whereabouts. You might not know this, but although I'm a strong-willed person, I'm extremely afraid of pain and death. But as long as I feel that you're worth it, I won't do anything to harm you even if they put a knife to my neck, let alone break one of my fingers. But what about you? Yushu roared involuntarily. Her heart was cold because of the sincerity she had wrongly given. As soon as you recovered your memory, you left without saying a word. I could take it that you did not want to implicate me, but you did not even leave a word. Were you not afraid of making me anxious? Did you have feelings for me or not? Do you know that I braved the heavy snow to look for you in half of the city? Because of this, I became seriously ill and even missed the exam. I almost missed you. Later, you became a Taoist and recovered your identity. Then, you gradually drifted away from me. Even when I was in danger and asked you for the yellow frost stone, you refused me. At first, you gave me the yellow frost stone, and I exchanged it with the ancient sword. Selfishly, I regarded it as a token of love between us. But you changed your hand and gave it to your junior sister. Yes, you have been in the same sect for more than 10 years. As an outsider, I cannot compare to you. But are you going to treat our agreement as bullshit? Being questioned and accused by her like this, Jingchen did not know why. But when he saw the disappointment and resentment reflected in her black and white eyes, it stung his eyes. So it turned out that he had already started to hurt her without her knowing. He had never thought about these things. You clearly knew that Shui Yun was sinister and plotted to kill me, but you still protected her. Yes, I was fine, but she became a cripple. The world sympathizes with the weak. I know you are in a difficult situation, but where did the fool who claimed to protect me go? Yushu had long given up on Jingchun. Her heart was cold, but now that she was talking about the past, she could not help but feel sad. She was not reconciled. She really was not reconciled. In the end, you and I parted ways. If you had simply said goodbye and never contacted each other, it would have been fine. But you just had to involve me in a big dispute and violate the agreement with me again. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists in her sleeves. Once again, she made up her mind. Then she looked up at Jing Chun, who was full of guilt. She did not soften her heart at all and firmly said, "The first time, I saved your life on the river. The second time, I took care of your patient. The third time, I broke your finger for you. These 3 times, I paid you back 3 times. We don't know each other anymore." After that, without looking at Jing Chen's expression, she turned her head and went into the main room. After searching for a while in the simple bedroom, she came out with a folded square note in her hand. Jing Chen looked at the paper in her hand. A bad feeling spread from his brows to his chest. "This is the promissory note you wrote to me last year. You have already violated your promise. This piece of waste paper is useless." Jing Chan watched as Yushu opened the well-preserved promissory note, tore it in half from the middle, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at his feet. "Remember, I'm even with you." At this moment, as if someone had dug a corner of his heart, he almost suffocated from the pain. He wanted to bend down to pick up the ball of paper. He wanted to say sorry to her and tell her that he had already realized his mistake. He would definitely abide by the agreement with her in the future, protect her well, and not let her be sad again. But he could not move, so he could only look at her ice-cold eyes and listen to her ice-cold words. "Jing Chun, I don't owe you anything. If you want to be a big disaster, that's the fate you were born to carry. If you don't want to give it up, that's your choice. I don't want to help you break your life. That's my choice. I know you can't give up, but you might as well ask yourself, why do you want me to entrust my life to you and share this huge responsibility? When you've thought this through, come and beg me again." Yushu spat out all the bitterness she had accumulated in the past. She looked up at the sunset in the sky, and even her vision became clear. She was a cruel person, but she was also a person who valued relationships and righteousness. No matter how many harsh words she said to Jing Chun, she always knew that she would always have a trace of softness toward Jing Chun, not because of this righteous Taoist in front of her, but because of the pure and cute fool in the past. And it was because of this softness that she came up with a new idea. Her gaze swept past Jing Chen's face. Without another word, she turned around and walked towards the courtyard gate. Her eyes, which were growing brighter by the day, were filled with an indescribable emotion. Chapter 535. When Yushu returned to Wangji Tower, it was already late at night. She held the sandalwood brocade box with the gold jade hibiscus in her hands. Her good mood was ruined by Jingchun on the way. Plus the twists and turns of the night, she felt tired. However, when she entered the backyard and saw the figure waiting in the corridor downstairs, she couldn't help but smile and quickened her steps. "Brother is waiting for me?" Shui smiled as he nodded, and he stared at her as she walked over to stand before him before stretching out his hand to pluck off the crystal flower that was on the verge of falling from the side of her ear, and he rubbed it in his hand before passing it back to her. "Isn't this dress heavy? Go back to the room and change. I will wait for you to have supper. I have something to say to you." Yushu rubbed the back of her stiff neck. She thought that if it weren't for the shining silver, she wouldn't have suffered like this. However, she said proudly, "Isn't this beautiful?" I looked in the mirror before going out and was shocked by myself. Tut, clothes make the man. I can be considered a beauty if I really dress up. After saying that, she raised her eyebrows and smiled at him. She didn't know that such a coquettish look was enough to make people's heartbeat go crazy. Shui Rui's eyes were a bit deep. He raised his hand and gently pinched her face. He said with a low smile, "I don't care about beauties, but a beauty with such a thick face is rare." "Hey!" Yushu hit off his flirting finger. Looking at his handsome face with peach blossoms, she thought of several cases of him. She smiled coldly and poked his chest with her finger. "I'll settle accounts with you later." She turned and went upstairs to change clothes, leaving Shui Rui confused. He wondered what he did to provoke her. By the time Yushu had freshened up and changed into a refreshing silk dress, Shui Rui still couldn't figure out what he had done wrong tonight that she needed to settle the score with him. Yushu, who didn't wear any makeup, didn't have the cold and elegant appearance that attracted people's attention at the banquet, but her aura was still there. She put the brocade box on the table and sat opposite Shui Rui. After staring at him for a while, Shui Rui felt his right eyelid twitch, and he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Yushu tapped on the table and asked expressionlessly, "Princess Shiwen is one thing, but what about young Lady Rui from the Count's estate? Could it be that Big Brother has forgotten something that he needs to tell me?" Rui Zizhu had leaked the news about the marriage between the Shui family and the Count's estate. When Yushu first heard about it, she was very angry, but she didn't let her anger get to her head. After thinking about it calmly, she decided to first ask Shui Rui about it and see if he knew about it. If he was also kept in the dark, it would be forgivable. But if he knew about it and deliberately hid it from her, Yushu clenched her fists that rested on her knees. When Shui Rui heard her question, he felt a headache coming on. He immediately guessed that she had heard about the marriage between the Shui family and the Shui family. Seeing that she was calm as if a storm was brewing, he knew that she didn't hide the sand in her eyes. If he couldn't give her a reason tonight, this little ingrate might turn against him. As Shui Rui thought to himself, he got up and sat next to Yushu. Regardless of whether she was willing or not, he grabbed her hand first. "Shu, this is Big Brother's fault. I'll tell you the truth. You can't keep your distance from me." Yushu's heart skipped a beat. From his words, it was obvious that he knew about it. Her face suddenly darkened, and she said, "So, you really have an engagement with young Lady Rui?" "No." Shui Rui denied it without thinking. Seeing that she didn't look well, he was afraid that she would misunderstand. So he quickly explained, "My grandfather has the intention to marry the Count's estate. He's interested in the young lady of the Rui family, but the marriage hasn't been decided yet. It's just that the elders of both families have informed each other, and they haven't formally discussed the marriage." Yushu laughed angrily and shook off his hand. She said, "Your family has arranged a marriage for you, but you're hiding it from me. If I hadn't overheard it tonight, were you planning to wait until the marriage was settled before telling me? At that time, you'd coax me so that you could have two beauties and enjoy the happiness of having two wives, right?" Nonsense. Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to her conjecture. He grabbed her hand back and held it firmly, lest she ran away. Listen to me first. It's not too late to be angry with me. First of all, the marriage with the Count's estate wasn't my intention. You also know about the matter between me and the 10th princess. Outsiders thought that it was because of the death of my Schwef family. My grandfather didn't want to touch the emperor's heart, so he didn't talk about marriage with me these years. The 10th princess is also the empress's daughter. If someone wants to claim kinship with my Schwef family, they have to think twice. The Count's estate is the empress's mother's family. My grandfather wanted to marry the 10th princess. On the one hand, he also wanted to repair the relationship with the Rouet family. However, whether the marriage would be successful or not, it wasn't up to the two families to decide. Therefore, I thought that this marriage couldn't be done overnight, so I thought about how to make my grandfather give up the idea. At that time, you still wholeheartedly regarded me as a big brother. How could I mention this to you? So I hid it from you. After listening to his words, Yushu's anger also dissipated. She sorted out her thoughts and said with a straight face, "It's fine if you didn't tell me before. Why didn't you discuss it with me later? Am I that unreasonable?" In the first place, she didn't believe that Shui Rue would be a fickle person. Not to mention that she personally saw him jumping into the unpredictable depth of Dingbo Lake tonight. He was willing to take the risk because of a single sentence from her. There was no need to doubt this man's feelings towards her. She could only blame herself for hearing about it from Rue Zijou. Thinking of the delicate Miss Rue's shy appearance, she couldn't help but feel angry. A mouthful of sour water was choked in her throat. Seeing that her attitude had softened, Shui secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame God's will. Do you know what my original plan was?" Yushu shook her head. For a moment, she couldn't think of any good way for him to reject this well-matched marriage. "I've been eyeing this year's gentleman's hibiscus banquet for a long time," Shui Rue said in a low voice. Yushu was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she understood what he meant. Suddenly, her mood became complicated. "I originally thought that if I fought for the golden jade hibiscus, I'd present it to you in front of everyone to show my sincerity. Then we get married. Grandfather wouldn't be able to force me. Naturally, the marriage with the Earl's mansion would be left unsettled. Who knew? Who knew that I'd become the life breaker? Not to mention one golden jade hibiscus. Even if there were 100 of them, it would still be difficult to achieve anything good." Yushu's voice was heavy. From a moment that Jing Chan determined that she was the life breaker, a rope was tied around her neck. The other end of the rope was held in the hands of the emperor of the Da and dynasty. Wherever he led her, she had to go. If she ran in the opposite direction, the rope would take her life. She was such a big trouble. It was hard for Shui Rue to have the courage to accept her. Shui Rue saw her changing expression and guessed why she was worried. He sighed and pulled her hand to his chest. He rubbed her slender and cold fingers and slowly said, "When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it'll straighten out. You don't have to worry too much. With the two of us working together, we'll definitely find a perfect plan." Yushu didn't want Shui Rue to worry. She restrained her negative emotions. She frowned and said, "Then what about your marriage with the Rue family?" Miss Rue of the Rue family can be provoked by a few words from she want to deal with me. It seems that she has set her mind on you. If this marriage doesn't go through, will it backfire and make the misunderstanding on the Empress side deeper? The Empress had no children. If the Shui family intended to support Lu Tan to ascend the throne, it would be best to get the support of the Rue family. Otherwise, it would not be good for the future if the two families became enemies. Yushu's consideration was not wrong. However, when Shui Rue heard this, his eyes flickered. He smiled slightly and said, "There have been conflicts since a long time ago. It is not necessarily a bad thing to not do this." He was vague and evasive. It seemed that he didn't care about the enmity with the Earl's mansion. Yushu couldn't help but be curious. "What do you mean?" Shui Rue didn't answer. He pulled her curled fingers in front of his face and kissed it. He avoided the important point and said, "I have another way to cancel this marriage. You don't have to worry about it. But where's the other half of the gift you said you would give me? I have worked hard to get the golden jade hibiscus. I am waiting to exchange it with you as a token of love." Yushu couldn't stand his intimate behavior. She pulled her hand back and glared at him. "You have a nerve to mention it to me. I asked you to exchange the golden jade hibiscus, but I didn't ask you to exchange it with your life. You're not good at swimming, but you dared to jump into the middle of the lake. If something bad happened, where should I go to cry?" Shui Rui laughed. He didn't care about her cold face. He raised his hand and pinched her soft chin. He said, "If I am so useless, I am not worthy of you, a female fortune teller who can determine life and death." After saying that, he got up and went into the bedroom. After a while, he came out with the purple jade hairpin in his hand and gave it to Yushu. "This year's golden jade hibiscus is made of ice chiseled from the Great Snow Mountain. It will become cold when it is hot. It is very rare. It is stuffy these days. Put it on the bed and you'll have a good night's sleep." Yushu took it and looked at it carefully. It was indeed an exquisite item. The hairpin carved from purple jade was only 1/3 the size of a real hibiscus flower, but inside and outside, it were stacked with hundreds of layers of petals. The petals were as thin as ice gauze and as transparent as silk clothing. When they were in full bloom, the faint purple light was very moving. She played with it for a while. Then she looked up at Shui Rui and said, "Did you open the other half of the gift I gave you last night?" Before Shui Rui went into the lake to look for the lamp, Yushu gave him a brocade bag. Inside it was a purple crystal fan pendant that had been nourished in the wind pond. "I didn't have time to open it." Shui Rui took out the brocade pouch from his clothes. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, without paying attention, Yushu reached out and snatched it away, stuffing it into her sleeve. "Hey, what are you doing? I promised to give you the other half. It will take a few days to finish. I will keep this half for you and give it to you later. Brother, wait for me. I'm sure you'll like my gift." If he saw the fan pendant, he would definitely guess that she was going to give him a fan. Then there would be no surprise. Shui Rui looked at her shameless behavior. He squinted his eyes and bent down with his hands behind his back. His handsome face approached her. "I have been busy all night, but in the end I got nothing. If it were you, would you be happy?" Yushu admitted that she was in the wrong. She gave a hollow laugh and subconsciously shrank her neck. She rolled her eyes and tried to fool him. "It's just a few days later. I didn't say that I won't give it to you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Chapter 536. Shui Rui stole a kiss from Yushu's lips. While she was still dizzy, he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her over. He spun around and sat on the chair. He pulled her into his embrace and buried his head in her hair. He took a deep breath of her fragrance and laughed softly. "I've accepted your benefits. Let's wait a few more days." Yushu sat on his lap and didn't push him away. She just pursed her lips, went around his back, and pinched his waist with one hand. Shui Rui didn't care about this little bit of pain. He hugged her who was light and delicate, yet he felt incomparably at ease in his heart. He grabbed a strand of her hair and fiddled with it while whispering in a gentle and soft voice. "You must be angry that they slandered you at the banquet tonight. Fortunately, you refuted them one by one and didn't let anyone hold anything against you. I'm afraid there will be gossip in the future. She has always been proud and arrogant. Others can only flatter her. You didn't give her face several times. Naturally, she won't tolerate you. But she made such a scene at the hibiscus banquet. The two ants must have seen through her tricks and will control her well. She will be well-behaved for a while. You should also calm down. If she doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything." "All right, you said she's going to marry to the northeast. How long will she wait?" Yushu leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes. "Next month, at the latest, there will be a decree from the palace. She will prepare another dowry. After 2 or 3 months, she will be on her way. Rumor has it that Prince of Dongjing is good at war. He commands 200,000 troops to guard the northern frontier. He is a brave man and has a bad temper. Shiwen is such an unruly woman. If she goes to him, she will suffer. Thinking about it, I feel better." "Oh." Yushu sat in Shui Rui's arms and didn't see the strange expression on his face when she mentioned Prince of Dongjing. The two snuggled for a while and didn't separate until they heard the maid's voice outside the door. After supper, Shui Rue walked the yawning Yushu to the door of the second floor. He watched her enter the house before turning around and going downstairs. Back in his room, Shui Rue did not rest. Instead, he asked Gui Qi to light the lamp in the study room. He sealed a letter with half of the code words in a toothpick tube, applied silver and red wax, and asked Gui Qi to secretly send it to the Nanlin lumber shop in the north of the city. In the dead of night, Shui Rue sat at the head of the bed, rubbing an inconspicuous bronze button in his hand. His face was shrouded by the swaying light and shadow, looking deep and unfamiliar. The next day, Yushu woke up in the middle of the night. She was sleeping soundly on this side, but she did not know that the city of Enling was in an uproar overnight because of the exquisite death spell that she showed in public. Yesterday at the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet, more than 70 male and female guests, half of them saw Yushu's death spell with their own eyes. Among them, there were many descendants of the E-School. When they went back that night, they reported this matter to their elders, causing a great uproar. Knowing fortune and misfortune, determining life and death. These 6 words reached the heavens and divined people's fate. Even a mighty E-School did not use such means. In the 300 years since the establishment of the Daoan dynasty, there is only one record of such an immortal in history. It was the founding Empress Ningxin, the founder of the Celestial Commissioner. But now, a female fortune-teller like Yushu, who had no family, actually appeared and could determine death. Fortune, misfortune, life, and death were all people's fates. Fortune, what people looked for. Misfortune, what people avoided. Life, what people expected. Death, what people feared. Mortals were most afraid of the word death. Because they were afraid of death, they were eager to know. However, today the whole capital had changed masters, 12 families, and even the Celestial Commissioner could not determine life and death. From this, it could be seen how tempting Yushu's death spell was. More importantly, such a character was actually a woman who came out of nowhere. That night, all the families had their own ideas. Several families made plans, and all decided to express their goodwill to this female fortune-teller who could determine life and death. Therefore, when Yushu got up to wash her face and rinse her teeth, there were already more than 10 visitors coming in and out of the door of her house in the south of the city. The greetings blocked the main door, and greeting cards came like snowflakes. Who knew how many people wanted to see Yushu once? Zhao Hui sent someone to Wang Ji Lu to find Yushu. She was holding the whole set of crystal masks and was about to go out to find Pei Jing to discuss when to sell it. The person who came was Yushu's personal maid, Yin Do. After listening to her talk about the situation at home, Yushu secretly sighed. This reaction came faster than she had imagined. Go back now and tell my mother to open the door. She doesn't need to see any guests. Just do what you need to do. Invite whoever comes to the front hall to drink tea. Accept all the gifts. Take the name card and wait for me to go back. If someone asks about me, just say that I went to visit a friend. I don't know anything else. Did you write it down? Yushu gave Yin Do some instructions before letting her go back. She hesitated for a while, then went back to her room with the box of crystals. She asked Xiao Dai to call Gui Ba up and wrote a short note, asking him to go to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to invite Pei Jing over for a chat. In less than half an hour, Pei Jing rushed over. Yushu was waiting for him in the tea room on the second floor. Pei Jing entered the door with a gust of wind. He stared at Yushu for a while and asked, I've heard about what happened last night. It's rumored that you could determine life and death. As long as you look at the 8 characters, you can determine the time of death. Is it true or false? It was no wonder that Pei Jing was doubtful. He watched Yushu grow up. He thought that his child could see clearly. He didn't expect that she was a swan that spread its wings yesterday. But now she had a bright future. Yushu poured a cup of tea for him and asked him to sit down and rest. Then she told him unhurriedly, It's true, but it's inevitable that others will exaggerate it. I can only use this strange art of determining death after 30 days. Once it's divined, it will reveal the secret of heaven. It will greatly damage my own fortune. Pei Jing was already prepared. When he heard her confirmation, he was still surprised. His heart suddenly felt like it was being scratched by a cat's paw. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing his expression, Yushu guessed something. She smiled and said, "Uncle, you look open-minded. You're a long-lived person. At least you have 30 years of wealth to enjoy. Even if you know when you will die, it will be a long time in the future. Instead of worrying and worrying, it's better not to be afraid." Pei Jing was stunned. He took a deep breath and freed himself from the temptation of curiosity. He sighed and said with a smile, "I've lived for a long time, but I can't see as clearly as you." After a pause, he said, "Now that this matter has been spread out, there will be a group of people who want to take advantage of you. Some are jealous, some are trying to rope you in, and maybe some are threatening and coaxing you. You need to be on guard early and be more cautious in the future." Seeing that Pei Jing did not ask her to predict life and death, Yushu was relieved. Instead, he gave her advice. "Uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't be at a disadvantage." After saying that, she pushed the box of exquisite crystals to him. Talking about the limelight at the banquet last night, there should be no one who didn't notice her attire. Pei Jing pinched the straight beard on his lips and said with a smile, "It couldn't be better." The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce has a treasure house in the north of the city. It has an excellent reputation. Every day, the people who come in and out are high officials, nobles, refined scholars, and celebrities. After 3 days, I will put this set of objects there and stamp your name as a fortune teller. I will send out invitations to people to appraise it. You will only look at it and not sell it. It won't be long before you can gather a group of rich people. Just wait for them to raise the price." Yushu smacked her lips. Looking at the crystal headwear and earrings in the box, she felt a little reluctant when she thought that they were going to change owners. But very quickly, she remembered that she was in a tight situation, and this bit of reluctance disappeared without a trace. After Pei Jing left, Yushu went downstairs to find Shui Rue. Seeing him alone in the hall making tea, she asked curiously, "It's already noon. Why hasn't the second young master Zhu come yet?" Last night at the hibiscus banquet, Zhu Qingjue and Shui Rue made a bet on who could snatch the golden jade hibiscus. In the end, they lost to Shui Rue, so they owed a bet and made an appointment to meet at Wangji Restaurant this morning. Early in the morning, Shui Rue went to the Supreme Court's roll call. Yushu was still asleep. When he came back, he heard from a maid that Yushu was receiving guests upstairs, so he did not show up. Perhaps the two of them had spent the night together in the Forgotten Opportunity building last night, which would cause others to think too much. He just sent a message. He'll be here soon. Shui Rue invited her to sit next to him and asked her why Pei Jing came. Yushu didn't intend to tell him that she was going to sell the set of crystal headwear, so she answered vaguely. "Uncle heard about what happened last night and came to me for confirmation. He asked me if the art of absolute death was real or fake." Shui Rue raised his eyelids. "What did you say?" "Of course it's real." Yushu curled her lips. "You're the only one who knows my background. I'm not afraid that someone will leak it out." Listening to her words inadvertently reveal her trust in him, Shui Rue was very satisfied. Yushu told him about the blockage at the house in the south of the city. Finally, she sneered, "It's bustling with activity. Profits come and go. These people are really fast. What happened last night? They've already rushed to the door today." Shui Rue said, "You can stay in Wangji Tower for a few days. A tall tree attracts the wind. You should stay away from the limelight. Don't rush to show up. Wait for them to cool down." Yushu nodded. "That's the only way. I have a class in Taisher Shuyuan in the afternoon. I'll pretend to be sick and escape. We'll talk about it in 2 days." While they were talking, Gue Chi sent a message outside that second child Zhu had come. Shui Rue and Yushu looked at each other. The latter was about to get up. "I'll go upstairs first. Call me when you're done talking." Shui Rue stopped her and shook his head. "Don't bother. Go to my study. Don't make a sound and just listen." At this point, there was nothing to hide from her about the 10th princess. Yushu hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't resist her curiosity. She agreed and turned in the study next door. As soon as she closed the door of the study, she heard a clear voice outside the door. "Lord Shui, I came as promised." Yushu pricked up her ears. Brother Zhu, please come in. Shui Rui's attitude was much gentler than last night. Zhu Qingjue entered the door without delay. As soon as he sat down, he went straight to the point. You got the golden jade hibiscus last night. I promised to answer a few questions from you. What do you want to ask? Let me hear it. Shui Rui was not in a hurry. He poured the brewed tea into the pot. Suddenly, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Zhu Qingjue was also a tea lover. He sniffed and was intoxicated for a moment. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise good craftsmanship. Shui Rui closed the lid of the teacup with a flip of his hand, and then he grinned lightly at him and said, Chapter 537. 3 years ago, when Shui Rui was young and ambitious, it was when Zhu Qingjue returned to the capital to study and was in high spirits. That year, at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet, the 10th princess, who was an outstanding beauty, had charmed many young men. Unfortunately, no one was able to obtain the 2 golden jade hibiscus flowers at the banquet. Shui Rui's first question made Zhu Qingjue's face turn cold. What do you mean? Shui Rui's expression did not change as he slowly said, Rumor has it that when the 10th princess was born, there was a strange phenomenon of sunset. The celestial commissioner divined that her 8 characters were extremely strange, so she died too early. She was only recorded in the Imperial Jade Archive when she was 3 years old. Before she reached the age of 15, she had been living by the side of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. After the Emperor inherited the throne, your father became the Celestial Commissioner and was in charge of sacrificial ceremonies. He often entered the forbidden area of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As the only son of the Grand Preceptor, Brother Zhu was highly valued and often taught by him. Also, I heard that Brother Zhu loved tea as much as his life. This was similar to the 10th princess, so I guess that Brother Zhu and the 10th princess had known each other for a long time. Shui Rui had been appointed as the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court. In the past year, he had handled countless cases. He was best at connecting all the clues together, dispelling the false and keeping the true. A little tea was enough to reveal the secret relationship between Zhu Qingjue, the son of an important official, and the 10th princess of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Seeing Zhu Qingjue frown, Shui Rui did not need to admit it to know that he was right. The second young master Zhu did have a friendship with the 10th princess. So what? Zhu Qingjue said bluntly. Instead, he questioned, Your old friend is already dead. Now you're investigating her when she was alive. What are your intentions? Shui Rui saw that he was not afraid and had a plan in mind, so he did not beat around the bush. Brother Zhu, why do you think the 10th princess passed away? Hearing this, Zhu Qingjue's expression suddenly changed, as if he had heard a joke. Lord Xuan knows the cause of the 10th princess's death better than anyone else. Why are you still asking me? Shui Rui shook his head and said, How the 10th princess died is something that only the person that schemed against her knows the best. Could it be that Brother Zhu is like the others, believing those rumors and thinking that she was harmed by my younger sister? Zhu Qingjue narrowed his eyes. Of course I won't listen to rumors. I know what's true and what's false. Your sister is still young, so she might not have the intention to harm others. However, whether or not she was instigated by others, I don't know. You can tell. How are you going to tell? Shui Rui raised his brows. Since when did Brother Zhu learn the death sentence mystic art? I didn't know about it. Zhu Qingjue's expression changed as if she suddenly thought of something. She straightened her back and looked at Shui Rui suspiciously for a while before she suddenly said, You asked that female fortune teller to tell the fortune of the 10th princess? Then, without waiting for Shui Rui to answer, she said to herself, Yes, others can't ask for it, but she is your sworn sister. Shui Rui didn't interrupt. He would wait for him to sort out his thoughts, and then see how he would react. Zhu Qingjue only lost his composure for a moment before he came back to his senses. He stared coldly at Shui Rui and asked, What did that female fortune teller say? Shui Rui said calmly, I can tell you, but you have to answer my last question first. Do you have an affair with the 10th princess? You. Zhu Qingjue was furious. He stood up from the chair and clenched his fists. It's not him. Shui Rui instantly concluded in his heart. Then there's nothing, he said to himself. He picked up the purple clay teapot and poured a cup of tea for Zhu Qingjue. I was presumptuous. Brother Zhu, please don't take offense. This cup of tea is my sin. Please sit. Zhu Qingjue didn't move. Shui Rui glanced at him, then turned to the door of the study and said, Shu, come out. Zhu Qingjue was startled. He turned to look at the lightly closed door. Inside the room, Yushu was eavesdropping when she was suddenly called by Shui Rui. She touched her chin, tidied up her clothes, pushed the door open, and came face to face with the black-faced second young Master Zhu. Young Master Zhu. Yushu walked to the soft chair next to Shui Rui and sat down. She raised her head and looked at Zhu Qingjue. Just now, she was inside and carefully listened to the conversation between the two people. She could roughly guess Shui Rui's intention. Ah Shu, tell Brother Zhu what you divined from the 10th princess birth date and 8 characters. Yushu nodded and told Zhu Qingjue the truth. The 10th princess lost her footing in the Sea View Tower. It was her own doing. No one harmed her. And in her life, there was a peach blossom tribulation, which provoked the star of misfortune before the accident. That peach blossom tribulation happened to be on the body of a man called Xiao Ji. I deduced from the appearance of misfortune that the 10th princess's death tribulation was caused by this Xiao Ji, but my big brother is a dog. She didn't speculate any further, and her words stopped there, yet she hit the nail on the head. The 10th princess' death was her own doing, and it had nothing to do with Shui Rui. At the end of her words, Shui Rui continued, I don't know what misunderstanding Brother Zhu had about me before. But if the 10th princess really died because of me, I don't have to go through so much trouble to find you to find the truth. After all, 3 years have passed. How many people still remember that incident? The annoyance on Zhu Qingjue's face was replaced by surprise. He slowly sat back, frowning and thinking. Yushu winked at Shui Rui. Could it be him? Shui Rui shook his head gently. It's not him. You came to find me today because you suspect me? Zhu Qingjue asked in a deep voice. Shui Rui and Yushu's words were watertight. He didn't completely believe them, but at least half of his doubts were dispelled, and he was a person from the Xiao family. Thinking about it, he knew why Shui Rui would target him. Shui Rui said honestly, I suspected you before, but when I talked to you just now, I realized that Brother Zhu doesn't look like a shameless person. Zhu Qingjue looked at him deeply and said, You guessed correctly. I was able to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple because of my father. When I was young, I knew the 10th princess. I was 2 years older than her. When we met, we became playmates. When we grew up, we treated each other like siblings. At this point, he paused, looked at Yushu, and said, Just like you and the fortune teller. Shui Rui didn't say anything, but Yushu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eyes. The two of them were selling dog meat. If Zhu Er and the 10th princess wanted to deceive them, then it was the truth. As soon as Zhu Qingjue started talking, he said, I left the capital to study. When I came back, the 10th princess had reached the age of marriage. After the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet that year, she moved back to the palace from the Imperial Ancestral Temple. I was happy for her, but I also heard about you asking for an imperial edict. I secretly inquired about you. I knew that you were a romantic person, but you didn't go too far. I was relieved. I also took the opportunity of working in the Imperial Physician Bureau to check the 10th princess pulse and talk to her about you. He looked a little strange. He hesitated for a while before continuing. She once told me that she didn't like you. However, His Majesty had spoken, so she had no choice but to secretly write you a letter to express her attitude. She wanted to see if you could break off this engagement, but you didn't reply. I wanted to think of a plan that would satisfy both sides, but before I could think of a plan, she got into trouble. After that, he quietly watched Shui Rui's expression, trying to find some flaws from his face. So, you think that I received a private letter from the 10th princess rejecting the marriage and knew that she didn't like me. So I became angry and instigated my sister to go to the palace to bring the message, causing her to lose her footing and fall into the lake from the sea view tower, and finally die? Shui Rui calmly tried to figure it out. Zhu Qingjue coughed lightly and said confidently, I thought so before, but after fighting with you at the banquet last night, I don't think you are a narrow-minded person. These words actually returned Shui Rui's previous doubts about him. Whether you believe it or not, Shui Rui said faintly, I have never received a private letter from the 10th princess. Before she died, I didn't know that she didn't like me at all. From the divination of my sworn sister, I think that the 10th princess was manipulated by a scoundrel who instigated her to take risks and frame my third sister, thus destroying the marriage arranged by His Majesty. I didn't expect that she would die overnight because of her beauty. A topic that touched on a person's scar like this would inevitably cause the person involved to feel embarrassed. But after Yu Shu's explanation, Shui Rui had already let go of the guilt he felt towards the 10th princess, and even the infatuation he had when he was young had completely vanished. Now, he only wanted to find out the person who plotted against him behind the scenes. So, we didn't know about it. Zhu Qingjue was suspicious. His gaze fell on a set of old cooking utensils on the tea table, and he couldn't help but think, if Shui didn't know that the 10th princess was resisting the marriage, then he had no reason to harm her. The 10th princess falling from the Seaview Tower was a bit strange no matter what. The young lady of the Shui family was still young, so she wouldn't have any intention of harming others. Could it be that she really jumped from the building to avoid the marriage? Once this thought came, it couldn't be taken back. Chapter 538. On the second day after the hibiscus banquet, Yu Shu's house in the south of the city welcomed her first visitor. She didn't want to return home, so she stayed at Wangji Lu. She wanted to hide in peace, but someone found her the next day. In a private room on the second floor, Yu Shu was leaning against a rattan chair with one leg curled up. She was flipping through a rare edition of the Spirit Chest scripture that Xia Jiangmin had previously copied for her. There was a small square table next to her, with half a plate of green grapes and a plate full of grape skins. My grandfather asked me to invite you to our house as a guest tomorrow. He said he wanted to thank you in person for saving me in Xianshan Garden. Xian Lu awkwardly sat on the chair opposite Yu Shu, passing the message on behalf of the elders in the family. Yu Shu looked up at her with a smile on her face. When I saved you, didn't your ancestor give me a copy of Qiao Qiao and Rare Objects? How long has it been? Do you still want to thank me again? If it was someone else who was invited by the master of the Xian family, such as Celestial Commissioner Xian, to be a guest, they would immediately agree. But Yu Shu wasn't someone else. She was a female fortune teller, and her value had increased exponentially. She was a master of changing her body from white to white. To put it bluntly, she was like a fragrant and piping hot bowl of red braised pork. If it was placed in front of a group of people who had never eaten fish before, who wouldn't want to come closer to smell it and take a bite? Today, Xianzhua invited her, and tomorrow, he would invite her to Taishi Lu for tea. This Xianzhua was really uninteresting. It was clear that he came for her death sentence strange technique, but he still found a dignified excuse to order Xian Lu around. Xian Lu scratched his head. He also felt that his grandfather's excuse was too fake, so he might as well tell the truth. Father called me over to ask about you, and also wanted me to bring you back. I was also afraid that he would have designs on that strange technique of yours, so I especially repeated what you said at the hibiscus banquet. Grandfather promised me that he wouldn't ask about your secret, so I agreed to look for you. After that, he looked at Yu Shu eagerly, waiting for her reply. Yu Shu put down the book and sat cross-legged. She asked her, "Don't you get anything out of this trip?" Xian Lu blushed a little and said in a small voice, "Grandfather said, if you are willing to come, you must give me the 2 longevity beads that he treasures. Those are my 5th brother's treasured items. I will exchange them with him for some small toys." Hearing her honest confession, Yu Shu was not angry. After thinking for a while, she said straightforwardly, "Okay, I'll go with you. Tomorrow, I'll go to Taisher Library first. I'll look for you after class." Xian Lu was delighted to hear this. He twisted his body and sat next to Yushu. He hooked his arm and said intimately, "Lotus Room, you're so kind. Tomorrow, I'll have the mansion prepare good food and drinks to entertain you." Yushu pinched her round cheeks. After talking for a while, Xian Lu happily went back to report on the completion of the mission. As soon as she left, Yushu calmed down. At this critical moment, she agreed to visit the Xian family. On the one hand, it was because of Xian Lu. On the other hand, it was for her own consideration. Although she clearly stated the interests of the death-severing magic art at the banquet, there would still be a large group of people who did not give up. Among these people, some were easy to get rid of, and some were not. She could not always hide from them. With Xian Lu's relationship, the Xian family would not do anything outrageous. She could use this trip to review their attitude and spread the news through the mouths of the Xian family. If she met someone in the future, at least there would be a precedent, and it would not be difficult. In the evening, when Shui Rui came back, he heard Yushu mention Xian Lu's invitation. He knew that she accepted. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's good for you to go, but I have something to tell you about Left Judge Xian's character. Big brother, please speak." Xian has held the position of the Celestial Commissioner's left judge for 10 years. It's not that she doesn't have any methods. Ji Huaishan, you have seen it. To be able to become a high-ranking official like the Celestial Commissioner, which one of them is not a schemer? My second aunt is a daughter of the Xian family. Although the two Fu are in-laws, they're not close. Do you know why? Shui Rui answered his own question. That is because the 9th prince is away from the capital. He thought himself clever and went to get close to the 7th prince. Grandfather does not like him being two-faced, so they rarely interact. This is to tell you privately. A few months ago, he helped Ning Wang to trip up Jing Wang. His Majesty is still angry. Yushu raised her eyebrows. She thought that Xian Lu was a good bamboo shoot. Why did it sound like her grandfather was a bad bamboo? I'm telling you this because I want you to be careful. When you see him tomorrow, don't be fooled by his kind face. Shui Rui patted Yushu's shoulder and went into the inner room to change. Yushu remembered his reminder. At first, she didn't really think much of it. She wasn't a real little girl. How could she not distinguish between good and bad? But when she saw Xianya the next day, she realized that Shui Rui's reminder at this time was very necessary. On the 9th day of the 6th month, Yushu returned to Taishi's shoe garden for class. In the morning, there were many people in the garden. She did not deliberately take the small path and received a lot of attention along the way. She arrived safely at Shushui Tang, where Feng Zijing was lecturing. It was inevitable that some tales followed behind her. But strangely, on the way, no one dared to come forward to strike up a conversation. Sidu Qingwan had already reserved a seat for her. When she sat down, she looked at the figures lingering outside the door and said to her, "I thought you wouldn't come today." Yushu put down the pen, ink, and books and joked with her. "I'm afraid that Academician Fong will be angry and remove me from the list." All the affairs of Taishi's shoe garden were decided by the 18 academicians. For those who were disobedient and stubborn, the academicians could remove them from the list at any time and never teach them again. This was a punishment second only to dropping out of school. Grandfather won't do that. Situ Qinglan winked at her and whispered, "You cherish it now." The two talked in a low voice. More than a dozen people in the same hall wanted to talk, but they couldn't find the right time. It was because Yushu rarely interacted with these people, so everyone felt that she was not easy to get close to. After a while, Feng Zijing arrived. Seeing a group of people outside the door, none of them were his students. He angrily drove them away. When he entered the door, he didn't even look at Yushu. When the class was over, the sloppily dressed old man hurried away with his books again. From beginning to end, he didn't show any extra attention to Yushu, which made Yushu puzzled. Feng Zijing, who was proficient in all kinds of magic, should be the one who was most interested in her. After class, Yushu found Xian Lu, who had been waiting for a long time at the front door of Taishi's shoe garden, and went to Xian's house with him. It was not the first time she came to Xian's house. Yushu came to Xian Lu's hairpin ceremony, so she went back to the side courtyard. Today, Xian Lu directly took her to the main room. Yu Shu met the current old master of Xian's family in the tea room of the main room of Xian's house, Xianya, a left judge of the fourth rank. Before coming, she had imagined what Xianya looked like. But when she saw him in person, she couldn't help being stunned. This is Xian Lu's grandfather? Are you sure he's not Xian Laowu, who sold fans in the south of the city, who changed his clothes and bleached his hair? Chapter 539. Xianya was Xian Guangyan's father. It was not surprising for a son to be like his father. However, he was an old man in his 60s with a ruddy complexion. Other than a few strands of white hair, he did not show his age at all. This made Yu Shu curious. Xianya and Xian Guangyan had the same appearance, but the way he behaved was very different from the unscrupulous businessman. As a junior, Yu Shu stepped forward to greet him. He saluted back politely and invited her to take a seat. He played with a pair of tiger head walnuts in his palm. He asked the servant to serve tea and spoke kindly to her. I invited you to my house today to thank you for saving Fei Fei last time. The other reason is that I was curious and wanted to meet the rumored female fortune teller for a long time. I want to see what kind of person she is. Now that I have met her, she is indeed worthy of her name. His words were nice, but it sounded like an exaggeration. Yu Shu also knew how to say cheap words. Left judge, you flatter me. I have been rude. I should have come earlier to visit you several times. I beg for forgiveness. Xianya would not blame her. He said that Yu Shu did not come to visit him, but even if she did, he would still have the time to see her. Today, both of them were well aware of each other's intentions. After a few words, they even changed the way they addressed each other. Xianya called her Miss Lianfeng, and Yu Shu called him Master Xian. After a while, Xianya found an excuse to send Xian Lu out. I heard that you have been preparing the dishes since early in the morning. Go to the backyard and have a look. Someone will stay for lunch later. Don't be slow. Xian Lu did not think much and went out. Only Xianya and Yu Shu were left in the tea house. The servant changed the tea and fruits and quietly retreated to the door. Yu Shu saw the situation and knew that it was time for serious business. Sure enough, Xianya looked at her with a smile and said, I heard from Fei Fei that you have been in the capital for less than a year. You used to be from Yiyang in Jiangnan. Yes, Yu Shu said casually. Last year, I went to the capital for Dian. By chance, I was able to settle down. Xianya nodded and said with a tinge of emotion, things are different now. Back then, you were just a commoner. Now, you're a female fortune teller that everyone envies. Back then, I was just a bastard son of an aristocratic family. Later on, Xianya reminisced about the past. When Yu Shu heard the beginning, she could already guess that this was an inspirational story of a bastard son struggle. Logically speaking, such a topic could easily resonate with a scholar from a poor family. But Yu Shu is a person with a lot of thoughts, so how could she be moved so easily? When Xianya was done talking about herself, she looked at Yu Shu and said, I suffered a lot when I was young, so I'm happy to promote ambitious young people like you. My Xian family isn't at the top among the 12 families, but our reputation is well known outside. Every year, when the Dian rankings are released, the teachers of various professions will be replaced. Many people volunteered to serve under me. Today, a portion of them have a bright future ahead of them. Xianya smiled and said proudly, Our Xian family's great chain shop has the most customers in Enling. From the nobility to the martial arts scholars, the number of divinations we receive every day can fill up an entire book. There are 3 experienced great change masters overseeing the shop. Those inexperienced great change masters who serve in our great change shop for a month will learn as much as what they learn in the great change shop. On the contrary, it will be more convenient and the rewards will be more generous. When Yu Shu heard this, she roughly understood the reason why Xianya asked her to come today. It was to invite her to serve in Xian Ri's Great Change Hall. Even though she had already planned to reject the offer, she could not help but be tempted now. She did not care about the reward, but it was a rare opportunity to come in contact with more difficult divination questions and exchange knowledge with experienced great change masters. She had studied the law of time of calamity for so long, and she already had a way to make up for it. The only thing she lacked was time. This was the foundation of her life, and there were many uses for it. This was a breakthrough in her learning of great change, but it also reminded her of the bottleneck she was about to face. After completing the Law of Time of Calamity, she had to learn what she should study next. The Chaotic Sky Divination Record that she got from Jing Chun was an amazing book on astrology. However, without Jing Chun's guidance, it would be difficult for her to improve in this field. As for the rest, such as the Law of Rain and Feng Shui, these were all small skills. As for physiognomy and writing, she was just a beginner and could not even be considered a dabbler. Thinking about it this way, other than the Law of Time of Calamity, she had no other skills that she could use. Of course, the art of 6 trigrams was not inferior to the Chaotic Sky Divination record. However, her innate talent was extremely poor, so she could not comprehend it deeply. At that time, Taoist Qingzheng taught her the art of 6 trigrams only so that she could perform divination herself and make up for her 8 characters. Otherwise, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. The principles of the 6 lines and 6 lines could predict natural disasters and ask about national affairs. Even if it was only 50% accurate, it would be enough to make her wake up laughing even in her dreams. Just as Yushu was reflecting on her actions, Xianya finally returned to the topic at hand. I know that you have not been on good terms with any mansion or aristocratic family in the capital. You only have a name in a restaurant and manage some accounts. However, listen to my advice. Those who learn great change should avoid wasting their talents. In the long run, it will not be good for their reputation. Moreover, you are a genius. Why don't you find a great change hall in the capital? Yushu thought about it and smiled bitterly. It's not that I have never thought of working in a great change hall. To tell you the truth, before I finished my studies, I set up a stall in the south of the city to tell fortunes when I first came to the capital. I earned some traveling expenses. However, after I passed the Dain examination, I offended the sage fortune teller, Han Guan. I believe that many great change halls did not look for me because of this reason. Xianya's eyes flashed. Naturally, she brought up the topic. I have also heard about this. Previously, I was busy with work and did not manage to invite you. If Miss Lian Fong is willing, you can come to our great change hall. We will definitely guarantee you a place. Xianya's plan was well thought out. Yushu was a master of disguise, and the moment she entered the Xian family's great disguise hall, in the eyes of outsiders, she would become a member of the Xian family. With this stamp, even if she did not do anything, she would be able to use her death-sealing art to bring her family's reputation to a whole new level. In the future, if anyone mentioned the art of death, they would look for either the female fortune teller or the great change hall of the Xian family. They would ask for many benefits. In comparison, it was not worth mentioning whether Han Wenguang would mind. Xianya knew that Yushu was not a fool. After hearing his invitation, she hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, old Master Xian. However, I am currently studying at the Taisher Library. I have no other distractions. Xianya smiled. He switched to the pair of walnuts with his right hand. He lifted his sleeve and pointed a finger at her. If Miss Lian Fong is willing to come to our great change hall, I can promise you a great benefit. Why don't you listen? Seeing that he had a card up his sleeve, Yushu could not help but be curious about what he had in mind. Xianya stood up and pointed behind the curtains. Please follow me inside. Yushu hesitated for a moment before following. This was a side room of the tea hall. It was not as bright as the outside. The windows on both sides were tightly shut, and only light shone through the curtains. In the room, there was a round table and 2 armchairs. However, the first thing that Yushu saw was something on the table that was covered with a white animal skin. She did not know what it was, but it must be the benefit that Xianya promised. Please sit. Xianya walked to the table and waited for Yushu to sit down on one of the armchairs. Only then did he remove the white animal skin, revealing a small and exquisite bronze incense burner. This incense burner was the size of a hand and was 7 inches tall. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. It had 2 layers and a round mouth and a fat belly. It looked adorable and had a bright green luster. It did not look like an incense burner, but a collector's item. Xinu was not in a hurry to reveal it. She placed the tiger head walnut in her hand aside and untied the sachet that she carried with her. She opened the sachet and poured the sachet into the small green burner. A hollow golden ball the size of a coin rolled out and landed at the bottom of the burner. Yushu looked at it carefully. There was something in the ball. She suspected it to be some kind of spice. Xinu took out a match and lit the bottom layer of the small green burner. When she saw the sparks, Yushu discovered that there were 2 thin pieces of green charcoal at the bottom layer. After doing this, Xinu sat down on another chair and let the small green burner burn. She picked up the walnut and turned it around twice. She said, "This old man is bold enough to ask if Miss Lianfeng has learned the true 6-line scripture other than the death-sealing technique." Yushu's expression changed, and she looked up at him. She had never publicly announced that she knew the 6-line scripture. Even Xian Lu did not know that she had this skill. How did this Xian find out about it? You don't have to look at me. This old man and the former celestial commissioner, right Judge Ji Huaishan, were colleagues. After he was imprisoned, his family came to me to plead for him. I heard from his son that you and the Hyde One Miss from the Ji family had the same master. The master taught you the true 6-line scripture. It was only because Miss Ji went to the capital to study that half of the process was delayed. But you managed to learn everything. Xianya explained this part of the past and hid the name of the Ji family. She promised him that as long as Ji Huaishan was safe, she would exchange the true 6-line scripture for that place. Yushu did not know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this. Taoist Qing Jing only had 2 disciples in total. One was her, who had a dog sh*t life, and the other was the talented Yunhua Ez. The Ji family threatened and bribed her to get the 6-line scripture. After Ji Xingxuan learned it, she dared to tell others about it. It was really shameless. That is what the Ji family said. I did have a master as my master, but my master has only accepted 2 disciples so far, not including me, who is useless. The last time was 20 years ago. As for where Miss Ji became his disciple, I'm not sure. Yushu did not explain in detail. She only let Xianya know that she and Ji Xingxuan were not from the same sect. Xianya nodded. It seemed that he was more willing to believe in Yushu. He did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he changed the topic and returned to Yushu. I am proficient in the art of physiognomy. I am used to judging people. Miss Lianfeng, please do not mind me. In my eyes, you are smart, but your talent is naturally lacking. If you were not diligent, you would not be where you are today. However, the true 6-line scripture is recorded in the books. It is a unique skill. If you do not have the best talent, it will be difficult for you to make a divination. If I am not wrong, although you have learned the 6-line scripture, you cannot predict other people's affairs. At most, you can predict yourself. Yushu was speechless when he hit the nail on the head. This was one of her regrets in life, and she could not refute him. Xianya observed her expression and smiled. She pinched the toy in her hand. Chapter 540. In my opinion, there's a way for you to use the art of 6 lines. It is not limited to talent. Are you willing to make an exchange with me? Yushu did not expect that Xianya would throw out such a sweet bait. Her heartbeat sped up, and her breathing quickened. She knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, but she could not help but be swayed. The art of 6 lines was also known as the art of answering all requests. One question, one divination. Whether or not the divination could be completed depended on one's constitution. It was because of one's constitution that one could not change unless they were reincarnated. That was why she had always treated the art as useless, even though she had it. She was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but could not get it. That was how she felt now. What advice does Lady Xian have? I would like to hear it first. Yushu reminded herself not to fall into Xianya's trap. Xianya glanced at Yushu's cautious expression and asked, "Does Lady Lotus Room know about the 6 founding artifacts?" Yushu had participated in the Saint Ancestor Sacrificial Day not long ago. As the artificer, she knew what Exainia was talking about. It is a compass, a sword, a book, a ruler, a cauldron, and a Rui scepter. It was said that 300 years ago, Emperor Anwu relied on these 6 treasures, and with the help of Empress Ningzhen and her followers, he conquered the world and unified it. After peace, Ningzhen passed away, and Emperor Anwu buried her with the 6 treasures. They were still buried in the underground palace of the Imperial Mausoleum. The bronze artifacts that they held on the Saint Ancestor Sacrificial Day were just a set of bronze molds. They were not the real thing. Exainia nodded and said, when the dynasty was first established, the Saint Ancestor used the 6 treasures to rule the world. Unfortunately, after Empress Ningzhen passed away, the 6 treasures were suppressed in the forbidden area of the Imperial Mausoleum. There are not many historical records. Gradually, even their names were forgotten. They were only known as the book, sword, ruler, cauldron, compass, and Rui scepter. Yushu asked with interest, what other names do they have? I am ashamed. I only know one thing, but not the other. Exainia shook her head. Seeing the disappointment on Yushu's face, she twirled the walnut in one hand and pointed at the charcoal burning bottom with the other. A wisp of silver smoke was rising from the small green stove. What do you think this is? Hearing this, Yushu stared at the little green stove. Her nostrils moved, and she smelled a strange fragrance. She couldn't help but close her eyes and take a deep breath. She felt extremely refreshed and comfortable. She shuddered and opened her eyes. Looking at the little green stove with smoke curling up from it, he said suspiciously, Lord Exon, please don't tell me that this incense burner is one of the 6 artifacts. Stop messing around. The 6 founding tools were antiques that were at least several hundred years old. Although this little green furnace wasn't new, it was at most a dozen years old. What was that supposed to mean? If you want to scam people, you should be more professional. Without explaining, Exainia smiled mysteriously and said, among the 6 treasures, there are 3 of them. There was a cauldron. According to legend, burning incense in this cauldron could enlighten a person's 7 orifices, make a straw dog understand human nature, and make a fool gain wisdom. Wise men live a long life. This cauldron, its name is Tai Ching. Tai Ching cauldron. This was the first time Yushu heard of one of the 6 treasures. However, before she could think about it, Exainia threw down a bolt of lightning. The incense burner in front of you is obviously not the Tai Ching cauldron. However, it is indeed a fake artifact that the Exaian family spent many years and countless resources to build with reference to the Tai Ching cauldron. Although it is not as good as a real artifact, it is enough to help you use the 6 trigram lines. If you don't believe me, you could try it. Try it now. Yushu clenched her fist and smelled the strange fragrance without batting an eyelid. She slowly pressed her hand to her waist and took out the 3 divination coins that she always carried with her. Exainia looked at her actions and smiled. How about this? I am old and have moles on both my arms. Why don't you try and see how many moles there are on my left hand? As he said this, he pulled up his left sleeve and placed it on the table. Yushu looked calm on the surface, but in reality, she was almost unable to suppress her excitement. Seeing that Exainia's suggestion was not inappropriate, she nodded. It's possible, as long as Master Exaian tells me. How old are you this year? The 6 trigram lines asked about human affairs. It was always based on the person's fate. It was called Eye of the Trigram. If one did not know the Eye of the Trigram, they would not be able to divine anything. The moles were something that regenerated on a person's body. As such, one needed to know the person's age. I'm 57 years old this year. Yushu nodded and rubbed the 3 divination coins. She took a few breaths to get rid of all distracting thoughts. She quietly asked for her request and focused on the divination. She had to do her own divination every day. Occasionally, she would ask others. However, 8 out of 10 times, it would be an empty divination. The small matter she was asking now actually became a divination without any effort. Yushu licked her lips and carefully calculated the number of lines. Very quickly, she got the result. How is it? Exainia asked. Yushu raised her head and looked at Exainia. Sorry for offending Master Exan. Please roll up your sleeves and let me meet you. She did not hurry to say the divination because she wanted to prevent Exainia from playing any tricks. Exainia knew what she was thinking but did not expose her. She raised her hand and lifted up her sleeve, revealing her left arm. She first showed her one side, then the other. It was a well-maintained arm. The skin was smooth, and there were 2 black moles, one on top and one on the bottom. It was very eye-catching. Yushu held her breath and felt her heart jump to her throat. She got it. Exainia looked at her face and knew that it was a success. She smiled proudly and looked at Yushu with an even more amiable gaze. There is still half an hour left. Why don't you try again? I had a joyous occasion the other day. My youngest daughter is pregnant. Can you tell if it is a boy or a girl? What is the birthday of this aunt? When was she pregnant? Yushu asked the eye of the trigram. Exainia told her the truth. Yushu steadied her mind and took a few deep breaths of the aroma emitted by the small green stove. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she felt that her mind was much calmer in an instant, and the distracting thoughts in her mind were easily swept away. This time, the divination was successful. She found out that Exainia had a granddaughter. Yushu had a hunch that it could not be wrong. Sure enough, when she looked at Exainia, the latter gave her the answer. It is a girl. Phew! Yushu exhaled slowly. Her hands were trembling as she held the 3 copper coins. Hee, you should believe me now. How about it? Do you want to make an exchange with me? Exainia had put enough bait and finally started to reel in. Yushu's gaze lingered on the small green stove for a while before she shifted her gaze away. She gave Exainia a helpless smile and said, I'm sorry. Master Exainia, please tell me. I am listening. If she did not know that there was a way to use the 6 recombinant trigram lines, it would be fine. But now that such a great opportunity was placed in front of her, how could she bear to reject it? Exainia put away her smile and slowly raised her request. I would like to invite you to the Exainia Relight Great Exchange Shop. You're not allowed to leave for 10 years. This fake Tai Chi cauldron is yours. Yushu frowned and shook her head without hesitation. If it was a year or so, she might consider it. 10 years was too long. Seeing that she did not agree, Exainia spoke again. If you're not willing to come to the Exainia family's great exchange shop, that is fine. Then let's change. I want you to teach the 6 recombinant trigram line technique to the 6 recombinant trigram line. How about that? Yushu was stunned. She thought that Exainia was thinking about the death sealing technique. Why was he thinking about the 6 recombinant trigram line? Her time of calamity, law, could not be taught to outsiders. In comparison, the 6 recombinant trigram line was less important to her. Moreover, she was going to teach it to her close friend. It did not sound too hard to accept. She thought for a while and looked at Exainia's calm face. She struggled. Forgive me, but I cannot agree to that. Exainia Liu was a simple-minded person. Teaching her was equivalent to giving the 6 recombinant trigram line technique to the Exainia family. Today, Exainia Liu learned it. Tomorrow, he might pass it on to Exainia Chi, Exainia Ba, and Exainia Jiu. A few years later, they would become a family like the Exainia family. Exainia, you really had a good plan. Only now did Yushu feel that he and Exainia Lishan were indeed father and son. They were both cunning. If they could not keep their composure, they would only end up being blackmailed. Exainia's face finally turned cold after being rejected by her. He frowned and said unhappily, Miss Lianfeng, what do you think I am giving you in exchange? This imitation of the Tai Chi cauldron is unique to the Exainia family. It took 7 years of painstaking effort to build it. There are 3 of them in the residence. In the whole world, there is no 4th one. In terms of value, it is comparable to a special technique. Now that you have a request, are you not willing to pay the price? Seeing that he had turned hostile, Yushu did not feel guilty. Instead, she became sober. She looked at the cauldron that was no longer emitting smoke. She calmly kept the divination money on the table and said to Exainia, It is not that I am unwilling to pay the price, but your request is too harsh. To tell you the truth, I am interested in an official career. In the future, I will need to go to the Celestial Commissioner office. I will not be confined to the Great Exchange shop. When I came to be apprenticed to my master, I swore that I would not teach the special techniques of the Celestial Commissioner office to outsiders. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning. How can I agree? If it is really impossible, I will give up this cauldron. I'm not afraid that you will like to hear this. I did not use the 6 recombinant trigram line in the past, but I still became a female fortune teller in 2 rankings. In the future, even if I do not use the 6 recombinant trigram line, I will not suffocate to death. At most, I will regret that I will not be able to sleep. She added silently in her heart. After saying that, Yushu pushed the chair and stood up while her mind was still clear. She cupped her hands towards Xianya and said, I have learned a lot from Lord Xian today. This cauldron is a rare treasure. It is my fault for not being able to use it. Please take it back. Xianya looked at Yushu, who looked like a bachelor. She could not help but feel a little aggrieved. How could such a big child be so difficult to deal with? This room is stuffy. I will go sit outside. You, stop. Yushu stopped. She turned her head to look at Xianya. Since you're not willing to accept the first 2 conditions, let's talk about the last one. I know that you are proficient in the art of death. I want you to read the names of a few people. Do you have any difficulties? Yushu showed a troubled expression. In her heart, she raised 2 fingers. Oh yes. She walked back hesitantly and sat opposite Xianya. She reached out a hand and touched the little green cauldron that was still warm. She smiled at him. Chapter 541. That night, after dinner, Shuerue and Yu Shu were enjoying the cool air on the patio, listening to her talk about her trip to the Xian mansion during the day. Big brother is right. That left Judge Xian is really cunning. He used such a fake Tai Chi cauldron to tempt me, and then try to bargain with me. In the end, I thought I didn't lose anything, but who knew he still had a trick up his sleeve. Yu Shu stared at the small green cauldron between the 2 of them, and the golden red incense bag beside it, which contained the incense balls that Xianya placed in the cauldron during the day. Only this kind of secret Tihu incense can be used when burned in the cauldron. A small pill is only enough for me to divine 2 or 3 small things. Today, he gave me 3 pills, saying it was a deposit, and even tricked me into signing a contract. In the future, if I borrow his death-sealing art, he will give me 10 pills for every person he divined. Shuerue picked up the incense bag, took out a golden ball, put it under his nose, sniffed it for a while, and said, This fragrance is very special. Although it is called Tihu incense, it doesn't have much of the smell of Tihu. Camphor ice, white orchid, dragon's brain, and something else. It's most likely drugged. Why don't you take it home and ask Dr. He to take a look? Don't burn it for now, in case there's something hidden here that shouldn't be there. Be careful. Yushu nodded, feeling that it was necessary. Xianya said it was the 6 founding tools, but this small green cauldron and golden incense balls were very rare. They might be hiding something strange. Shuerue saw that she was still a little unhappy, so he comforted her, Don't be angry. You didn't get any benefits, but you didn't lose out either. This incense cauldron is not an ordinary item. It will be very useful to you. Xianya doesn't know that your death-sealing art is just a bluff, otherwise, she might not be willing to trade it with you. Yushu curled her lips, but without the incense balls, this cauldron is useless to me. When the incense runs out, if I need anything, I will have to rely on the Xian family. In this case, I still can't use my 6 Yao lines. Better than nothing. Shuerue laughed. Then, he thought of something and asked her, Xianya said that she wants you to divine someone's life and death. How are you going to deal with it? Other than Yushu herself, he was the only one who knew that her method was more accurate than the last for the dead, but it was hard to say for the living. Ha! Yushu slyly curled up the corner of her mouth. If he asks about a dead person, I will definitely calculate for him. If he asks about a living person, I can also calculate for him. I won't just brush him off. If he has good intentions, he will remind the person he divined that there is an 80% chance that the person won't die. If he has bad intentions, even if the person doesn't die, he will still obstruct the person, and there's an 80% chance that the person will die. Hearing this, Shui Rue immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "If he really wanted to harm someone, wouldn't you?" He had almost never said anything harsh to Yushu. The words helping a villain do his evil deeds were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. But Yushu knew what he was looking at. She immediately snorted and said in annoyance, "Am I that wicked in your eyes?" What I said just now, and the last two sentences, were the exact words I said to Exainya. I was afraid that he would have bad intentions and use me to harm others. That's why I made an agreement with him. If he wants to divine a dead person, it's fine. But if he wants to divine a living person, he can only do it if it's the entire Exaian residence. Exainya was the head of a residence, and she was getting on in years. The only thing she could think of was the safety of her family. He must have been out of his mind to want to harm his own flesh and blood. She had considered all aspects of her plan. She had to make sure that Exainya wouldn't find any flaws. The death-severing wondrous art was her trump card in the outside world. She had done too many wicked things in her previous life, which was why she died early. Now that she was reborn, she had to pay attention to her conscience. How could she go back to her old ways? My Shu is still the smartest. Shui Rue knew that he had misunderstood her. He smiled and held her hand, but Yushu was not in a good mood. She dodged his hand and hit the back of his hand. She glared at him. "Don't pull me around in the future. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. We don't have any status. I'm at a disadvantage to let you hug and kiss me." Shui Rue couldn't help but chuckle. "How was it no status? Aren't you my fiancé?" Yushu raised her eyebrows. "Then Miss Rue from the Count's residence is your fiancé. What are you looking at? What are you laughing at?" Yushu saw Shui Rue smiling at her. She didn't know why, but she felt unhappy. Hee, you're jealous of me. You obviously like me very much. Can't I be happy?" Shui Rue laughed heartily. His shoulders shook. He didn't hide his joy. Yushu suddenly knew why he was unhappy. "You're happy." She shook the hem of her dress and got up from the couch. She grinned at him. "As long as your marriage with Miss Rue is not canceled, let's not get close. I don't like to be at a disadvantage. You know that." Ever since she became friends with Shui Rue, she stopped thinking about Jing Chun. She wouldn't allow herself to be half-hearted. Of course, she wouldn't allow Shui Rue to take advantage of her. This was also because Shui Rue didn't have any feelings for Miss Rue. Otherwise, she would have fallen out with him. After Yushu finished speaking, she walked back to the room with the small blue stove and the sachet. She left Shui Rue leaning against the railing and sighing alone. Such a bad temper and a cruel heart. I like her so much. After the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, Yushu hid in Wangji Tower for 3 days. In addition to Exaian Liu, she also received a letter from Xia Jiangmin. The letter was nothing more than asking her about the death-sealing technique. Yushu replied to her letter with a mixture of truth and falsehood. She said that she would visit her after a while. Her family in the south of the city sent Yundo to pass the message every day. She said that there were many guests and gifts today. Her house couldn't hold them anymore. Yushu saw that this group of people didn't slow down. She felt a headache. It was good to receive gifts, but if it continued like this, it would disturb the peace of her family. The house in the south of the city was not big. There were only 2 courtyards in front and back. If there was more noise in the front, the backyard would not be peaceful. Yifangji left early and came back late. Yu Xiaoxiu had to go to school. It didn't matter if there were the 2 of them. But it was not a good thing that there were only old people, women, and children left in the house. With such troubles, Yushu remembered the house Lu Tan gave her. Xiao Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, owed her a favor. He took the initiative to help her renovate the house. Shui Rue found a wood shop to buy furniture for her. It had been a month. She didn't know how the decorations were going. Today, there was no need to go to Taisher Shuyuan. Yushu had nothing to do in Wangji Tower, so she planned to go and have a look. Unfortunately, as soon as she went out, she ran into someone she didn't want to see. At the door of the backyard, Yushu was followed by the little maid Yundo. When she was about to get on the carriage, she heard someone calling her Xiaoyu. She didn't need to look back to know who it was. Yushu turned her head and looked at Jing Chun, who was standing not far away with a horse. She frowned slightly. This person wouldn't give up until he reached the Yellow River. Did he not listen to the warning she gave him on the way back from the banquet? You are really here. Jing Chun didn't wear a Taoist robe today. He was wearing a blue and white, long-sleeved robe, which made his face more like jade. However, his eyebrows and eyes looked a little haggard. Why are you looking for me? Yushu didn't know if there were spies around, so she didn't dare to speak too casually. Jing Chun shook his head. Nothing. I just want to see you. Yushu directly ignored the second half of his sentence and said, if there's nothing, go back. I still have something to do. After saying that, she ignored him, lifted the curtain, and sat in the carriage. Yindo, on the other hand, glanced at Jing Chun a few more times before following her in. Lu Zhong, who was driving the carriage, didn't ask anything when he saw the situation. He directly avoided Jing Chun and went to the main road. The car was not far away. He turned his head and saw that Jing Chun was following them not too far away, so he told Yushu in the car, Miss, young Master Jing is following us. Don't worry about him. Yindo held back her words for a while and looked at Yushu hesitantly. Yushu couldn't stand her secretly looking at her, so she said, if you have something to say, say it. Don't waste time. Yindo carefully said, did young Master Jing offend you? He used to live in our small courtyard. Weren't you friends with him? When Zhao Hui and her husband first came to the capital, Jing Chun hadn't recovered his memory. Yushu arranged for him to live in the side courtyard. Yindo was originally a maidservant brought by Zhao Hui from Yang, so she naturally knew about these things. But as for why Yushu and Jing Chun broke off their friendship and turned against each other, apart from the two of them, very few people knew. Yushu raised her eyelids and said, the past is the past. Now is the present. He lived in our house when he was in dire straits. Now he is a relative of the emperor. His status is different, so he is different. These words were for the maidservant to hear and also for herself. Seeing her cold expression, Yindo didn't dare to say anything more. The house given by Lu Tan was on Baochong Street in the north of the city. It was in a good location. It was the residence of a scholar in the Wenhua Pavilion. The first house on the street was the family of Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. Not to mention other things, the security around this house must be excellent. When Yushu got off the carriage, she saw that the door facing south was open. On the left and right side of the door was a pair of swanee. The carvings were powerful and valiant. There were 3 steps in front of the door, and it was neatly paved. The door was newly painted with red paint, and each of the 2 doors was embedded with 12 fortune nails. They were all according to Yushu's requirements. The front door was very stylish and matched Yushu's status as a 4th grading master. It was just right and didn't overstep the boundaries. Yushu stood in front of the door for a while. The old gatekeeper recognized her. When he saw her, he quickly picked up the corner of his robe and ran out to welcome her. His legs were very agile. This old servant was bought by Yushu from the supply house. Originally, she wouldn't use a servant of this age to guard the door. But after hearing from Song Dali and Zhou Hu that this old man used to be a military instructor in the army and traveled to Jianghu when he was young, she thought about it and bought his contract to temporarily make him a gatekeeper. Miss, you're back. Yes, I came to take a look. Where's Zhou Hu? Yushu appointed Zhou Hu, the martial artist, as a steward. She saw that he was strong and not stupid. Steward Zhou is inside supervising the work. This old servant will go and call him now. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'll go in and take a look. You stay here. Yushu waved her hand and led Yindo into the house. Jing Chun tied up the horse and followed. Although the old servant saw that he came with Yushu, he didn't know him. After hesitating for a while, he reached out to stop them. So before Yushu could go far, she heard Jing Chun calling her. Xiaoyu. Chapter 542. In the afternoon, Junior Eunuch Ren stood on the 9 turns bamboo bridge in front of Taishi Tower. He looked at the fish swimming in the water expressionlessly. Qiming. Zhu Muzhao was dressed in a purple-green robe and a crown. He walked over from the cobblestone path. A cold-looking black robe guard with a saber followed a few steps behind him. Imperial Secretary. Ren Qiming bowed his head in greeting. Seeing his superior's thick robes, he knew that he had just come out from the palace. "Why are you standing here? Why don't you go in and wait?" Zhu Muzhao asked him gently. This lowly official saw that a few of the 1,000 life carps in the pond are missing, Ren Qiming said. Zhu Muzhao smiled. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. "The day before yesterday, Prime Minister Yin came and asked for them. I told him to fish them up himself. Who knew that he would disregard his status and go into the pond himself? He caught 4 or 5 carps in one go." A smile appeared on Ren Qiming's stiff face. Prime Minister Yin is an interesting person. There were 2 prime ministers in the imperial court. If Shui Lingnan was known to be heartless, then Yin Tianho was known to be an old urchin. There were not many prime ministers in the imperial court who cried and pretended to be pitiful in front of the emperor at the age of 61. The 2 of them walked into the hall. The black-robed guard stood outside the tower. Zhu Muzhao sighed as soon as he sat down. The smile on his face disappeared. Seeing this, Ren Qiming asked, "Did His Majesty summon you to the palace today to ask about the female fortune-teller? Other than that, there's nothing else." Zhu Muzhao said tiredly, "The gentleman's hibiscus banquet has ended. In just a few days, it has caused an uproar in the city. Now, everyone knows that this female fortune-teller knows the death sentence art. Even His Majesty has heard of it. It's inevitable that His Majesty will be moved and wish to see her." Ren Qiming frowned slightly. "His Majesty wants to see her personally? It was not easy for me to persuade her." Zhu Muzhao shook his head and slowly said, "Originally, after worshipping the ancestors and confirming the identity of the Mingpa person, His Majesty had an objection to seeing the person in person. However, for no reason to see a Yishur who has no official position, it would arouse suspicion. Thus, he dropped the matter. Who knew that such a strange incident would occur? It was a good excuse to deceive people. His Majesty was moved and just said that he wanted to summon her to the palace and use the divination matter to bestow her with an official position." When Ren Qiming heard the words "fate breaker," there was not the slightest bit of surprise on his face. Obviously, he knew about the great disaster. "Didn't you leave a position for this female fortune-teller long ago? Isn't it just right? Did you suggest it to His Majesty?" Zhu Muzhao nodded. "I was worried that there wouldn't be a chance to appoint her. Even though she's the 3rd rank of the 2 rankings, her qualifications are still shallow. If the appointment was given, I'm afraid it would arouse suspicion. She herself knew that she had to stand up and show her ability in front of everyone. In the future, when she is promoted to an official, there won't be too much criticism. After all, who wouldn't be convinced by the death sentence art?" Ren Qiming thought for a moment and then asked, "Should I tell Daozi about this?" "No need for now," Zhu Muzhao frowned. The emperor had personally promised Jingshun that before that group of traitors was found, he wouldn't force him to marry the Mingpa person. However, from the reports he'd heard in the past 2 days, the gap between Yu Shu and Jing Chun hadn't been mended yet. Based on this situation, if he really didn't care, they would be in love with each other and success would come naturally. It seemed to be a long way off. The Mingpa person has been found. Jing Chun doesn't need to stay in Taishu Shuyuan anymore. I'll suggest to His Majesty to transfer him to the Celestial Commissioner office and take over Lady Lu's position. Then, we'll issue a letter of appointment to Yu Shu. In the future, they'll both be in the Kuan-Ling Bureau. They'll be superiors and subordinates. They'll see each other every day. It's hard not to have feelings for each other." Back then, when Jing Chun appeared out of nowhere in the Taishu library, it was Zhu Muzhao who had used a secret divination technique to divine the predestined fate from his body. He guessed that the Life Destroyer was in the Taishu library and sent him there. Taishu is thoughtful. Ren Qiming expressed his agreement. Zhu Muzhao looked at the seal on the jade green table and was lost in thought for a while. Then he turned his head and said, "The day before yesterday, Prime Minister Yin came to discuss the war in the north with me. A few months ago, you and I observed the stars and divined that there would be a change in the north. The star of battle swallowed the void. The star of calamity moved, and peace was coming to an end. 2 months ago, the 6 Jurchen tribes in the northeast invaded. Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, used the excuse of recruiting troops. In half a month, he cleared the border trouble. However, the troops and horses didn't disperse. His Majesty was afraid of his great achievements. After discussing with Prime Minister Shui and Prime Minister Yin, they decided to marry Prince of Xiang's beloved daughter far away. However, His Majesty was uneasy and ordered the Empress to send a decree to the north. She found an excuse to summon Prince of Dongjing's mother and sister to the capital. The title of Prince of Dongjing had been passed down for 3 generations. Tracing back to Jiang Huaying's ancestor, he was a relative of Shizong. His maternal great-grandmother was once the Empress. In his generation, the bloodline had thinned. Jiang Huaying was almost 30 years old and had yet to marry. His father died in battle, and his mother was titled Lady of Wei. Other than his 2 concubine siblings, he only had his younger sister. This time, the emperor summoned Jiang Huaying's closest relatives after pretending to be the empress. Hearing this, Ren Qiming showed a strange expression. Is Jiang Huaying willing? Throughout the year, the Jiang family worked hard and made great contributions. Prince of Dongjing's reputation spread far and wide. However, the northeast was cold all year round. How could it compare to the prosperity of the capital? Jiang Huaying stationed troops every year. Who would believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives? Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes. I have done a divination. He is already on the way. Prince of Dongjing's thoughts are really hard to guess. The 2 of them fell silent. They were both worried about the unknown disaster in the north. It was already dusk when Yushu walked around the new residence in the north of the city. Zhou followed her and reported the work of the craftsmen these days. The courtyard with 4 entrances and 3 gates was considered a luxurious residence. There were 2 courtyards in the north and south with 2 small gardens. Letting Qiu Jiming, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, be in charge was a waste of his talents. In less than a month, they had tidied up 7 or 8 times. The soil and lime were all cleaned. Only the painting was left. It would take at most half a month to complete. Yushu looked at the cleanliness of the garden and was very satisfied. In order to move in as soon as possible, she asked Zhou to find a pen and paper to write down the various entrances and corridors. When she went back today, she would carefully study the feng shui layout. When the set of crystal jewelry was sold, she would buy bonsai, flowers, gold, stone, jade, and other things. You're a good steward. You're just a commander without any subordinates. Yushu praised Zhou, who was busy working with her. She smiled and said, when it's finished, we'll go to the conclave and buy some servants to train. We'll also send some people for you. Zhou smiled sincerely and cupped his hands at Yushu. I'll listen to your arrangements. Yushu came out of the residence and walked to the gate. She saw Jing Chun standing on the steps and staring at the old gatekeeper. She raised her eyebrows and walked over. Why haven't you left yet? She had been in there for at least 2 hours. Under the scorching sun, did he just stand there and wait? Xiaoyu. When Jing Chun saw Yushu finally come out, his expression relaxed. He looked at her nervously and couldn't help but feel a little wronged. I'm waiting for you. Yushu glanced at him thoughtfully. As she walked out, she said, Don't worry. Come with me. Chapter 543. Yushu sat in the carriage and ordered Lu Zhong, go to the south of the city, Huaixing Street. Jing Chun followed closely on horseback. After passing Qianyuan Street and heading south, he gradually became familiar with the road. Only then did he realize that this was the direction to the small courtyard on Huaixing Street. At dusk, the restaurants and taverns along the street were open for business. The smell of cooking wafted in the air, and the smell of alcohol and oil accompanied the hawkers' calls. Ordinary people came and went. The streets in the south of the city had always been noisier than those in the north. The carriage came to a residential area. Because the road was narrow, they stopped at the intersection. Yushu left Yindo in the carriage and got off alone. Seeing this, Jing Chen also tied the horse and quickly followed behind her. Yushu did not look back at him. She walked into the alley and arrived at her first place in the capital. The door of the small courtyard was tightly locked. There was a layer of dust on the lock, and there were some scratches. It had been unguarded for a long time and had been targeted by thieves. Yushu tiptoed and found a key in the corner of the door. She opened the door, patted the dust on her hands, and lifted her foot to push open the door. The two entered the small courtyard. Yushu asked Jing Chun to close the door and immediately asked, "Is there anyone following you outside?" Jing Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded honestly. Ever since he came back from worshipping the ancestors, there had been many spies nearby. It was said that they were sent by the emperor to protect his safety. But with his martial arts, there was no need for others to protect him. He only acquiesced to them to make them feel at ease. "Can they hear us if we speak here?" Jing Chun gathered his internal energy and pricked up his ears to listen outside the door. He said to her, "They are far away. They can't hear us." "That's good." Yushu looked around the small courtyard that had a beautiful memory. The sun was setting, and the setting sun peeked through the gray eaves, elongating the shadows of the two people in the courtyard. There was a faint smell of firewood and rice coming from the house next door. Once in this small courtyard, it was also filled with people. He remembered the beginning, the shy Xiao, the innocent Ming, and the idiot who had lost his memory and trusted him wholeheartedly. But now it was all gone. Yushu's eyes were filled with disappointment as she turned around. He faced Jing Chun and said slowly, "There are some things that I haven't had the chance to tell you before. Today, I'll tell you all at once." That night, after the two of them broke off their friendship, they spent a period of time as strangers. Then, Jing Chun confessed to Yushu about the fate breaker. Every time the two of them met, Yushu would either frown at him coldly or ridicule him. She was never willing to give him face. However, for some reason, compared to her angry look, Jing Chun was more afraid to see her cold and distant attitude. "Xiaoyu, if you have any resentment or dissatisfaction towards me, just say it all out. As long as you can vent your anger, I'll do anything." Yushu listened to Jing Chen's aggrieved words, but her heart was not moved at all. She looked at his handsome face and said calmly, "You and I first met in Yang. Little Xiao and I were kidnapped by a group of thieves, and you rescued us. I owe you one. Later, my godmother was seriously injured. I asked you for help, and you accompanied me to raise money. That was how she was safe. I owe you twice. After I entered the capital, I was discovered by the two bandit leaders who hijacked the ship. They sent killers to silence me, and you took the knife from me. I owe you 3 times. She carefully counted again and again. Although she was talking about Jing Chen's benefits, her clear calculation made Jing Chun subconsciously panic. When I owed you the first time, I thought you were a trustworthy person, so I thought of ways to get close to you and became friends with you. When I owed you the second time, I thought you were a trustworthy person. Then you confessed to me about the disaster on planet Kidu. Only then did I truly see you as a friend. When I owed you the third time, I thought you were a trustworthy person. You first saved my life, and then you risked your life to protect me. Only then did I fall in love with you. Taking advantage of your amnesia, I coaxed you to be my so-called boyfriend and girlfriend." At this point, she could not help but chuckle, thinking that she was smart at the beginning. Jing Chun, however, had a different feeling. Recently, he often dreamed that in the small forest in the south of the city, she blinked her bright eyes and asked him seriously, "Do you like me?" Such a bright and vivid little fish had always been buried in the depths of his heart. It was like the small bag of candy that fifth uncle brought back when he was a child. No matter how sad he was, as long as he secretly held one in his mouth, he would not have to worry. "Jing Chun, do you still remember the things you promised me?" Yushu was silent for a moment and suddenly asked. Jing Chun was absent-minded and could not answer for a moment. Yushu turned sideways and raised her hand to point at the central room facing south. That was the place where they used to eat. "Here, you and I will make a promise. You will swear that one day, when you recover your memory, you will not leave me. She turned her hand and pointed at the room facing east. That was the room Jing Chun used to live in. Here, you will personally promise me. When you remember everything, you will still remember the promise with me. You will not regret it. She turned her head and took back her finger. She pointed at her heart and poked it hard. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Her voice was hoarse. And here, I remember everything you promised me. I remember how good you were to me. So at that time, I was willing to go through water and tread on fire for you. I knew that your fate was Jidu Xing, but I still kept you by my side and carefully protected you. From the mouth of the Yangtze River to Anling City. Later, I was plotted against by the Ji family and was taken into the Celestial Commissioner's office. They forced me to tell them your whereabouts. I was kept in the dark and did not know your identity. I was afraid that they would harm you, so I gritted my teeth and did not say a word about your whereabouts. You might not know this, but although I'm a strong-willed person, I'm extremely afraid of pain and death. But as long as I feel that you're worth it, I won't do anything to harm you even if they put a knife to my neck, let alone break one of my fingers. But what about you? Yushu roared involuntarily. Her heart was cold because of the sincerity she had wrongly given. As soon as you regained your memory, you left without saying a word. I could take it that you did not want to implicate me, but you did not even leave a word. Were you not afraid of making me anxious? Did you have feelings for me or not? Do you know that I braved the heavy snow to look for you in half of the city? Because of this, I became seriously ill and even missed the exam. I almost missed you. Later, you became a Taoist and regained your identity. You gradually drifted away from me. Even when I was in danger and asked you for the yellow frost stone, you refused me. At first, you gave a yellow frost stone to me. I exchanged the ancient sword for it. Selfishly, I regarded it as a token of love between us. But you changed your hand and gave it to your junior sister. Yes, you have been in the same sect for more than 10 years. As an outsider, I cannot compare to you. But are you going to treat our agreement as bullshit? Being questioned and accused by her like this, Jing Qin did not know why. But when he saw the disappointment and resentment reflected in her black and white eyes, it stung his eyes. So it turned out that he had already started to hurt her without her knowing. He had never thought about these things. You clearly knew that Shui Yun was sinister and plotted to kill me, but you still protected her. Yes, I was fine, but she became a cripple. The world sympathizes with the weak. I know you are in a difficult situation, but where did the fool who claimed to protect me go? Yushu had long given up on Jing Chun. Her heart was cold, but now that she was talking about the past, she could not help but feel sad. She was not reconciled. She really was not reconciled. In the end, you and I parted ways. If you had simply said goodbye and never contacted each other, it would have been fine. But you just had to involve me in a big dispute and violate the agreement with me again. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists in her sleeves. Once again, she made up her mind. Then she looked up at Jing Chun, who was full of guilt. She did not soften her heart at all. She firmly said, "The first time, I saved your life on the river. The second time, I took care of your patient. The third time, I broke your finger for you. These 3 times, I've paid you back 3 times. We don't know each other anymore." After that, without looking at Jing Chen's expression, she turned her head and went into the main room. After searching for a while in the simple bedroom, she came out with a folded square note in her hand. Jing Chun looked at the paper in her hand. A bad premonition spread from his brows to his chest. "This is the promissory note you wrote to me last year. You have already violated your promise. This piece of waste paper is useless." Jing Chun watched as Yushu opened the well-preserved promissory note, tore it in half from the middle, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at his feet. "Remember, I'm even with you." At this moment, as if someone had dug a corner of his heart, he almost suffocated from the pain. He wanted to bend down to pick up the ball of paper. He wanted to say sorry to her. He wanted to tell her that he already knew he was wrong. He would definitely abide by the agreement with her in the future, protect her well, and not make her sad again. But he could not move a muscle, so he could only look at her ice-cold eyes and listen to her ice-cold words. "Jing Chun, I don't owe you anything. If you want to be a big disaster, that's the fate you were born to carry. If you don't want to give it up, that's your choice. I don't want to help you break your life. That's my choice. I know you can't give up, but why don't you ask yourself, why do you want me to entrust my life to you and share this huge responsibility? When you've thought this through, come and beg me again. Yushu spat out all the bitterness she had accumulated in the past. She looked up at the sunset in the sky, and even her vision became clear. She was a cruel person, but she was also a person who valued relationships and righteousness. No matter how many harsh words she said to Jing Chun, she always knew that she would always have a trace of softness toward Jing Chun. Not because of this righteous Taoist in front of her, but because of the naive and cute fool in the past. And it was because of this softness that she came up with a new idea. Her gaze swept past Jing Chen's face. Without saying anything more, she turned around and walked toward the courtyard door. Her pair of eyes that were getting brighter by the day were brewing with an unknown expression. Chapter 544. In the princess residence's bedroom, Shui Yun heard a maid report that Jing Chun had returned. She had someone push her to Sushi Pavilion. That was the favorite residence of Jing Chen's birth mother, Princess Liyue. Before her injuries had healed, she had always lived there. But a few days ago, the tendons in her hand had healed, and she could lift her wrist a little. So Jing Chun had arranged for her to move to another place. Ever since the matter of her scheming against Yushu had been exposed, Jing Chun hadn't turned against her and still took care of her injuries. He had personally treated her every day and helped her recuperate. But Shui Yun knew that this senior brother of hers, who had always been easy to talk to, had never forgiven her for what she had done. Shui Yun sat in a wooden wheelchair. The guards at the door didn't stop her, so she entered the pavilion unimpeded. Looking around the front hall, she saw Jing Chun sitting by the east window. He was holding something in his hand, lost in thought. "Senior brother, where have you been all day?" The sky was dark, and it was just past dinner time. Shui Yun knew that Jing Chun had left early in the morning on a horse without even bringing a guard with him. Shui Yun's popularity in the princess residence was very good. In such a large residence, there were dozens of servants, but only Jing Chun was a proper master. The servants all knew that the ninth prince had to call her little martial aunt when he saw her, so they didn't dare to slight her. It wasn't difficult to grasp Jing Chen's whereabouts. When Jing Chen heard this, he raised his head and looked at her. "You don't need to know." Seeing his cold attitude, Shui Yun's eyes darkened. It wasn't that she didn't feel bad, but if he asked her if she would regret it, the answer was no. Senior brother was a great calamity. His life had been saved by her father and her martial uncles. He couldn't abandon righteousness for the sake of a woman's love. If she had to do it again, she would still make a move on the woman who had moved senior brother's Dao heart, forcing him to cut off his love. Shui Yun had the maid push her in front of Jing Chun and had them withdraw. When they got closer, she could clearly see that Jing Chun was holding two crumpled pieces of paper. What did senior brother take out? Before Shui Yun could see the words clearly, Jing Chun had already folded them again and stuffed them into the front of his shirt. Nothing. Jing Chun turned to look at her. "What are you doing here instead of resting?" Shui Yun's hands were crossed stiffly on her knees. She lowered her head slightly and said, "You haven't come to see me recently, and there is no one in the princess mansion who can talk to me. I somewhat miss senior sister and junior brother." "Senior brother, is there any letter from Taoism? My father knows that he can't walk, so he must be sad." The palace lanterns in the outer hall were all lit up, illuminating the loneliness and worry on her thin little face. Shui Yun like this was very pitiful. However, Jing Chen looked at her for a while and said, "Since you were so worried, why don't you go back to the sect? Your death tribulation has been broken, and the person who broke it has also been found. There is no need for you to stay here. After you go back, Martial Uncle will definitely find a way to cure your leg injury." Shui Yun stiffly raised her head. Was he driving her away? She forced a smile and said, "My leg is inconvenient. How can I go back? Not to mention that you are alone in the capital. I am even more worried." "Worried?" Jing Chen nodded. That's why you've been keeping an eye on me all day, trying to find out my whereabouts. Even the guards by my side have been sending you messages from time to time. Do you feel at ease now? Shui Yun couldn't smile anymore. The man in front of her, who had seen through her little tricks with an expressionless face, made her feel a little unfamiliar. The sound of cicadas outside the window came in intermittently. Occasionally, there was the sound of partridge birds, and there was the croaking of frogs outside the building. But it seemed that the attic in the night was exceptionally quiet. "I'm just concerned about you." Shui Yin finally found her voice. "You found the person who broke your life, but you are not willing to tell me who that person is. I want to help you, but I don't know where to start." As she said this, she smiled bitterly. "I know you still hold a grudge against me for scheming against Miss You, but you have to think about it. This is related to the lives of the elders in the sect. How can I just watch you mess around? If you really implicate them in some disaster and harm them, you will definitely regret it. I would rather you blame me and stop you. Senior Marshal Brother, I was wrong, but did you do the right thing?" Jing Chun listened to her words and was in a daze. He thought of Yu Shu's disappointed eyes in the small courtyard at dusk. "Yes, you were wrong, but I was the one who was wrong the most." Shui Yun thought that he had heard her words, so she quickly softened her voice. She clumsily moved her right hand, grabbed a corner of his sleeve, and gently pulled. "Senior Marshal Brother, it's been so long. Your anger should have subsided by now. If you really can't, I will go see Miss Yu tomorrow and apologize to her in person. As long as she is willing to forgive me for a moment of foolishness, I will accept it even if she beats me to vent her anger. In any case, the person who broke my life had been found, so that woman was no longer a hindrance. If she could make up with Senior Marshal Brother, then there was no harm in her admitting her mistake." Jing Chun came back to his senses and met her pleading eyes. He suddenly chuckled, and there was a trace of ridicule in the corner of his mouth. "Am I very easy to deceive? I will believe whatever you say." "Senior Marshal Brother?" Shui Yin didn't know what Jing Chun meant by this. She just felt that he was a little strange tonight, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. "Marshal Uncle Sect Leader told me that I am destined to bring disaster to the people close to me, so I have to be pure and have few desires. I painstakingly recite Taoist scriptures and stick to my heart of Tao. I can't be easily happy, angry, sad, or happy. Otherwise, I will suffer a great disaster and will implicate the elders." I believed him. Since I was 5 years old, I have been very careful, afraid of causing trouble. I don't dare to cry, laugh, and don't dare to get close to others. I lived like this for more than 10 years. Do you know who I talked to the most in the Jingyi sect on Mount Longhu? It was a mountain monkey. Jing Chun looked ahead with unfocused eyes, not looking at Shui Yun's expression. "You told me that you discovered Xiao Yu's secret and said that she shouldn't live and with a lonely soul reincarnated. So you threatened me to break all ties with her and not contact her. I also believed you. So I broke all ties with her, broke my oath, and let her down." Shui Yun couldn't help but interrupt him. "Why did you suddenly say this as if someone lied to you? You guys didn't lie to me, did you?" Jing Chin's voice was a little cold. Shui Yun moved her shoulders uneasily, opened her mouth, and said helplessly, "Okay, even if I was wrong, there is no problem with Miss You. What the sect leader said should be the truth, right? All these years on Mount Longhu, it's true that whoever is close to you will suffer. Even I often stumble. Senior Brother, what are you thinking? Why are you speaking in such a disorderly manner? Why are you so suspicious?" Jing Chen lowered his head and said to himself, "Now that things have come to this, I don't know what is true and what is false." The sect leader, who had cared for him since he was a child, lied to him and didn't let him fall in love for more than 10 years. It had nothing to do with the evil spirit of Kidu's star, but she was afraid that after he met the person who broke his life, he couldn't bear to kill the man and was unwilling to marry the woman. His junior sister lied to him and wanted to kill the woman he liked, forcing him to make a choice. It had nothing to do with his joy or anger, but he was afraid that he would implicate her family. Even his master, who raised him until he was an adult, lied to him. He knew that he was a great disaster, but he never mentioned it to him. In this world, The people closest to him would treat him unscrupulously in order to achieve their goals. What else could he believe? Only her, only that person. She lied to protect him. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Shui Yun was full of suspicion. A few days ago, Jing Chun was still fine. Today, he went out and came back with a change. He must have seen someone and heard something. She thought about it and soon had a guess. She frowned and asked in a low voice, "Did you go to see Miss Yu again today?" Ever since he came back from worshipping the ancestors and found the whereabouts of the person who destroyed his life, senior brother no longer had to worry about the disaster on Kidu Star. He sent the tiger bones to Yu Shu and reported to the Imperial Historian's library every day. Shuiyin had heard of these things. However, her relationship with senior brother was stiff, so it wasn't easy to dissuade him. She could only keep an eye on his whereabouts. However, she expected that Yu Shu wouldn't make up with him so easily. She had seen that woman before. She was powerful and arrogant. She was not easy to talk to. Right now, senior brother's strange appearance must have something to do with Yu Shu. Did she say something to you? Shui Yun's expression changed. She grabbed the hem of Jing Chen's clothes tightly. She didn't know where she got the strength to reprimand him in a deep voice. Senior brother, you are a great disaster. You carry the righteousness of the country on your shoulders. You haven't broken your life and haven't escaped from the calamity. You still have the mind to listen to the gossip of an outsider. I really don't know what to say to you. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Jing Chun raised his hand and broke free from her. He raised his head and looked at her with a pair of clear eyes. Outsider? The outsider you mentioned saved my life. She wasn't afraid of me, a disaster. She stood up for me when I was in danger. In your eyes, she is an outsider. But in my eyes, she is the only person in the world who sincerely treats me well. Jing Chun pressed his hand against his chest. Through the fabric of his clothes, the too thin halves of the promissory note actually made him feel a lot of hatred for a moment. He hated his gullibility, his naivety, his ruthlessness, his helplessness, and even more so, he hated the fate that he was born with. Why was he the great disaster? When he was born, his parents died. He was originally a bad omen, but because of the agreement between the royal family and the Taoist sect, he survived. So in the eyes of those people, his life was not his, right? But what else could he do except accept this fate? Jing Chen laughed. At this moment, he understood a truth. He stood up and was about to walk out. Shuiyin wanted to stop him and ask him, but she had just recovered from her injury, so she couldn't grab Jing Chun. She could only whisper behind his back, "What happened to you? Senior brother, senior brother." Chapter 545. After Yu Shu saw Jing Chun, she returned to the Forgotten Machine Tower. Before she went to sleep, she did not manage to wait for Shui Rui's return, so she suppressed a load in her heart and secretly made up her mind. The next morning, Gue Qi sent a message outside the door that Shui Rui sent Lao Chue to deliver a message last night, saying that he has taken over a difficult case and has to go out of the city to investigate. He can't come back these days. Yu Shu is ready to go to the fan shop in the south of the city to find Xin Li Shan. She wants to see how her precious fan is made. Unexpectedly, there's a guest in Wangji Tower. In the tea room in the backyard, Zhu Qingjue is standing in front of a pot of canna with his hands behind his back. Hearing the footsteps, he turns around and sees Yu Shu. "Child Zhu, where's Lord Shui?" Zhu Qingjue doesn't come here to see Yu Shu. "My eldest brother is not here. He is on official business." Zhu Qingjue frowns and says to Yu Shu, "Ask someone to find him. I have something to say." Yu Shu thinks that there is some progress in the matter of the 10th princess. She smiles at him and sits down. He went out of the city and won't come back in a short time. "Child Zhu, you can tell me what you want to say. Anyway, I already know what I should know." Zhu Qingjue tilts his head and looks at her. Yu Shu usually doesn't wear makeup. She only draws her thin eyebrows before going out. Her fair and delicate face looks more heroic. She doesn't have the pretentiousness of ordinary women. At first glance, Zhu Qingjue can tell that she is a straightforward girl. However, Zhu Qingjue still thinks that the girl he saw at the hibiscus gentleman's banquet that day is more like her nature and more imposing. I remember something about 3 years ago. Zhu Qingjue wasn't a suspicious person. When she heard Yu Shu speak and recalled the relationship between Yu Shu and Shui Rui, she felt that it was all right to tell Yu Shu about it. Child Zhu, please go ahead. Zhu Qingjue turned around and faced Yu Shu. She did not sit down. Before the tent princess had the accident, I went to the palace to write a prescription for her. Once, she asked me to help her collect a set of Xianing House Journal. Speaking of this matter, his face was obviously a little confused. Yu Shu, however, did not detect anything unusual. She asked hesitantly, "What is this Xianing House Literature Journal? Poetry collection? Banned books? Or those essays describing love and romance?" Many guesses popped up in her mind. Zhu Qingjue glanced at her with slight disdain and said, "That is a chess manual written by Mr. Ning Mufang, the great Qin scholar of the previous generation. It is very rare and very precious." Yu Shu understood his expression and was not embarrassed. She only knew about the spiritual chess scripture, but she had never heard of Ning Mufang. What's wrong with that? Zhu Qingjue snorted lightly, thinking that if Xue Chengbi was here, he would understand as soon as he heard this. The girl in front of him was so uncultured. It was as if she was playing the lute to a cow. He had run over early in the morning and even told her this in a serious manner. The 10th princess does not like to play chess and has always been indifferent. Isn't it strange that she suddenly wants me to help her find such a precious chess manual? In fact, Zhu Qingjue suspected that the 10th princess wanted this chess manual to give to someone. But in the palace, who was good at chess and needed her to please them, Zhu Qingjue could not think of one. Since it was not from the palace, it must be from outside the palace. You're saying the 10th princess wants this chess record for someone? I didn't say that. I just found it strange. Zhu Qingjue did not mean what he said. He did not want to believe that the 10th princess had an affair with someone and wanted to give it to him in private. Yu Shu rubbed her chin and thought about it. She asked him, "Then did you help her find it?" "Yes, that set of chess manuals. There were 4 volumes in total. I searched for them for half a month before I collected them all. I had just sent them to the palace when something happened to her a few days later." Zhu Qingjue's voice was a little low. It was obvious that he thought of the 10th princess's sudden and unclear death. Yu Shu had an idea. Did the 10th princess give the chess manual away after she got it? If she gave it away, then who has the chess manual now? If she didn't give it away, then who was she going to give it to? There was no doubt that the man named Shao Ji was the most suspicious. The 10th princess had most likely given this chess manual to him. Yu Shu was a little depressed. If Shui Rui was here, she might be able to find a few suspects based on this. However, she was not familiar with the people in Anling City and did not have the ability to know everything. "Young Master Zhu, is this the only thing you remember? Is anything else?" Zhu Qingjue hesitated for a moment and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. He took 2 steps forward and handed it to Yu Shu. Yu Shu took it and saw a poem written on the paper. It said, "Time is limited. Don't wait for the flowers to fall. Mountains and rivers are empty. Take pity on what is in front of you." In her opinion, it was different from those sad poems. As for the deeper meaning, as an illiterate, she could not understand it. This is 3 years ago, about a month after the hibiscus gentleman's banquet. The 10th princess copied this poem and asked me to evaluate it. What do you think of it, Yu Swansea? If Zhu Qingjue knew that Yu Shu was illiterate despite having more than a year of money, she probably wouldn't have shown this to her. Yu Shu said, She pretended to read the few lines of the poem in her hand again. After a while, she said, "The writer of this poem should have a good mind. Otherwise, it would not be comparable to the sentence 'mountains and rivers are empty.' However, it does not sound like a woman." Half of this was a guess, and the other half was purely bluffing. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qingjue actually nodded cooperatively when she heard this, and she said, "Indeed, this poem doesn't seem to be written by the 10th princess. At that time, I heard of many dissolute deeds of Shui Rui, and I felt that it would be written by him. I've come today to seek confirmation. Yushu looked at Zhu Qingjue's matter-of-fact tone, as if Shui Rue was a dissolute ruffian who would secretly write love poems to young girls. She felt displeased in her heart and instantly said coldly, "My brother is a very polite person. How can he be so sneaky?" Even if Shui Rue was not here, Yushu could not bear to see him being wronged. Zhu Qingjue saw her serious face and raised his eyebrows, saying, "You believe in his character. What if it was really written by him? If it was really written by him, I will eat this piece of paper." Yushu did not frown and shook the paper in her hand. "I will keep this poem with me. When my brother comes back, I will tell him what you said. Child Zhu, if there is nothing else, please go back first." After asking what she wanted to ask, Yushu felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. She opened her mouth to send him away, which was not the kind face she had when she asked him to stay. Zhu Qingjue suddenly felt the back of his molars itching, but he endured it. He thought that it was difficult to deal with a villain and a woman, so he would not argue with her. But at this time, he did not know that the person in front of him was a villain and a woman. "No hurry. I have one more thing to ask the fortune teller for help." Zhu Qingjue suppressed her restless temper. Because she was asking for help, she forced a smile at Yushu. She had been standing still for a long time, but now she walked over and sat down opposite her. Yushu wanted to go back upstairs to have a divination. Seeing that he was not leaving, she became a little impatient. "I'm afraid I can't help you, child Zhu." She did not want to help him even if she could. First, Zhu Qingjue was not on good terms with Shui Rue. Second, he was the son who urged Jing Chun to marry and have children with her. They were not the same kind of person, so she did not need to be on good terms with him. "Don't talk so rashly, fortune teller. Now there are few people in the capital who do not know your ability. I'm not asking for your help for free. If this thing is done, I will reward you greatly, and I will definitely make you satisfied." That was because Yushu had heard his last sentence. She remembered his identity and thought of an idea. She lifted the corner of her mouth and asked, "Tell me first, what do you want from me?" Chapter 546. When Shui Rue saw Yushu standing at the door, he thought he was seeing things. "Why is she here?" "Big brother." Yushu had been on the road for the whole night, but she was full of energy. She looked at Shui Rue from head to toe as she entered the door. She could tell that he hadn't rested well for the past few days. It was almost dawn, but his clothes were still neat and tidy. She couldn't help but tease him. "You're up early." Shui Rue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded Hadaku in a low voice. "I told you to go back and deliver the letter, but you brought him here directly." Hadaku felt wronged and helpless. This person insisted on following him. What did it have to do with him? "It's not his fault. I insisted on coming." Yushu walked to the table and put down the box. She pointed at Hadaku and said to Shuiru, "This guy is really tight-lipped. No matter how I asked, he refused to tell me. What happened?" Hadaku scratched his head and looked at Shuiru. "All right, you can go now. Get someone to boil some water and make something to eat." Shuiru sent his men out and closed the door. He turned to look at Yushu, who had rushed to find him overnight. He thought that she was worried about him. The exhaustion from staying up all night disappeared without a trace. The two of them sat at the table. Shuiru told her about the murder that happened in this restaurant not long ago. Half a month ago, His Majesty sent the imperial censor, Zhou Qing, to investigate the two provinces secretly. A group of people passed by here and stayed in this restaurant for the night. The next day, the guards found Zhou Qing dead in his room. His head was separated from his body and was missing. Yushu was shocked. No wonder Shui Rue rushed to Pei County. The person who died was actually an imperial envoy. "The horoscope that Big Brother gave me belongs to the deceased magistrate Zhou, right?" "Yes." Shui Rue nodded. "I have doubts about the cause of Zhou Qing's death, so I wanted to ask you for help. I want to see if your divination can help me calculate some useful clues." Yushu's time of calamity law could deduce the time of death of a dead person and the cause of death. If the deceased was murdered, she could even deduce the identity of the perpetrator. "I've calculated everything on the way here." Yushu reached out to the box, opened it, and rummaged through it for a while. Finally, she took out a few pieces of paper. When they were in the carriage, even though it was bumpy, she still calculated the 8 characters of the deceased to save time. She lowered her head and looked at the scribbled words. She told Shuerue the information that she found useful from her calculations. I've calculated the disasters that happened to Lord Zhou in the past month when he was still alive. On the 8th day of this month, this man offended a villain, and the root of the disaster was Xiaoho. On the 9th day, he touched the spirit of Nan, so he shouldn't go south. On the 10th day, there was a bloodbath. She looked up at Shuerue. Magistrate Zhou was murdered on the 10th day of this month, right? Yes. Shuerue clasped his hands together and twirled his thumbs. His eyes were deep in thought. Zhou Qing received the imperial edict on the 8th day of this month. Not many people knew about it. He left on the 9th day. On the 10th day, he died. He reached out for the pieces of paper that Yushu had given him. Let me see. My calculations are too messy. Look here. Yushu pointed at a few dates. As for the dense Arabic numerals and arithmetic symbols on the paper, she was not worried that Shuerue would be able to understand them at all. Shuerue pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Qing just happened to have committed a despicable act on the day he received the emperor's decree. This so-called despicable scheme ought to be the person behind the scenes of this murder. The person that the other party planned to kill wasn't Zhou Qing, but this imperial envoy that was heading to the Liang and Guang provinces. It looks like someone in the capital doesn't want Zhou Qing to go to the 2 provinces. Does that mean that the mastermind is this Xiaoho? Yushu asked. Using the law of the time of calamity to predict people's misfortunes had a very subtle aspect to it. If it was a bloodbath or a quarrel, then the culprit would be the one who had direct contact with the victim. For example, in Zhou Qing's case, the pig that Yushu had predicted was definitely the murderer. But if it was a villain, then the villain corresponding to the root of the misfortune would be the mastermind, and not the one who had direct contact with the victim. Xiaoho! Shuerue's gaze settled. After a while, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He laughed coldly. That's a good plan. Yushu saw that he seemed to understand, but she was confused. She asked curiously, Big brother, do you know who it is? Shuerue returned to his senses and looked at her before he said, I roughly know what's going on, but there's one more thing that needs to be confirmed before we can come to a conclusion. Yushu's eyes lit up. Tell me quickly. At this moment, because Shuerue came to an understanding in his heart, the pressure he'd been feeling for the past few days disappeared. It was already daybreak outside, and the morning light shone through the window. When he saw the red strands of exhaustion in her eyes, his heart softened, and he said, After you've eaten breakfast later, go take a nap first. I'll talk to you once you've rested well. Yushu protested. How can I sleep if you don't finish your sentence? No, you have to make it clear to me first. However, Shuerue ignored her protest. As he tidied up the divinatory box that she messed up, he said to her kindly, Even if you're not going to sleep, I have to sleep as well. I haven't slept for 3 days because of this case. Hearing this, Yushu immediately shut her mouth. Shuerue smiled and naturally held her hand on the table. He said, I haven't been in the capital for a while. Did you cause any trouble? Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, Don't worry. I'm in the limelight now, and no one dares to provoke me. It's just that there are people sending gifts and invitations to my house every day. It's annoying. Isn't it good to have gifts? Shuerue touched her hand. He was in a good mood. Yushu grinned, and she couldn't help but want to laugh when she thought of the house full of good things that she'd gathered recently. However, she still had to put on an act in front of Shuerue. What's so good about it? It caused me to have to be sneaky even when I returned home, and I had to wait for the sky to turn dark. Shuerue knew that she was stingy, but he didn't expose her. It's just that he hasn't seen her for half a month. Hearing her lively tone and looking at her sly eyes, his heart felt itchy. Then, did you miss me? He suddenly changed his tone and asked. Yushu glanced at him. She was used to his cheeky face from time to time. So, she calmly asked, Did you miss me? Shuerue nodded without hesitation. Yes. After that, he turned around, patted his thigh, and said to her, "Come sit here, let big brother hug you." How thick can this person's face be? When Shui Rue saw that she wasn't moving at all, he pinched her hand. His peach blossom eyes were alluring as he said, "What's wrong?" Yushu rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back. She wasn't tempted. She firmly said, "Did you forget what I said last time? The matter between you and Miss Rue is over. Don't think that I will get close to you." Hearing this, Shui Rue immediately put away his joking expression. He didn't play around with her. He seriously said, "When this case is solved, I will talk to grandfather when I return to the capital." Previously, Shui Rue didn't directly refuse Shui Lingnan's arrangement. On one hand, he didn't want to have a conflict with the old man. On the other hand, he wanted to repair his relationship with Yushu. He was worried that Shui Lingnan would know his thoughts and stop him. In any case, his relationship with Yushu couldn't be put on the table for the time being. It could only be used as a cover-up, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to refuse the marriage with the Earl. Even if Yushu didn't say anything, he felt that it was inappropriate for the two families to misunderstand each other. While the two were talking, Hadaka knocked on the door and brought in hot water and breakfast. After eating breakfast, Shui Rue arranged for Yushu to live in the empty room opposite him. He also sent 2 guards to stand guard in the corridor. He also went back to his room to catch up on sleep. This sleep lasted until the afternoon. Yushu woke up before Shui Rue. It was not a good feeling to stay up late on the road. She didn't feel it in the morning, but when she woke up, she felt dizzy. Staying in the room was stuffy, so she wanted to go out to get some fresh air. She changed her clothes and walked out of the room. Seeing that the door opposite was closed, she knew that Shui Rue was still asleep. She didn't knock on the door and was about to go downstairs. The guards standing in the corridor didn't stop her. When they saw her going downstairs, they sent one of them to follow behind her. This restaurant was more imposing than Forgetful Airport, but it was not small. It had 3 floors. There was a hall in the front and 2 floors. Because Shui Rue ordered the local government to close the door, there were no guests inside or outside. The door downstairs was closed. Yushu came down from the corner of the stairs. Looking around, there were only empty tables and chairs. Where are the people working in this restaurant? Yushu turned to ask the guard who followed her. They are all in the backyard. His Excellency has ordered that they are not allowed to walk around. Yushu nodded. She picked a seat by the window and sat down. Pointing to the closed window, she asked, "Can you open it? Let me look at the street." It was dark when she came. She had to sit in a carriage to cross the street in the city, so she didn't know what Pei County looked like. The guard didn't hesitate and went forward to open the window for her. This was because Lord Shui had instructed him in the morning to make things easier for this young lady. As soon as the window was opened, her eyes lit up. The noise of people talking on the street rushed into her face. The afternoon sun was especially bright. Yushu squinted her eyes for a while before she could see the lively scene on the street downstairs. Smelling the fragrance of food drifting upstairs, Yushu's stomach growled. "Young lady, are you hungry?" The guard was smart. "Sit here and wait. I'll go get you some food from the back." Yushu nodded and thanked him. After the guard left, Yushu waited for a while, but he didn't come back. She was so hungry that she got up and went downstairs. Chapter 547. Yushu was not surprised that Xian Lishan would make such a request. She was in a good mood at the moment. It was not a big deal to agree with him, but she still had to say something polite. "Uncle Wu, I can only perform the death-cutting skill once a month. I just promised someone 2 days ago. If you want to ask about it, you have to wait for a while. Also, I have something to tell you. In order to avoid doing bad things, I only count the dead, not the living." Xian Lishan saw that she did not want to refuse, so he grinned. "It doesn't matter. I just want to ask about the 2 dead, so I asked you. It doesn't matter if it's a month or 2 later. As long as you agree, it's a deal. You can give me a number, don't forget." Yushu said, "Of course not. I have only promised to ask about 2 people. As for those who have nothing to do with me, I don't care even if they come to me with mountains of gold and silver." Haha. Xian Lishan knew that Yushu was joking, but he was amused by her. He leaned half of his body on the counter, waved the cattail leaf fan, and asked casually, "Who is in front of me in the queue?" Yushu thought. Xian Lishan was expelled from the Xian family by his father. If I tell him that I have accepted Xianya's business, he may have doubts. So she said vaguely, "It's not easy to tell you. I promise to keep my mouth shut. If you ask me about it later, I will never tell anyone." Xian Lishan immediately straightened his face. "If that's the case, then I won't ask." There was a taboo in this line of work, and that was gossiping. For example, Zhang Shuiyuan had casually revealed Yu Shu's background in front of so many people at the banquet that day. It was definitely a despicable act. The fact that a female fortune teller, who only appeared once in 10 years, had a dog-shit life, was supposed to be a big news. Fortunately, the shocking news of the death termination magic art suppressed the limelight and stole people's attention. Therefore, Yushu didn't hear anyone gossiping about her these days. Yushu and Xian Lishan talked about something else. After a while, the profiteer revealed his gossipy side. "I heard that you snatched a golden jade hibiscus at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet and didn't give it away? Keep it for yourself." The purple jade hibiscus sculpture was very exquisite. She originally wanted to give it to Shui Rue, but after thinking about it, she kept it for herself. She didn't want anyone to see it at Shui Rue's place, and guess what had happened between them? "Then who are you going to give the fan to? Isn't it your sweetheart?" Xian Lishan winked at her. Yushu saw him making such a weird expression with a face that looked exactly like Xian Ya's, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "What are you guessing? I'm giving to my big brother. It's his birthday next month." "Io, is it a big brother or a lover brother?" "This old man." Xian Lishan looked at the black gold fan in Yushu's hand and showed a little reluctance. He said, "I've made fans for more than 10 years, and this is the best one. It's such a unique treasure fan. I don't know who will get it in the end. When you give it to him, you can tell him to cherish it." He added, "Why don't I get a nice name? This fan has Reiki, so it shouldn't be treated as an ordinary thing." Yushu rolled her eyes and said, "Save it. If you want to get a name, let the owner do it." "What are you doing?" Xian Lishan patted his head. "You're right." He reminded Yushu again and again not to let her forget to give the fan a name. "Okay, I got it." Yushu didn't like being nagged. She stopped him, put the fan back into the box, and said, "I'm leaving now. Write down the 8 characters of their birth and the date of their death. If you don't know the specific year and month of their death, just write down the approximate date. I'll be able to distinguish it." However, Xian Lishan waved his hand and said, "There's no hurry. Help me calculate it first. When it's convenient for you, come and find me again. Isn't my baby still with you? When it's about time, bring it over to me." "Okay." Yushu said goodbye and left with the fan. The shop became quiet again. Xian Lishan held the jar of aged wine left by Yushu and sat back on the lounge chair. He opened the seal and slowly drank a mouthful of wine. He let out a long breath and murmured with his eyes closed, "I'm not going to drink anymore. Brother Yin, I, Xian Laowu, am sorry. Shui Rue had been handling cases outside for the past 2 days, so Yushu stayed alone in the Wangji Tower. She went to bed early at night. When she woke up at dawn, she had just eaten breakfast when Xian Lu came looking for her in a hurry. Lotus Room, I have good news for you." "What good news? Look at how happy you are." "Yesterday when I went home, I heard from my grandfather that Zhang Xun's 7th grade Zan's birth date was solved." Yushu immediately sat up straight and asked, "What happened?" Xian Lu raised his chin and said gloatingly, "She asked for it. At the hibiscus banquet, she hit you when you were down and revealed your bad birth date. That day, many daughters of noble families saw it with their own eyes. They all said that she was a loose mouth, who was not afraid that she would take this official position and stab people in the back. Several people went back home to complain. As a result, yesterday morning, during the morning court session, someone submitted a memorial to impeach this female official, and not just one, saying that she neglected her duties, that she was unfit to hold this position. When His Majesty heard the whole story, with one word, he removed her from her position. Hey, this time she really showed her face. This result was somewhat beyond Yu Shu's expectation. She thought that Zhang Xuan was selected by the higher-ups as a target to lure the snake out of the hole. For this sake, she would not lose her official position for a while. What was the emperor thinking? Xin Lu did not notice that Yu Shu was absent-minded. He said in the dungeon, "Normally, this vacancy should not be filled by her. She has only been in the capital for a few days and is only a 9th grade female disguise master. There are a lot of them in the Taisher library. Even if there was a queue, it would not be her turn. At that time, I thought that you would take the position, but she took advantage of it. All day long, she swaggered around and liked to stir up trouble. She really is not pleasing to the eye." Yu Shu smiled faintly and said, "What is the saying? If you don't have the diamond, don't think about taking this porcelain job. There are so many people eyeing the position of Celestial Commissioner. Can anyone just sit there if they want? That's the logic." Xin Lu touched his nose. "Just like me, I never thought that one day I would be able to become a Celestial Commissioner. I know that I'm not that material." At the beginning, when the position of Celestial Commissioner became vacant, Xin had talked to Xin Lu. She was interested in helping her to take the position, but Xin Lu flatly refused. She said that she wouldn't do it no matter what, so Xin could only give up on the idea. Lotus Room. Xin Lu moved closer to Yu Shu and giggled. "You are incredible now. You are a female fortune teller, and you know the art of determining death. Right now, everyone outside is talking about you. I think that sooner or later you will be promoted by the Celestial Commissioner." Yu Shu raised a hand to pinch her chin and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words. When I become an official, I will treat you to wine." "I don't like to drink wine. Do you have more of those crystals? Give me another one." Xin Lu shook her arm and said coquettishly. Yu Shu suddenly realized, "I was wondering why you came here so early in the morning. You even made up an excuse. It turns out that you were thinking about my things." "Not at all," Xin Lu denied flatly, but her face was a little red. Yu Shu didn't tease her anymore. "Just sit here. I will go upstairs to get it for you. Next time if you have something to say, don't beat around the bush with me. You are not smart. If you beat around the bush a few more times, you might get cramps." Uffed. Xin Lu was not angry at being teased by her. She pushed her. "Go quickly and bring a few more. Let me choose." Xin Lu stayed for lunch. The dishes at Forgotten Airport were really delicious. After a meal, this girl ate until she was full. At noon, the sun was scorching and it was not good to go outside. Yu Shu asked the maid to clean up a guest room in the backyard and let her rest. Yu Shu did not have the habit of taking afternoon naps. When she returned to the room, she played with the little green stove that she exchanged from Xianya. Shuirue was worried that there was something wrong with the Tihu incense and told her not to use it for the time being. She endured the itch and did not burn the incense even once. But when she thought that she could use the 6 unique skills of the 6 lines technique, she was really excited. "This Xin asked me to help him read a few people. I don't know what he is planning." "An uncle Xin Wu," Yu Shu pondered in her heart. Both the father and son of the Xin family wanted to ask her for divination and borrow the death-severing technique. She couldn't tell what made her feel a little strange. At this time, there was a maid outside the door. "Miss, there's a young man in the restaurant ahead. He said he is your friend and wants to see you. The manager asked me to ask him." "I don't want to see him," Yu Shu refuted without thinking. Most of the people who were friends with her had come to Forgotten Airport for a meal. The manager, Lin Fu, had a sharp eye. He knew who she was. This person thought he was smart and pretended to be her friend. Did he think he could sneak in? "Wait, go, and tell old Lin. If anyone comes to the restaurant to ask about me, ignore them." "Yes, I will go now." Shout I answer outside the door. After a while, the person came back. "Miss, it's the same person. He said his surname is Wan, and he studied at Taisher Shuyuan with you. He also said that if you don't see him, he will wait for you outside and won't leave." "Surname Wan? Taisher Shuyuan?" Yu Shu frowned and thought of a person. She turned her head and said to the door, "Go. Invite him to the back and wait in the tea room." "Yes." Yu Shu put away the precious little green stove and muttered, "How did he find this place?" In the tea room downstairs, a thin young man was sitting expressionlessly. When he heard the footsteps outside the door, he turned his head and stood up from the chair. The next moment, he saw Yushu in a long gown and a plain face walk in. "Miss you." Yushu looked at the person and said with a smile, "I was wondering who it was. How did Wen Xiaolong find me here?" Chapter 548. When Xiaoan politely cupped his hands in greeting to Yushu and then said, "I went to visit your residence and heard that Miss Yu went out to visit friends. I guess that you were trying to avoid idlers, so I asked around and finally found this restaurant. So I came to try my luck." "You're lucky. Please sit down." Yushu reached out her hand and invited him. She walked forward and sat on the seat next to him. When Xiaoan cautiously sat back, touched the teacup in his hand, and slowly took 2 sips. Yushu still remembered clearly that when she first met Wen Xiao, and he was very down and out. That was before the dying examination. He was living in a crowded parent hall. He was poor and even got beaten up because he overcharged someone for a word reading. Later, he got into the top 3 in the dying examination and was recruited by Lu Tan. A month ago, he became a substitute like her and participated in the ancestral worship at the Imperial Mausoleum. In fact, she had always been curious about Wen Xiaoan's background. He was obviously the son of the Wenshan aristocratic family in the north, but he didn't look like a young master taught by a noble family in the north at all. He looked like someone who didn't have a father and mother who didn't love him. "I took the liberty to meet you today because I have a favor to ask." Wen Xiaoan's voice was stiff, but he looked into Yushu's eyes directly. Yushu thought, this is another person who wants to learn the death technique. "I want to worship Miss Yu as my master." "What?" Yushu blinked her eyes as if she didn't hear clearly. "What did Wen Xiaolong say just now?" Wen Xiaoan stood up and took a step forward in front of Yushu. He lifted the corner of his clothes and knelt down in front of her. "Please take me as your disciple and teach me the death technique." Yushu looked at the person kneeling on the ground and was amused. Other people came to her to borrow the death technique. Even if they had ulterior motives, no one dared to say it out loud. This Wen Xiaoan, however, openly worshipped her as his master. When Xiaoan looked up and saw that Yushu did not speak, his heart was beating fast. He wiped the sweat off his palms, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, "If Miss Yu is willing to accept me as your disciple, I will definitely listen to everything you say in the future. As long as you are willing to teach me the death sealing technique, even if you want me to commit murder and arson, I will dare to do it without so much as a frown." Yushu raised her eyebrows, clasped her hands on her knees, and took off the polite expression on her face. "Wen Xiao, and how many do you think there are in Ling City who want to learn the death judgment technique? If everyone kowtowed in front of me and said that they wanted to be my disciple, I would accept them and teach them the ultimate techniques of my sect. Do you think that their brains are not clear or that I am not clear?" Wen Xiao looked ashamed, but he did not change his original intention. "I am different from them. I sincerely want to be your disciple." Who is not sincere when praying to Buddha? Yushu sneered and was impatient to reason with him. She raised her hand and asked him to leave. "You can go back. My master is far away. I haven't learned well myself, so why should I accept a disciple? You're asking the wrong person." However, Wen Xiao refused to get up. He looked at Yushu with his eyes stubbornly. "You are more capable than me. We went through the Great Yin dynasty in the same year, and we both had poor lives. However, in just half a year, I was still in the outer court of Prince Jing and couldn't make a name for myself, but you're already a female fortune teller praised by everyone. You have the courage to go against Han Wenguang, and you have the courage to eradicate the Ji family. You are also the brother and sister of the eldest son of the Shui family, and you are on good terms with the future Princess Jing. No student in the entire Imperial Historian's library can surpass you. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I want to be your disciple not only for the death judgment technique, but also because I want to learn your methods and become outstanding." His words were sincere, but Yushu only listened to the last sentence. Her eyes turned, and she narrowed her eyes to look at him for a while before saying, "If I remember correctly, you are the young master of the Wen Chun family in the north. If you want to become outstanding, instead of coming to beg someone who is not related to you, why don't you go home and pay your respects to your ancestors?" Hearing this, when Xiao An's body stiffened, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, "You probably don't know my background, that's why you said that. Although my surname is Wen, I have never thought of myself as a member of that family. They also never put me in their eyes." Oh, Yushu was puzzled. She had already guessed that he wasn't doing well in the Wen family. Looking at it now, he was even more miserable than she had imagined. When Xiao and had come with the determination to do so. In the beginning, when he was facing Yushu, he was a bit hesitant, but since he had already knelt, there was nothing he couldn't say. The Wen Qin family in the north has been passed down to the 8th generation. Now the master of the family is my biological grandfather, Wen Qin Bowen. My biological father was the second son of the first wife. When he was young, he was always ill. In order to make up for the bad luck, he married my mother according to the 8 characters of the Wen family. My mother was born in a small local official's family. She was not good enough for the second young master of the Wen family. Since she married into the Wen Chun family, she was looked down upon by everyone. But she was kind and never cared about it. She wholeheartedly served my father's decoctions and medicine. Later, my father's health gradually improved, and my mother was pregnant with me. Finally, there was some hope in life. Unexpectedly, at this time, a Taoist priest came to the house. He said that he was a master from Mount Longhu and was invited as a guest by the master of the family. When the Taoist priest saw my mother, he pointed at her belly. "This is the root of evil and brings bad luck to the father. The rise and fall of the whole family depends on one son." Everyone in the Wen family believed the Taoist priest's words. When Xiao An's mother was not likable to begin with. Now that the second young master had recovered, the daughter of a small official was even more disagreeable to the family. As a result, old Madam Wen opened her mouth and wanted her second son to divorce his wife. Old Madam Wen was weak by nature and could not resist, so he wrote a divorce letter, listing his wife's unvirtuous and unfilial behavior, and secretly drove old Madam Wen out through the small door. Mother Wen had always been weak and easy to bully. No one expected that she would bribe the woman who poisoned her and keep the child in her belly. Mother Wen knew that her maiden family was snobbish. She was afraid that she would harm the child if she went back, so she hid in the countryside outside the city. Half a year later, she gritted her teeth and gave birth to the child. She did not know that after she left the Xian family, the second young master, who had been in good health, fell ill for no reason. Old Madam Wen was busy marrying a second wife who was of equal status to him. However, in less than 3 years, the second young master passed away due to illness. Since then, he only had 1 wife and 2 concubines. He did not leave any children. When Xiao An sneered, "This is clearly retribution." However, the Wen family did not think so. They heard about my mother and me from somewhere. They knew that my mother gave birth to a child, so they blamed my father's death on me. They believed that I was the one who caused my father's death. The second young master of the Wen family died of illness. There was no one left for the family, which was not good for the prosperity of the family. Out of various considerations, the Wen family forcibly took the mother and son back. However, Father Wen left behind a wife and concubines. Mother Wen, the ex-wife, changed from a legal marriage to living under someone else's roof. She lived a more difficult life with her young son under all kinds of malicious and cold eyes. Since when Xiao An was sensible, he knew that he was different from others. In the Wen family, his status as the young master was lower than that of a servant. Even the maids of his stepmother could beat and scold him at will. All year round, he only wore 2 pieces of clothing. He wore the autumn clothes in the east and the summer clothes in the spring. He squeezed into a corner room with his mother. He could only sneak out to play when it was dark. Mother Wen was really a pitiful person. She had been wronged for half of her life. She watched her son being tortured. Finally, one day, she could not stand it anymore. She took Wen Xiao and then escaped from the Wen family on a cold night in December. However, her intention was discovered early. As soon as she left the house, she was caught by several evil servants and sent to the upper room. That year, Wen Xiao was just 7 years old. It was the second time he saw his grandparents. It was also the first time that old Madam Wen looked at him coldly. Old Master Wen asked for the family law and broke one of his mother's legs. My mother broke one of her legs and was locked in the woodshed for a month. Every day, I stole some cold food from the kitchen to feed her. She gritted her teeth and survived. My mother said that she was afraid that if she died, I would suffer alone and no one would accompany me. When Xiao An's voice became hoarse, those nightmarish days were something that he could not forget even if he wanted to. He was silent for a while and said in a low voice again, Mother Wen didn't dare to run away with her son after she broke one of her legs. However, she didn't want her son to be bullied for the rest of his life. She wanted to teach her son well. Sooner or later, he would leave the tiger's den and the wolf's den. However, she was an incompetent woman. What could she teach her son? Fortunately, Wen Xiao An's father was not a heartless person. When Wen Xiao An's mother left home, he secretly sent someone to follow her. Even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. He knew that when Xiao An was born, so he didn't want to hurt him. When he was dying, he found his trusted servant and gave him a book of the Wen family's fortune-telling skill that he secretly copied. He asked the servant to find a suitable opportunity to give it to his poor ex-wife. Although my mother was born in a small family, she was literate. The Wen family didn't allow me to go to school, so she secretly taught me. In these years, I learned the fortune-telling skill that my father left for me. After that, I dared to go to the capital alone to take the imperial examination. When Xiao An was undoubtedly talented, the fortune-telling skill that when Xiao An's father left was only a part of the Wen family's unique skill. However, he mastered it without any guidance from teacher E. In order to go to the capital, he knelt in front of Master Wen's courtyard for 2 days before he was allowed to go. When he left home, he didn't care about the ridicule and sarcasm. He just kept his mother's words in his heart. My son, after you go, don't come back. Find a job and live a good life. That's what my mother told me. She told me not to go back. But even if I die, I won't leave her behind. When Xiao An suddenly raised his head, his eyes were already red. He stared at Yushu, and there was a deep obsession in his eyes. From the day I left my mother, I made a vow. 5 years. Give me 5 years, and I will take her out of the Wen family in a grand manner. No one will dare to look down on her, laugh at her, or humiliate her. Chapter 549. The thin young man knelt on the ground. Because he was emotional, his arms, which were hanging on both sides of his body, were trembling slightly. He looked very pitiful. After a short burst of anger, there was a dull silence. Yushu did not loosen her fingers, and her left leg was already flat. After he calmed down a little, she said, Your story is very touching, but I will not teach you the death sentence magic just because of this. Wen Xiao An clenched his fists, and his voice was a little hoarse. I told you this not to make you sympathize with me. I just want you to know that I sincerely want to be your disciple. Wen Xiao An had an inferiority complex, but he also had his pride. Today, he was willing to kneel in front of her and expose his scars. This action showed his sincerity. Yushu was a good judge of people. She could distinguish between sincerity and sincerity. However, things were not that simple. Get up. I said that I will not accept you as my disciple. No matter how you kneel in front of me, I will not change my mind. She was still in prison and could not get out of it. How could she have the extra energy to help others change their fate? Why? Wen Xiao An was not depressed. Before he met Yushu, he knew that what he wanted was not easy. Yushu shook her head. You can't learn my skills. The death sentence magic was fake, but the law of disaster was real. This set of divination was based on a mathematical theory of 500 years later. It was impossible for her to teach it to an outsider. When Xiao An was a talented person, his fate made people sigh. This young man was ambitious and unyielding. The experience he had when he was growing up meant that he was not willing to be mediocre. However, after all, he was a lonely young man. The suffering he had experienced in the past had tempered his extraordinary perseverance, but it did not temper his ability to climb up. As the saying goes, the heart is more than enough, but the strength is not enough. Yushu wanted to help him, but the premise was that he should know what was good for him. Go back, I can't teach you. She once again asked him to leave. When Xiaoan looked a little disappointed, seeing that Yushu was unmoved, he didn't argue. He stood up with his hands on his knees, bowed to Yushu, and said in a low voice, I won't give up. Leaving behind this declaration, he straightened his back and turned to leave. Yushu held her chin and pondered for a while before muttering to herself, why are the Taoists of Mount Longhu always up to no good? When Xiaoan came out of the corner tea house, he met Xian Lu, who was walking up the stairs. They met face to face. Xian Lu recognized Xiaoan. When he raised his hand to say hello, he saw Xiaoan's red eyes. His words were stuck in his throat. When Xiaoan acted as if he didn't see her. He looked straight ahead and walked away. Xian Lu turned her head and stared blankly at his disappearing figure at the top of the stairs. She bit her lips and whispered, he is so pitiful. No wonder. After standing outside for a while, she walked into the corner tea house to find Yushu. I saw Xiaoan just now. Why did he come to see you? Xian Lu pretended to ask casually. Something. Yushu didn't know that she had been eavesdropping outside for a long time. What's the matter? I think he looks scary. Xian Lu sat down next to Yushu. Xiao Qin came in and changed the tea for them. Then she left. Yushu pondered for a moment and asked her, you often come to Taisher Shiyuan. Have you heard anything about Xiaoan? Him? Xian Lu thought for a while. Her eyes flickered. He is from the Wunshan family in the north. His family doesn't pay much attention to him. He and I are both apprentices of Madame Lu, who teaches physiognomy. Every time I see him, he is alone. However, he is very diligent in his studies. He is the first one to arrive for every class. Madame Lu likes him very much and often arranges things for him. Then she asked her, what's wrong? Did he offend you? This person is not likable. I don't think he has any bad intentions. Don't bother with him. Yushu came back to her senses and smiled at her. You are speaking for him. Xian Lu said embarrassedly, of course not. I'm just afraid that you will be unhappy. How am I unhappy? Yushu didn't want to talk about Xiaoan with her anymore. She looked at the sky outside and said, it's getting late. You should go back. I'm going home tonight. I won't ask you to stay for dinner. Xian Lu answered absent-mindedly. She couldn't forget what Xiaoan said in her mind. In the evening, Lu Zhong drove the carriage to take Yushu back to the house in the south of the city. Zhao Hui knew that she would come back today, so she asked the servants to clean up the house early in the morning. She moved the piled-up gifts to the empty room next door. Yushu washed her face in the room before going to the upper room to talk to the elders. He Fangji was still in the clinic. Yu Xiaoxiu went to look for them after school. Both of them were not at home. Old Madam He sat on the soft couch with Yi Xiaochuan, who had just woken up, in her arms. I haven't come back for a few days. I have starved and lost weight outside. Zhao Hui pulled Yushu to sit next to her and pinched the back of her hand. She talked about how people came to give gifts every day these days. She still didn't know why. Xu Jiu explained, the day before yesterday, I went to the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet at Xiang Wangfu and showed my skills in front of the nobles. Soon, the news spread out. These people came to find me. They probably wanted me to do divination. Although Zhao Hui was in the backyard and didn't see any guests, she heard some words. She asked curiously, they all said that you can tell when people are going to die. I didn't believe it. Is it true? It's not that incredible. They exaggerated it. Yushu shook her head. This time, she was telling the truth. That's still amazing. Zhao Hui sighed. I don't understand these things, but your father is very knowledgeable. He said that you're famous now, and there aren't many people in the world who know this death-breaking technique. Yushu laughed foolishly. She rolled her eyes and held Zhao Hui's hand. Mother, did you forget? I told you a long time ago. You can live to 89. Zhao Hui still remembered this. It was Yushu who said this to her before she left Yang City. She immediately smiled. At dinner, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu returned home. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't see his sister for a long time. He happily ate 2 bowls of rice. He couldn't help talking about the rumors about Yu Shu at the table. He Fangji didn't ask too much. He heard everything he needed to know from his brother-in-law, Pei Jing. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu followed Yu Shu back to her room. Sister, when did you learn this skill? How come I didn't know this before? Was it also taught to you by that master of yours? Over the past few days in Baichuan Academy, he had been harassed quite a few times. His classmates all knew that the female fortune teller was his sister, and even the academician had asked him to talk to her. Now, everyone was smiling whenever they saw him, and the masters in class took care of him even more than before. Yushu pulled him to sit on the bed. She teased, what? Do you regret learning medicine? Why don't you go talk to father and don't go to the clinic anymore? I will teach you this strange skill of breaking death. What do you think? If this was said to an outsider, 10 out of 10 people would happily agree. Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. He said seriously, I said I want to learn medicine. How can I give up halfway? Silly boy. Yu Shu rubbed his head. She wasn't joking. If Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to learn her law of time of misfortune, she wouldn't hide it. But if he didn't want to learn, she wouldn't force him. Squeak. Yu Shu looked down and saw a fat ball crawling out from under the bed. It was bashful. She almost didn't recognize that it was the little yellow-haired beast. She frowned and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, what have you been feeding it every day? It's so fat that it's going to crack. I didn't feed it. It sneaks into the kitchen every day. I can't catch it. Yu Xiaoxiu tried to deny it. Yu Shu bent down. She pinched Kim Bao's soft nape with 2 fingers and brought it in front of her. Squeak. Kim Bao waved its 4 claws clumsily and tried to struggle with its round belly. Yu Shu flicked its head, and it became quiet. Yu Shu had some special feelings for this little mouse. It warned her several times when she escaped danger. When she first came to this dynasty, it was the first living thing she met in the ancestral hall of the Ji family. Although she didn't take care of it much, she couldn't bear to see it die because of its gluttony. Thinking of this, she stood up and found the bamboo cage where Kim Bao was kept on the desk. Regardless of whether it was willing or not, she stuffed it into the cage and hung it on the bedside pillar. She thought that she would find a carpenter tomorrow to build a bigger cage for it so that it could eat, drink, and poop in it. It would be best to add a wooden wheel so that it could play. Otherwise, it would run around all day and be taken away by wild cats. Squeak. Kim Bao tiptoed on its 2 hind legs and clawed at the cage with its 2 front paws. It looked at her pitifully with its pair of mung bean eyes. Big sister, let me out. I'm very obedient. How could it know that Yu Shu was planning to confine it? The siblings chatted for less than an hour. Yu Shu urged Yu Xiaoxiu to go back to his room to review his lessons. She took a sachet and went to find He Fangji. Zhao Hui had coaxed He Xiaochuan to sleep early. He Fangji and Yu Shu were talking in the central room. What is this? He Fangji took a fragrant pill from Yu Shu. This thing is called Tishi incense. It's used for burning. It's said that it can refresh one's mind. It's similar to the ambergris that masters often use. Can you help me take a look at the herbs in this incense ball? Is it harmful? He Fangji pinched the grayish-white ball and used some force with her fingers to break it open. She crushed some of it and brought it to her nose to smell it. Not long after, she said to Yu Shu, it's mixed with a few herbs. It's hard to tell for a while. I'll take it to the clinic tomorrow to check. Is there any more? Give me another pill. Yu Shu had obtained a total of 3 pills from Xianya. She had not used them yet. She took out another one from the sachet and handed it to He Fangji. Godfather, this thing is rare. If there's no problem, don't throw it away. Chapter 550. Yu Shu had a good sleep at home. When she woke up early in the morning, she first went to the stables to add some fodder for Xiao Hong and exchange some feelings. After breakfast, Yu Shu had the gatekeeper bring over the visiting card that had been sent over the past few days and started to count them. It had only been 6 or 7 days since the end of the Hibiscus Gentleman Banquet, but there were no less than 100 gifts. In total, there were more than 10 people every day. Among them, there was no lack of invitations from the nobility, and there were also many from the Grady sect. Just the celestial commissioner and the officials of the 6 ministries took up a third of the invitations. Yushu spent the entire morning copying and organizing these invitations, dividing them into 3 categories. The first category was those that she kept a respectful distance from, such as Prince Jing Lutan, Count Zhongyong's Fu, Ning Wang Fu, Celestial Commissioner Zhuo Ling Chao Fu, etc. She wouldn't take the initiative to look for trouble with this kind of person, but she had to be respectful and proper in replying to them. The first category was those that she wanted to interact with, such as the Supreme Court official Guo Huayan Fu, the Ministry of Justice Assistant Minister Li Fu, the State Great General Feng Fu, etc. She would arrange a time to pay a visit to this kind of person. The next category was those that she didn't need to care about, such as the small officials, rich merchants, etc. She didn't even bother to reply to these kinds of people. Yushu first wrote down all the invitations that she needed to reply to. After a while, she took a stack of gift lists and went next door to see what she had harvested in the past few days. She didn't think much of it on paper, but when she saw with her own eyes that the room was filled with gifts, Yushu couldn't help but smile. The things that could be used as gifts were definitely good things. There were the 4 treasures of the study, ancient books, cloth rulers, herbs and spices everywhere in this room. Although there weren't many of them, they were all presentable. There were also merchants who were straightforward. In order to make themselves known to her, they sent expensive antiques and gold and silver utensils. This didn't even include the food that was stored in the kitchen in the cellar. Just the things in this room were probably worth no less than 10,000 taels. It was truly a windfall. The only thing that made Yushu feel bad was that none of the gifts could be spent directly. Miss, Madam asked me to ask. The things in this room were not suitable to be left outside. They might be stolen. Since you've seen it, do you want to memorize it and place it in the ground? Yindo followed behind Yushu and asked. Yifangji bought this house through Peijing. There was a warehouse under the main house, which was the rest of Zhao Hui's dowry. Also, the things that he didn't need for the time being were stored there. Yushu was fiddling with a silver-chiseled wine cup when she heard the question. There's no need. We'll move to a bigger house in a few days. It'll be troublesome to move around. Just leave it like this for now. Yindo and Yushu had been to the mansion on Baochang Street. Zhao Hui and her husband also knew about it, but it was about moving. It wasn't on her agenda yet. Then this servant will go and tell Madam. The young maidservant's face was filled with excitement. Go! Yushu waved her hand, and Yindo ran out of the house. Yushu and Zhao Hui discussed the matter of moving. Zhao Hui didn't have any objections. Yushu had already told them about this matter. Moreover, the couple had officially accepted this pair of children, who would still treat each other as an outsider. Moreover, since Yi Xiaochuan was born, the house wasn't big enough for everyone to live in. Zhao Hui was also very willing to move to a spacious place. However, old Madam, he was a little reluctant. I'm already old. Why should I bother with you? If you want to live there, then go. I'm fine here. The old lady had always been benevolent. Today, she was stubborn. After all, Yushu wasn't her biological grandson. Their relationship was a level higher. Her son and daughter-in-law were willing to live with her goddaughter, so she couldn't bring herself to do it. Zhao Hui gave Yushu a look, asking her to go out first. Later, no one knew what she said to old Madam He. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yushu went in again, and the old lady finally nodded. With this, the matter of moving was settled. They just had to wait for the completion of the house on Baochang Street. They would choose an auspicious day and move the whole family there. Yushu hid in the backyard that day. There were guests in front, as usual. In the morning, the gatekeeper received another 5 or 6 visiting cards. Because Yushu had warned them last night, when the invitation from Duke Jing's mansion arrived, someone quietly sent it to the backyard. It was the 4th day since Zhu Qingjue asked Yushu for help. When Yushu received the invitation from Duke Jing's mansion, she wasn't the least bit surprised. This was her plan for Zhu Qingjue. Through Zhu Qingjue's explanation, She could guess that the matriarch of Duke Jing's mansion was a stubborn old woman. Previously, Zhu Qingjue had opposed giving young master Yao medicinal pills and was disrespectful to Qingyan. She had already violated the old lady's taboo. If Zhu Qingjue directly pulled her to the Duke Jing's mansion and opened her mouth to kill young master Yao, the matriarch would definitely be suspicious and wouldn't listen to persuasion. But if she took the initiative to come knocking, it would be a different story. Yushu explained this to Zhu Qingjue. Second young master, Zhu deeply agreed, so the two of them cooperated to scheme against the old lady. It wasn't difficult for the old lady Yao to hear of Yushu's abilities. Putting aside the fact that Duchess Jing had personally seen her skills at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet, her second daughter-in-law, who was young master Yao's mother, often visited Zhu Qingjue's mother. If Zhu Foreign mentioned it to this second mistress, she would naturally go back and talk to her mother-in-law. The old lady Yao doted on her great-grandson, so how could Duchess Jing not dote on her grandson? Duchess Jing had seen Yushu's abilities, so it would be strange if she didn't have any thoughts. But she wouldn't go beyond the old lady Yao and invite Yushu to come back to ask her grandson about her fortune. As for how to make the old lady Yao believe in Yushu's abilities, Zhu Qingjue didn't need to worry about it. The fact that Yushu had received this invitation was the result of this. But this wasn't the end. She wouldn't go if she invited her the first time. Back to the matter. The steward of the Duke's Fu made a trip to the south of the city before returning to the Fu to report. When he arrived in front of Duchess Jing, the old lady Yao was also there. "How is it? Did you see her?" Duchess Jing asked. Reporting to Foreign, that family said that the female fortune teller went out to visit a friend and wasn't at home. The steward truthfully said, "But when this one left, I heard the servants whispering outside the door. The master seemed to be at home." The old lady, Yao, furrowed her brows. Her two hands held onto her walking stick as she unhappily said, "Our family went to invite her, but she dared to avoid meeting us." Duchess Jing said, "Mother doesn't know, but because this female fortune teller's abilities have grown, her temper has also grown. At the banquet earlier, in front of the two Yang, she dared to oppose Princess Shiwen tit for tat and didn't give way in the slightest. She also said that this strange art of hers can only be used once every 30 days, otherwise it will harm a body. Think about it. This art of determining life and death is peering into the heaven's will. It will definitely harm people. Didn't Taoist priest Cheng Yun often say that heaven's secrets cannot be revealed? I think it's not that she didn't come on purpose, but that she didn't want to be implicated. 30 days? How can I wait that long for her?" The old lady Yao shook her head again and again. After thinking about it, she became even more stubborn. "That won't do. Send someone again. No matter what, we must invite her over." Chapter 551. The people from Duke Jing's residence had to ask 3 times before Shu finally accepted the invitation. Carrying the small box, she followed the second master of the Yao family into the carriage. As soon as Zhu Qingjue received the message from Yushu, he couldn't wait to wait outside the House of Duke. At noon, at the gate of the House of Duke, Yushu was personally escorted out by the second master and second grandmother of the Yao family. "Thank you, Mr. Yu, for making this trip. The house is in troubled times, and it is inconvenient to receive guests. We will take care of it another day. Thank you very much." Although the second master of the Yao family couldn't inherit the title of nobility, he had a position in the Ministry of Revenue and was a 5th-rank official. Moreover, the second grandmother had given birth to a precious son like young Master Yao. Compared to the first branch of the House of Duke, he had more face. Yushu had banknotes worth 3,000 taels of silver in her sleeves. She smiled amiably and politely. "I'm just taking someone's money to eliminate disasters. Young Master has the help of a noble person in his life, so he will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. According to my divination, we just need to be careful of vile people." The husband and wife said yes and sent her to the door. Yushu declined the offer of a carriage and strolled down the street alone. When the gate of the house of Duke became a small duck behind her, an inconspicuous carriage caught up. Miss Lianfeng. Zhu Qingjue poked half his head out of the window and waved for her to get on the carriage. Seeing him, Yushu raised her eyebrows. Without hesitation, she got on the carriage and complained, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me at Wangji Tower? If someone sees us, we'll be exposed." "Don't worry, no one saw." Zhu Qingjue asked anxiously. "How was it? Did you succeed?" Yushu saw a teapot on the square table and poured a cup to moisten her throat. "Your maternal grandmother spent 3,000 taels of silver to ask me to do a divination. How could I not do my best? I didn't mention even half a word about that Taoist priest Changyan. I only said that in a month's time, young Master Yao would suddenly die because of a vile person. If he encountered a noble person like Xiao Ji, he would certainly be able to escape from death." According to Zhu Er's original plan, he wanted Yushu to make up a lie and tell old lady Yao that young Master Yao still had a long life, so he didn't need to take the pill. Yushu, on the other hand, thought that since she was going to bluff people, she had to do it properly. Why did old matriarch Yao firmly believe Taoist priest Chengyan's words? Wasn't it because she was afraid that her precious grandson would really die a premature death? Thus, rather than talking young Master Yao back to life, she might as well say that he was dead. This way, the old lady would be worried and afraid. Did my grandmother believe it? Zhu Qingjue was most concerned about the result. It doesn't matter if she believes me or not. The most important thing is for her to suspect that Taoist priest Cheng Yun. Yushu fanned her ear with one hand and said sarcastically, "The old lady thought that your nephew had taken the panacea these past few days and had already broken through the death tribulation. When she heard me say the word death, and that he didn't die of illness or violence, but because of a vile person, how could she not be suspicious?" The old lady had several choices in front of her. One was to suspect Yushu and insist on giving the pill to her great-grandson. Then, after eating for 49 days, she would resign herself to fate. Either he would be lucky enough to live, or the vile person would be gone. The second was to suspect Taoist priest Changyan. She would first stop taking the pill and find that noble person. According to Yushu, young Master Yao's life would be saved. Of course, she still had a third choice. I'm afraid that your grandmother would want to play both sides. On one hand, she would continue to give the pill to your nephew, and, on the other hand, she would wait for the noble person to come to her door. So, I'm telling you, no matter if someone from the House of Duke invites you, or if you deliver yourself to the door, you must make it clear to the old lady that if you continue to take this pill, you will die. You can use your life as a guarantee and make a military order. Would that Taoist priest Cheng Yun dare to do it? He wouldn't dare. So, comparing the two, who should you listen to and who should you believe? Do you still need me to tell you how to choose? Listening to her clear analysis, Zhu Qingjue had to admit that this girl in front of him, who was 4 or 5 years younger than him, was very good at reading people's minds. However, he didn't know that Yushu would take such a big detour because she was thinking for herself. She avoided the situation where she had to confront that black-hearted Taoist priest Chengyan. She only gave him a hand, and then kicked the ball to Zhu Qingjue's feet. In the end, he would still have to do the thing of offending people. However, doing this wasn't without risk. If Zhu Qingjue couldn't cure that young Master Yao, I can only help you this much. The rest will depend on you. I believe that with your medical skills, as the young medicine king, you will definitely be able to save your nephew's life. Yushu didn't say any discouraging words in front of Zhu Qingjue. On the surface, she had a good impression of him, but in her heart, she had already calculated. If young Master Yao really died here, then when the House of Duke Jing looked for her to settle accounts, she would push everything on a Zhu Qingjue's head. Don't worry. If I didn't have full confidence, I wouldn't ask for your help. If Zhu Qingjue knew that Yushu was thinking of making him a scapegoat right now, he didn't know what he would think. When it's done, I'll thank you. Yushu waved her hand and very generously said, "There's no rush. Let's talk about it after it's done." The large amount of money in her sleeve was still warm. Even if Zhu Qingjue didn't buy it, this time it wouldn't be a loss. Although it was half coaxed and half extorted, compared to that black-hearted Taoist priest who didn't care about people's lives and deaths, she had a lot more integrity. The difference was the Taoist priest came for money, while she came to save people. To put it bluntly, the profession of changing teachers was to take people's money and help them avoid disasters. It wasn't bad at all. Yushu let Zhu Qingjue send her to the hot lot area in the north of the city, and the two of them said their goodbyes. Yushu took the banknotes and found a bank. First, she checked the number of the banknotes with a red stamp. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she split the 3,000 taels of silver banknotes into 3 portions and replaced them with brand new red stamps. With enough money on her, Yushu strolled on the street. First, she went to the most magnificent restaurant to eat a good meal. Then, she went out and asked the waiter. She found a shop that specialized in making high-end furniture. She told the shopkeeper about the specific requirements and found a meticulous carpenter to make a cage for Kim Bao to eat, drink, and poop. She left a deposit and asked someone to send it directly to the door, saving her from making another trip. Now that there were people to worry about Yushu's clothing, food, housing, and transportation, she rarely had time to go out and shop. She bought a lot of things. There was a drawing for Zhao Hui, a drawing book for Yu Xiaoxiu, a brush washer for He Fangji, an appetizer sour plum wine for old Madame He, and a doll for He Xiaochuan. She even bought a set of kidney beans and Bairan. In the end, she casually picked a pair of earrings with gold inlaid with jade. It was for Aunt Shui. At the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, she went Shui Xian and the others dug a big hole for her. They dug out all of her old things and talked about them. However, they didn't get to the point. Compared to being heartless and unjust and repaying kindness with evil, her biggest flaw was actually being unfilial. Have you ever seen someone lock up their own mother and not let her see others? Just based on this point, if it was leaked, her reputation would be ruined to the bottom of the ditch. Fortunately, Yushu kept a close eye on Aunt Shui. She only made one mistake and ran to the main family. It should be because Aunt Shui wanted to save face and didn't have the nerve to let others know that Yushu wasn't close to her. Just like that, she almost got a good-for-nothing playboy as her son-in-law. Thanks to Imperial concubine Shui, Yushu solved the problem of Aunt Shui's identity when she ran away from home. But what followed was a problem. How to settle Aunt Shui in the future became another problem. She couldn't keep Aunt Shui in the small courtyard in the south of the city anymore. She could live together. Aunt Shui was such a troublemaker. What should she do? Yushu felt that it was better to go back and discuss with Yu Xiaoxiu to see what this child thought. After all, this mother was his. At night, Yushu went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room to find something to do. She sent Bairan away so that the sister and brother could talk alone. I went out during the day and bought a few picture books. I heard you said that you saw them at Hu Tianer's place. Take a look and see if I bought them. Yushu gave the set of picturesque stories about history to Yu Xiaoxiu. As long as she could afford it, she would never let Yu Xiaoxiu be jealous of others. Yu Xiaoxiu happily took it and flipped a few pages. Then he was reluctant to look up. It's like this, but the story inside is different. Sister, what did you buy it? Hu Tian showed it off to me several times. He didn't tell me when I asked him. He kept giving me bad ideas and asked me to help him with his homework. Then did you help him with it? I won't do it. Yu Xiaoxiu wrinkled his nose and said seriously, he doesn't learn well. He doesn't finish his homework and wants to play. How can I help him deceive the teacher? Not only that, he also warned Hu Tian that if he dared to let others help him with his homework, he would tell Teacher Chun that he threw insects into Teacher Chen's book bag. Teacher Chun was a female teacher who loved to preach. What she was most afraid of were insects. Usually, when she saw a cicada, her legs would go soft. Once, she took out a dung beetle and a cricket from her book bag and fainted on the spot. Because of this, Hu Tian trembled with fear for several days. Good boy. Yushu hugged his shoulder and praised him with a smile. She sighed her heart. If Aunt Shui was half as worry-free as Yu Xiaoxiu, I wouldn't have to worry. Xiaoxiu, sister wants to ask you something. Read this book later. Yu Xiaoxiu obediently put down the children's book. Didn't I take you to see the big house in the north of the city? It's going to be repaired soon. I have discussed with Godfather and Godmother. We will move there at the end of this month at the latest. Do you want to bring Mother over to live with us? Yu Xiaoxiu really thought for a while before answering. Mother lives alone and is quite lonely. Mother is quite lonely living alone. If the courtyard is bigger and there are more houses, it would be great if we could live together. Mother has also suffered a lot. Now that sister has the ability, the books say that filial piety is the most important of all virtues. The teacher also taught us so. If we go to live in a big house and let Mother stay in a small yard, others will definitely gossip about sister. Yushu saw that he spoke clearly and logically. She felt gratified and thought about it. Yu Xiaoxiu stopped and looked at Yushu's face. He could see that she hadn't made up her mind. He thought for a while and said, "Sister, if you are worried that Mother will be noisy, you can arrange for her to live far away from you. Anyway, the yard in the north of the city is very big, and there are Godfather and Godmother. You can't see them every day." Yu Xiaoxiu knew very well that Yushu didn't like Aunt Shui. He was also afraid that his mother would make his sister unhappy. However, he was not shrewd enough to say something against his conscience at such a young age. In order to make his sister happy, he would ignore his mother. Yushu was a straightforward person. After asking Yu Xiaoxiu's opinion, she patted her thigh and made up her mind, then bring Mother over and live together. Yu Xiaoxiu was right. She chose a good place for concubine Shui to eat and drink well. Concubine Shui could live in such a big house. Concubine Shui would be treated as a god in the house. When Yushu came out of Yu Xiaoxiu's room, she saw He Fangji standing at the door of the main room and waving to her. Yushu walked over quickly. "Godfather, did the fragrant balls see good or bad?" He Fangji nodded. He didn't see any patience today. He concentrated on thinking about the 2 fragrant balls that Yushu gave him. "Let's talk in the room." They entered the central room. Zhao Hui was coaxing the child to sleep in the room. Knowing that they were talking business outside, she asked the maid to quietly close the bedroom door. Under the lamp, He Fangji took out the fragrant balls wrapped in oiled paper and put them on the tea table. He said to Yushu, "Some of them are spices, some are animal fat, and some are medicinal materials. I boiled a small pot of medicine and tested it with silver needles and pine yellow. I didn't find any toxicity. This is the list I made. You can take a look and see if there is any problem." Yushu received the list and inspected it once. Besides the few types of spices that Shui Rui had smelled, there was also sheep fat, fish oil, rhinoceros horn powder, and so on and so forth. There were a variety of them, and there were an entire 30-plus types. It was truly unknown how complicated the process was to refine a single pill. Previously, she had thought that after He Fangji analyzed these medicinal herbs, she could find someone to imitate this Tishio incense. Now, it seemed that it was not possible, unless the Xian family volunteered to provide the prescription. Yushu shook her head and put the list away. She thought that she would show it to Shui Rui when he came back. "Thank you, Godfather. We're a family. There's no need for formalities." He Fangji couldn't help but remind Yushu, "I think the mixture in the fragrant balls has the effect of refreshing the mind. You need to be careful when using it. The incense can relieve fatigue, but you should rest when you need it. Don't force yourself." "I know. It was not easy to get the Tihu incense. She had to be careful." Yushu wrapped the remaining powder and returned to her room. At that time, in Pei County, 50 miles south of the capital, Shui Rui was investigating a serious case of the murder of a court official. Half a month ago, the emperor had appointed the imperial censor, Zhou Qing, as an imperial envoy to investigate the illicit salt trade in Guangdong and Guangxi. Who would have thought that after leaving the city, he would be murdered the next day in the restaurant he was staying at? His death was gruesome, and his entire head was chopped off. It rained that night. It was not until the next morning that the accompanying guards found out that Zhou Qing was dead. This was undoubtedly a premeditated murder. It was a challenge to the dignity of the emperor. News of Zhou Qing's death reached the capital secretly. In less than half a day, The emperor suppressed the news and summoned several high-ranking officials from the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. In the end, this difficult task fell to Shui Rui, who was recently in the limelight. Chapter 552. On June 19th, Yushu went to Taisher Library for classes. As soon as she arrived, she heard a piece of news. Jing Chun, who had been teaching astrology for less than 3 months, became an academician of Taisher Library. He was also temporarily appointed as the right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner and a third-rank official in the Imperial Court. The Imperial Edict was read by Junior Supervisor Ren in person at Taisher Library during the day. Jing Chen's promotion was sudden, and a portion of the female students in Taisher Library felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that most of the 18 academicians were old. It was not easy for such a handsome and pleasing gentleman to come, and they had not seen enough of him, but he was about to leave. Of course, there were some rumors. It was said that when Mrs. Liu left, the position of the right magistrate was prepared for Jing Chun. It was said that it was temporary, but no one knew how long it would be. This made many male students feel indignant for their charming academician Liu. It's better to have a good mother than to work so hard. Yushu heard some people's sarcastic remarks in class, but she just laughed it off. After Jing Chun left, there was one less academician teaching astrology. The students who had been Jing Chen's apprentices were divided equally between Sima Kuei and another academician, Chui. Therefore, the observatory was very lively today. After class, Yushu was stopped by academician Sima. "You Swansea, stay here for a while. I have something to tell you." Xian Liu makes a gesture to Yushu, signaling her to wait for her outside. Sima Kuei walked to the sundial under the roof, and Yushu followed him. "Starting from next month, from the first day to the 15th day of the month, I will observe and record on the observatory every night. I need a student to help me temporarily. What do you think?" This was a rare learning opportunity. Sima Kuei obviously intended to give her some advice, which was equivalent to giving her special treatment. Yushu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Academician, I've only been studying astrology for a few days. I'm afraid I might cause you trouble." Taoist Qing Zheng had taught her some tricks to observe the stars, but they were not systematic. The books in the Taisher Library were much more comprehensive. She was now like a cook who only knew how to make soup. If someone wanted to take her to cook a table of dishes, she would not have the confidence. Sima Kuei smiled good-naturedly and looked at her with satisfaction. He liked this kind of self-aware student. It was troublesome to pretend to know something when one didn't. "You don't have to do anything else. Just follow me and take notes." Being obedient, what else could Yushu not agree to? She bowed and said, "I will definitely be there on time." Sima Kuei didn't say anything else to her. As for the death severance strange art, he didn't even mention it and let her go. When Yushu left the lawn courtyard, she saw Xian Liu being surrounded by a few people under a screen wall not far away. She didn't know what they were talking about. Xian Liu turned her head to look from time to time. When she saw Yushu coming out of the door, she hurriedly shook off the people in front of her and trotted toward her. "What's wrong?" Yushu asked her. Xian Liu curled her lips and said, "They're asking me about you. These people didn't go to the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. They only heard that you know the death severance strange art. So they actually came to ask me if it's true. They're all eagerly waiting to make friends with you. I know you're impatient with these people. Let's go. We still have business to attend to." As she said this, she pulled Yushu and rushed to the other side of the garden path before the people came over. On the way, Xian Liu talked about her business. "It's grandfather's birthday banquet at the end of the month. I previously bought an 8-treasure happiness long neck bottle to celebrate his birthday, but who knew that a wild cat outside would sneak in and break it? It's really infuriating. Let's go shopping on Qianyuan Street today. Help me come up with some ideas to see if there's anything new to buy." 4 generations of the Xian family lived under one roof. The head of the family was the current Celestial Commissioner left Magistrate Xianya. He had 5 sons and 4 daughters. His daughters were already married. Other than Xian Laowu, who was expelled from the family, there were still 4 branches of the family in the family. Xian Lu was the daughter of the second branch. Although she had always been favored by Xianya, there were still many brothers and sisters who coveted her. For Xianya's birthday banquet, the 4 branches of the family were trying their best to please him. How could Xian Lu be left behind? If she was not careful, one of the sisters might lose to her. Her father would be the first to not forgive her. Therefore, she anxiously dragged Yu Shu to the street to help her pick out a gift to make up for it. The huge Anling city was 25 miles from the east to the west, and 20 miles from the south to the north. There were millions of people in the city. The common people often had a mantra: a Qianyuan street divides the south and the north. The 3 religions and 9 schools gather in the south of the city, and the wealth and glory gather in the north. This Qianyuan street was about 3,000 feet long. The central street was the most lively. People and carriages came and went, and shops stood in great numbers. The business was very prosperous. Yu Shu asked Xian Lu why she didn't go to the Great Exchange Hall first. It would be good to buy a feng shui pendant. Xian Lu smiled and said proudly, "Which Great Exchange Hall in Amling City has a collection of feng shui pendants? It's better than our Xian family's treasure pavilion. If I buy one for my grandfather as a birthday gift, it would be strange if he didn't hit my palm with a ruler." She was right. There was no shortage of things. Yu Shu and Xian Lu got off the carriage and walked to the east. They didn't choose a gift along the way, but they ate all kinds of snacks and were half full. There were chestnut mutton soup, donkey skewers, snowflake cakes, and persimmon honey powder. Each was more fragrant than the other, and the price was very affordable. The most expensive one was only 10 taels of silver. Ordinary people could afford it. They chatted and ate half a bowl of mung bean oil skin. Xian Lu finally remembered the business. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and pulled Yu Shu into a paper and ink shop on the left. After an hour, she found nothing. It was not that Xian Lu was picky, but she was really unlucky. Several custom-made things she liked were just for decoration, and they were not willing to give up. People who opened their shops to do business at this time were also interesting. They obviously had 1 or 2 fine products to attract customers outside, but they didn't sell them. They just put them there to make people curious. Hey, what happened in front of us? There's so many people. Xian Lu stood on her tiptoes to look ahead. Yu Shu followed her finger and saw that not far away, there was a pavilion shop. The shop was painted brown and the walls were yellow. It was neat and tidy. There were many people gathered outside the shop, peeking their heads into the shop to see what was inside. "Let's go and have a look," Yu Shu said. As soon as they got closer, they saw the red and white flag outside the shop fluttering in the wind, revealing 2 big embroidered words, Tian. Then they looked up at the sign, Jubao House. Yu Shu suddenly slowed down. Wasn't this the boutique shop Pei Jing told her about? "Annie, what's wrong with this shop? Why are people blocking outside and not going in?" Xian Lu asked a woman who was watching the bustle. The woman looked back at her and kindly told her, "This Jubao House doesn't accept customers since the day before yesterday. It made a name of treasure appraisal. I heard that only people with an invitation can go in and have a look. I stood here for a long time before I saw 2 people go in. I really don't know what good treasures are inside. They're afraid of people looking at them." Yu Shu was sure that this shop was the place where Pei Jing put her set of crystal head masks. Xian Lu was a busybody. When she heard this, she immediately couldn't stand still. "Lotus Room, let's go in and have a look. Maybe there's a suitable birthday gift. You have an invitation? I still need that thing. Just you wait." Xian Lu threw her a "leave it to me" look and swaggered towards the door. But when she just went up the steps, she was stopped by the door guard. "Miss, please wait. What are you doing?" Xian Lu looked dissatisfied. "You opened the door in broad daylight. Are you not letting people in?" The door guard was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He was thin and tall like a willow branch. His face was a little tanned. He had a smiling face and looked very energetic. "Miss, you don't know. Our Jubao House doesn't do business these days. We only invite some regular customers, to come and have tea. Do you have an invitation? You mean invitation? Oh, there's an invitation. Xi and Lu pretended to recall. She touched the left cuff and the right cuff and then spread out her hand. I forgot to take it. Seeing that she was fooling around, the young man's attitude was still good. Why don't you go back and get it? I will wait here. You want me to go back on such a hot day? Do you know how far away my house is? If I faint from heat stroke on the way, who will blame it on you or me? Xi and Lu stared at him and insisted on pestering him to the end. The young man still smiled. How about this? Miss, tell me your address. I will send someone to your house to get it, so that you don't have to walk around. I will also bring a chair for you. Sit in a cool place and wait. You can go in when the invitation is here. Xi and Lu was speechless. Yushu held back her laughter for a long time. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. She walked up and patted Xi and Lu's shoulders. She said to the dutiful gatekeeper, "Little brother, may I ask if Manager Pei is inside?" Manager Pei is inside. Miss, you are? My surname is Yu. Please go in and inform him. Seeing that Yushu and the young girl were together, the young man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He waved his hand and called a servant to guard the door for him. Then he went in. After a while, he trotted out and said to Yushu, "Our manager Pei asked you two to go in." Xi and Lu didn't expect that she would be less useful than Yushu's words. She was immediately depressed and stared at the annoying gatekeeper. Yushu gently pushed her shoulder. "Okay, go in. I know you have big eyes. Don't stare." The gatekeeper lowered his head and snickered. Xi and Lu reluctantly entered the door. When she turned her head, she found that the gatekeeper was behind them. She couldn't help but say, "Why are you following us?" The gatekeeper looked innocent. "I am afraid that you don't know the way since it is your first time back. I will send you upstairs." Xi and Lu said impatiently, "You don't need to send me. Go and guard the door. Be careful that your manager catches you slacking off. He will deduct your monthly salary." "Miss, you don't have to worry about me. My monthly salary will be deducted." Xi and Lu was angry. Who was worried about him? She obviously didn't like him. Yushu face-bombed at the side. Did Xi and Lu run into an enemy? At this time, Pei Jing came downstairs to pick them up. "Uncle Pei." The young man who was guarding the door stopped joking when he saw him. He pointed at Yushu and said, "I've brought them in." Pei Jing nodded to him and said pleasantly, "This is my niece. I will take them up to see what is rare. You should go and do your work. The boss will check the accounts tomorrow." He didn't specify Yushu's identity. "Okay." He turned to look at Xi and Lu again. The thin and energetic young man nodded and went to the inner hall with his hands behind his back. When he left, Pei Jing called Yushu upstairs. Yushu introduced him to Xi and Lu. "This is my uncle from my godmother's family. He is the manager of the Tihin Commercial Association." "Uncle Pei," Xi and Lu called out sweetly. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "That kid who was guarding the door just now was very rude. He said that we didn't have an invitation, so he wouldn't let us in." "Uncle Pei, why did you hire such a person to guard the door? Aren't you afraid of driving away the customers?" "Gatekeeper?" Pei Jing's expression turned strange. "Are you talking about that person just now?" "Yes, that's him." "Ha!" Pei Jing laughed. "That is the young master of our Dong family. He is not a gatekeeper." "Ah." Achoo. As soon as Gucci walked into the backyard, he sneezed. He rubbed his nose and whispered, Chapter 553. The treasure house had not been doing business for the past 2 days, so the first floor was empty. The second floor was a completely different scene. In the spacious and bright tea house, 2 rows of windows were neatly arranged with tea and fruit wine. The mahogany floor was covered with cool Persian mats. There were only 2 or 3 wall hangings on the wall, but they were all masterpieces by famous artists. There were at least 30 guests sitting there, and all of them were well-dressed. They were either rich or noble. However, today's main characters were more than 20 rolling silver-horn tables in the center. They were of different sizes, but they were all the color of yellow pear wood. On the round tables, There was a brocade box on each table. In the open box, there were all kinds of rare treasures. There was a century-old red-bearded ginseng, a mini carriage carved from gold and jade, a saddle and jade pillow from the previous dynasty, a longbow inlaid with jewels. But among them, the most eye-catching one was the table in the middle. Most of the guests who were appreciating around it were standing in front of it and whispering to each other. No one paid attention to the two girls who had just come up. Xian Lu also saw that item and was stunned for a moment. She quickly turned her head and pulled Yushu. "This isn't." Yushu interrupted her and whispered in her ear, "I'll tell you when we get back." Xian Lu had no choice but to suppress his surprise and nod his head, but his eyes couldn't leave the small table, because on top of it was the entire set of crystal objects that Yushu had worn at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. There was a net of silver leaf tassels, a hibiscus pendant, a yellow crystal flower, a pair of white crystal earrings, and a pair of colorful crystal bracelets. Not a single one was missing. The sunlight shone through the crystal, and the crystal glowed in 5 colors. The light and shadow intertwined, and the fluorescence overflowed. It was illusory and didn't look like an ordinary object. After greeting a guest who had just arrived, Pei Jing came to greet Yushu. "How did you find this place?" Although there was a trace of fatigue in the corner of Pei Jing's eyes, his complexion was red and bright. Yushu told him that Xian Luer wanted to pick out a birthday gift for her grandfather. Only then did Pei Jing know that the young lady who came with Yushu was the young lady of the Xian family. "That's easy. I'll give you some advice. Come with me, 6th young lady. I have a few good things here, and I don't want to show them to outsiders." Pei Jing was over 40 years old and was an elegant uncle. When he asked for help, it didn't seem rude at all. Xian Lu happily agreed. Pei Jing brought them to the inner room and called a steward to take charge outside. He took a bunch of keys and went downstairs. After a while, he came back with a tray in his hand. There were 3 to 5 boxes on it. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, under Pei Jing's suggestion, Xian Lu picked a suitable gift, a white jade don't ask for help, commonly known as itchy scratch. Coincidentally, Xian Yu was a monkey. On the handle of this itchy scratch, there was a lively monkey holding a peach and looking up at the moon tree. It was very pleasing to the eye. "I want this." "Thank you, Uncle Pei Jing, for helping me choose." Xian Lu happily played with the don't ask for help in her hand. She asked Pei Jing, "How much does this cost?" Pei Jing glanced at Yushu and smiled. 80 taels of silver will do." Xian Lu pondered for a moment and felt that it wasn't too expensive. She spent 20 taels of silver a month in the Fu, and that didn't include the extra money her parents gave her. Taking out 80 taels of silver to buy a birthday gift for her grandfather would make the old man happy. Later on, her father would make it up to her. She also knew that Pei Jing didn't ask for a high price because of Yushu's face. She happily took out her purse and counted the banknotes. In the end, Pei Jing also gave her a beautiful box. After solving Xian Lu's problem, Pei Jing gave Yushu a look. "Fei Fei, you go downstairs and wait for me," Yushu said to Xian Lu. Xian Lu didn't ask what she wanted and obediently took the box and left. Pei Jing then told Yushu about the situation in the past 3 days. There weren't many customers on the first day. When I told them about the effect of this crystal, there were still people who didn't believe me. So I followed the method you taught me and used topaz and white crystal to test it. On the second day, it was overcrowded. A lot of people came uninvited and were all blocked at the door. I had to send out twice as many invitations at the last minute. Other than the set of jewelry on the table for people to appreciate, Pei Jing also took a lot of small jewelry from Yushu a few days ago, such as bracelets and pendants. Topaz was very easy to test. There were 18 beads in one bracelet. When you put on your wrist and threw the dice, every time you got a big number, it showed that you were very lucky. White crystal was to find customers who couldn't sleep well and take them home to sleep for a night. It was guaranteed that they would have a good night's sleep and wake up refreshed the next day. From the looks of it, I've already leaked some information yesterday. The whole set of items displayed outside is not for sale, but the individual pieces can be customized. Just yesterday alone, guess how much silver I took in orders? Pei Jing sold Yushu a lawsuit and blinked his eyes to let her guess. Yushu estimated the number of things Pei Jing took from her last time and set a number in her mind. Unexpectedly, Pei Jing shook his head and calculated for her. Topaz bracelets, 200 taels each, 8 pieces were ordered. White crystal bracelets, 300 taels each, 10 pieces were ordered. Amethyst and pink crystal bracelets, 500 taels each, 6 pieces were ordered. The rest of the waist pendants, ear beads, and hairpins were cheaper, but the total was no less than 2,000 taels. Right now, I have a total of 9,600 taels of silver on hand. 9,600 taels. Yushu sucked in a breath of air. She recalled the time when she had used Pei Jing as a middleman to buy a dozen or so water essence stones from the sea merchant, Boss Liang. The original price was only 600 taels of silver, but she had sold them for more than 10 times the price. Huge profits. It was really huge profits. How many more things does Master Su have? Yushu was so happy that her heart was beating fast. She turned to care about the inventory. Pei Jing said, "Don't worry, I've thought about it. I've increased Master Su's remuneration and asked him to speed up the work. In half a month, he'll be able to complete this order and send it to you for a few more days. We'll be able to make it in time. It's just that we don't have enough water essence stones. After this business, we will be short of money." There are many people in Enling City. Walking on a northern commercial street, 9 out of 10 people would faint with a stick. Yesterday's order of almost 10,000 taels was just the beginning. Pei Jing's eyes flashed, so I sent someone to deliver a letter to Boss Liang early this morning. We will travel day and night, and we will be able to bring the goods back and forth in a month. At that time, our crystal stones would have been sold well. This is the only one that can be used as a rare commodity. With a fixed order every month, the price will only be expensive. Looking at Pei Jing, who was full of energy, Yushu sighed in her heart. If she was in charge of this, she would not be as thorough as Pei Jing. She just wanted to use the crystal stones to make money, but Pei Jing thought further. He wanted fame and fortune at the same time. I've only received a third of the deposit. If you're not in urgent need of money, you can put it off for the time being. When I've collected all the money next month, I'll show you the accounts and settle it for you, Pei Jing said. Yushu thought for a while and said, "Uncle, what do you think? No matter what price the crystal stones sell for in the future, we will split the profits 50-50ths. You take half, and I take half." It was not that she was generous and willing to cut her own flesh. It was really that if she sold the crystal stones, she would not earn as much as a third of Pei Jing's. She felt a little guilty, even if she only took half. Treasure House was such a big shop. If it was not open for business for 3 days, it would also be an expense. Also, the tea and snacks for the guests had to be paid for by Pei Jing. There was no such thing as only paying and not buying. As a person, one had to be content. Mutual benefit was the only way to go in the long run. Ha! Are you still afraid that your uncle will suffer a loss? Pei Jing patted the armrest of the chair happily. He thought for a moment and said, 50/50, then. But in the future, I will pay for Master Su's work and the capital to buy and sell the raw materials. You only need to be responsible for raising these treasures. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just wait to count the money at the end of every month. Yushu trusted Pei Jing. Moreover, she did not want to spend too much effort on this business. She simply nodded and agreed. After the two of them agreed, Pei Jing went out to entertain the guests. Yushu came out and went downstairs. She did not hear the conversation behind her. "Boss Pei, are you really not willing to part with this set of crystal head ornaments? I'm willing to buy it for 10,000 taels. Are you not willing to let go? Lord Wang, please do not make things difficult for me." This set was worn by the female fortune teller at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet. I'm temporarily keeping it with me. It is her beloved item. How can I make the decision for her? Haha, why don't you take a look at this exquisite horse? It is also very rare. Yushu went downstairs. Xian Lu was waiting for her downstairs. Xian Lu was looking outside the door. She did not know what he was looking at. Yushu walked in front of her and waved her hand. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Xi and Lu pointed at the door. Look, the boy guarding the door is not here. Yushu looked and saw that there was indeed someone else guarding the door. The dark, skinny, and energetic boy was not there. Why did you call him a gatekeeper? Didn't my uncle say that he is the young master of the Tihan Business Association? Yushu could not understand why Xi and Lu did not like him. Didn't he just stop you from entering? I think he did a good job. If anyone were to sneak in, wouldn't that be a violation of the rules? How can such a large business association not follow the rules? Xi and Lu pouted unhappily. Who are you speaking up for? I am speaking up for reason. Yushu smiled. All right. Let's go. Aren't you hungry? You haven't had lunch yet. Xi and Lu pulled her. I have used up all my money for this month. You can treat me. All right. Thinking about the order from Beijing, Yushu felt light as she walked. Her waist was no longer sore and her legs no longer hurt. Treating him to a meal was nothing. You could choose where to go. Xi and Lu cheered and dragged her out of the room. After the two left, Gucci slowly walked out from behind the screen. His slender eyes stared at the door and he muttered to himself. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.